me up now.
Solve them, make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
4 teams, each the pride and joy of their respective regions, stand tall after a grueling challenge season filled with heart-stopping upsets and edge-of-your-seat moments. But the fight is far from over. Today, we step into the challenge finals for Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, where only 3 teams from EMEA and Turkey will make it out to the Mobile Masters in Indonesia. When the dust settles, only the legends will rise. Will your favorite teams be one of the teams to secure the tickets to international glory? We'll find out. I'm your host, Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome everyone to the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 6 Challenge Finals for EMEA and Turkey. It's been a wild run. So excited to be back for the last mile and to be back at the desk with my pals, Private Dancer and UA. How are you guys doing today? I'm pulling them in gradually.
Oh, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, that's as she said, Private Dancer here. We're going to be bringing that energy and hype for today's matches. These teams have fought tooth and nail to get here, and today they get to show who can rise above the rest. And to my side, the one, the only Asian analytical skills of Yui.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while since we actually got to come back onto the desk, and to be able to see some of these teams progress through, it's quite amazing. And now we're finally at that tipping point where one of these teams isn't going to, progress forward. So kind of excited to see how they perform here, because it's going to be quite tight here.
Yeah, make sure you guys follow us on our social medias. That's ESL Mobile at X, at Instagram, and at Facebook. And make sure to join us on our Discord channel, Snapdragon Pro Series, so you don't miss out on all the exciting moments.
Yeah, anything that you may have missed, any information about your favorite teams or favorite players can be found at those socials as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough day. This is going to be a tough day. A lot of matches coming up for us. A lot of great teams. We're always just wondering which region is going to come out on top here. And we have really strong teams come out from all three of these regions. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I mean, all three of the regions are still standing. We have Birthright representing EU, and then we have Turkey teams, and we have Team Falcons. So a lot of excitement. Now, looking back at this entire season 6, we went through the open qualifiers and then throughout for the open finals in October for Turkey and for EU and MENA. And last month, we went through the challenge season where 4 teams from both regions collided into the challenge season. And now we are left here, guys, with the top 4 teams from both of these 2 regions in one, and 3 of them will make it out to the Mobile Masters.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about a journey that started late last year that has continued into now. It's February now, and these guys are getting ready to say goodbye to yet another team, as 3 more teams are going to be moving on.
Yeah, and they get to compete against a lot of different regions, right? China gets to send 1, Latam, APAC, which is pretty much going to be the powerhouses of the seeded teams. 5 of those teams are going to be coming through, and also 1 from the home team. So this is going to be quite a big Mobile Masters, especially for maybe some of the teams that didn't really have a chance to find those international experience yet, right? Papara and also Birthright. I feel like these 2 teams are kind of like the underdogs that are looking to get that step forward. But again, lots of excitement coming up.
And I mean, the good news is we only have to say goodbye to 1 team. And one of these teams, Papara, Supermassive, or Birthright, will get that international experience this time. And they will be making it out all the way to Indonesia, where all the Mobile Legends fans are. I mean, I'm kidding, guys. There's a lot of fans from all across the world. But we know Indonesia is one of the most bustling regions for Mobile Legends.
Yeah, a huge regions, huge. It's a world event, international event there. We're taking a look at the prize pool. This is what they will be competing for this weekend to see who's going to go ahead and snatch up that first place, a $20,000 prize pool. But we've talked about it before. You've got a lot on the line when it comes to like that confidence, especially moving on into the Mobile Masters, where you're just going to be competing like what we've seen. We talked about it from last year. These teams competing, stepping up the level, stepping it up until we get here onto the finals. And then there's just another level that all of these that a few of these teams are going to ascend to as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to get through the brackets that are coming up soon. It's very tough for us to see, especially since we've been watching these teams dominate through their group stages a few weeks back, and now we will have the brackets for the challenge finals.
Yeah, so we will first have Birthright versus Incendio Supremacy, and then for Falcons, they're up against Papaya Supermassive, and then whoever will be qualified into the upper bracket finals and have another chance in the lower bracket finals.
We've been talking about it too here. I mean, we've seen a lot of underdog teams come up with a win here. Some upsets could be seeing themselves on that international stage. One of those being Birthright. But like we said, they're going up against a powerhouse in Incendio Supremacy, who have that international experience, who have done this before and know what it takes. It's all on the line here this weekend.
Yeah, and any of these teams, they really have to get a win today. It doesn't matter if it's Birthright, Incendio, Team Falcon, or Supermassive. Any of these teams must get a win in order for them to progress forward. And I think that's extremely important. But the talent's prediction...
You see our bobbleheads showing our support for Birthright, Team Falcons, and Incendio Supremacy. And I want to hear from you guys. How is it that the four of us decided unanimously to left out Papaya Supermassive?
Well, I mean, I think we've all kind of seen a change in the air when it comes to a lot of these teams and what they're putting out there. I think we were talking about a little bit off air. It seems like some of these teams that have been kind of clawing to get to that international stage, this seems like their year, but there's still a massive mountain ahead of them today as we take a look at the schedule.
Yeah. Birthrights versus Incendio is going to be coming up in game number 1, the first series of today. And then we will have Team Falcon versus Super Papara, which is going to be off stream.
Yeah, so UA didn't vote for Papaya Supermassive, so he already forgot how to say the name. But it will be streamed off our official broadcast, but I think it will be streamed in the Turkey broadcast. So if you guys are interested, maybe you can find the link for that as well. But on the broadcast itself, we will see Birthright versus Incendio Supremacy. Now, I'm curious. For these two teams, what are you guys' thoughts on each of these teams? Because I know Birthright, even though they are a newer name, they've proved themselves in this entire tournament.
Well, I almost want to kind of argue against calling Birthright a newer name because they've been around for a while. They just haven't hit that peak of success yet that has been needed to take them to the international stage where the name will actually be remembered. And that's what it's all kind of about here right now. Especially we talked about Incendio Supremacy. Whether you're calling them Incendio Supremacy, Ufeldnar, or their old name of Fireflux, they have the domination, they have the history behind those players here. As we take a look up at the versus matchup here, I think a lot of people are looking for Birthright to finally step up. But like we said, it's a David and Goliath fight here with Goliath looking to stare them down.
Yeah, the Goliath Incendio Rosa is being represented there. Birthright, I'm not sure who that is.
TNZ, actually, that's TNZ from Incendio, and the other handsome man is someone that we are looking forward to meet in the international stage for Birthright.
Yeah, we are about to, I believe we're about to roll into those predictions, Liz.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no. This time we do have the caster predictions. I mean, these are just our support for the teams that we want to support. And I mean, for me, it was such a hard choice. I want to give my support for both of these two teams. Incendio have made their name international scene, but like UA, we always want to vote for the underdog, but this time it seems like UA is going with his buddy here, with Steph Weezy and Incendio. What happened there, UA?
You know, the performance that Incendio has had throughout this tournament and any international stage has always been consistent. This is the chance to see where Birthright can take their strategies, can take their draft onto that next level. They've already shown quite a bit. I'm not going to get into it, but Birthright has shown a lot here.
Just to touch on that just a bit, because you mentioned something, the key word is consistency. And Birthright, while they've had their ups, they've had their downs, where Incendio actually does well is that consistency, and that's what we need to see more, and that's what I am hoping that we are going to see here today from Birthright, and that's why my vote goes towards them, to see them finally kind of shrug off some of that rust, come in strong right from the beginning, and see if they can take it to the international sensations.
Yeah, and judging by our predictions for the Mobile Masters, this is not a hard fight to watch, because whoever wins in our predictions will make it out to the Mobile Masters. But nonetheless, we want to see both of these teams give it their all. and that's what we're about to see. So Private Dancer, dance us into the first draft.
We're going to get that boogie, oogie, woogie right into the first draft here with Yui. I can't tell you, I am excited about this. I've been waiting for this for the last 2 weeks, especially because, like we said, we've seen a lot of surprises when it comes up to both of these teams. Birthright has been trying to claw their way up there. We're taking a look at their roster there. My Lobby in the XP lane, Levi in the jungle, Danny in the mid, the Roam being picked up by Mark, and Wicked in the gold lane. The only problem that I've even seen, and I kind of want to, it's weird because I'm focusing on the problems with them when they've had such great gameplay, but it's what's going to take them to the next level. But go ahead, take us into the roster for Incendio Supremacy.
Alien on the XP, TNZ in the jungle, Rosa on their mid lane, Apex 47 in their Roan, and Sunshine in the gold lane. Incendio Supremacy, their players, it's just been such a big stable, right? They're so good at their roles. They've dominated in their region, Turkey, one of the biggest regions. And to face up against Birthright, I think they're coming in with quite a big confidence. We have our head-to-head here, Private. Inside Incendio, Harith and Gatot, you know, they have a lot of good heroes, but they definitely play a lot more traditional, right? Front to back with that front set. And then, you know, they take away that Matilda and Badang. We've talked about the Badang. I'm sure we'll get into it. But the Matilda is something I think Incendio just don't really want to deal with in the draft so far.
I don't think any team wants to deal with a Matilda right now in the draft with what it provides to a lot of these teams. It's really interesting there in the head-to-head because it kind of clashes there. On one side, you're banning Granger. On the other side, they like to pick up the Harriet. So we're going to definitely, I want to say both of these guys kind of fit into each other's plans. It's going to be about who they prioritize because it does look like they kind of prioritize the same things in these drafts. So how can we tweak our drafts in a way that we get the power picks that we want to kind of scale us in, but not just scale us into that late game because we need that early game assurance, which I have seen a lot of these teams, sometimes they kind of put that on the back burner with, they really lean into that mid and late game, but they kind of forget about what it takes to get there in that early game rush.
Yeah, and I really think it might just be the meta that we're sitting at. There's just a lot of good early game heroes. A lot of, you know, jungle emphasizing on having that fast level 4 clear, having marksmans that don't require that like 12-minute full build to get online, right? Back then we used to see things like the Claude, like the Natan, but now we're seeing a lot more Granger, Harith, early game powerhouses. We're jumping straight into the draft here. Expect Birthrights to ban a little bit more predictable, just because they're the team that is trying to take away some of the power picks that Incendio has. However, Incendio always likes to keep the draft open, right? They ban out some of the things that they just don't want to face themselves, although they probably have the counters for it. They're leaving the draft open for a lot of their players to show their deep hero pools.
Well, here it's going to kind of force out, we already know that Incendio Supremacy, they do like to pick up that Harith. They do know how strong it is, so I'm expecting either to have a ban out there for that or something that we're going to be looking for to counter. And I'm not even sure what you kind of counter the Harith with when it comes to the gold lane, because the next higher up pick there is probably the Irithel, which it doesn't do great against the Harith, so you're looking to maybe kind of stop it during that those team fights to be able to kind of bring him down, and then that means you're gonna have to add on pressure into that gold lane during that laning phase to make sure that Harith isn't like just pushing your team aside.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of respect, I think, coming out from Incendio, at least from my part. You know, taking away the Harith, they usually like to deal with any of the meta picks, but it seems like Birthright definitely is somebody that they just don't want these power picks to be slided over. The Fanny gets banned out here, and Incendio kind of has the tendency to lean towards a lot of assassin picks, right? The Suyo, the Joy, and the Hayabusa all are great options still available. The front lines, the Gatot, which has such a high pick and ban rate, even the Hylos are both available. It's quite an open draft for me so far. There's still a lot on the table here.
I like that they, because they had the option of taking down Matilda, but they decided to take down whatever that combination of the Matilda and the Phoveus that could come out there. So you'll get the Matilda potentially here, but they go with the Bedang first, actually, which has been a surprising pick, but maybe not as surprising as we had originally thought. Bedang himself has moved into that great, I want to say, S-tier meta slot right now.
So yeah, the Bedang is a flex pick. We don't know if it's going into the Roam or in the XP. A lot of the viewers, even the casters, may have a small bias onto where they want the Bedang to be positioned in, but it's still a flex. You really don't know. Now, the Incendio's response here, the Louis gets picked up. We didn't really get to see too much of the Louis being played in our last SPS, but this time around, they're opening up with it. It shows the confidence that they're willing to blind pick this Louis to even have a lot of impact, because Louis doesn't really have the mobility, doesn't really have the clear, but it has a very strong ultimate that can teleport a whole entire unit of teams into one of the off lanes. Pairing it up with the Hylos, it could smell trouble early game.
Yeah, and this is one of those differences that happen when it comes to versus ranked game and versus something that is competitive. Lu Yi, when it comes into the rank, you have a lot of trouble because your team isn't coordinated enough to protect you, to protect those holes that you talk about, those little deficiencies. She's not as mobile. She can really, if somebody can dive that back line, she's a sitting duck because it takes time for her to connect her abilities, get that passive off, and get that real big damage off. But here you've got somebody like a Hylos. He knows that he needs to protect Lu Yi. He knows that he's going to need to be there to be that front line for her. And not just that, but especially with a pick like a Bedang, especially with a pick like the Alpha coming out, you're talking about basic like lightning rods for her skills. If she can land, if they can have that front line to allow her to kind of lay out some of that damage. However, here we're going to go ahead. It does look like the jig is up. They're going to have the Bedang here as the roam. Well, actually, yeah, as the roam with Lucas in the XP lane, and he has kind of crossed himself into that S tier XP lane. And I want to say it's because of just how fluid, how quickly he can dive into those lines, and how easy it really is to kind of just to maneuver in, and with his, I want to say, sustain that he has in that beast form.
You know, I think Birthright's draft here is a little bit greedy, just from my perspective. It's very physical dominant, right? You kind of want to slide in a mage pick early on, especially if there's already 2 mages being banned out. That's number 1. They have 3 front lines, one of the best meta frontliners, taking away opportunity that Incendio has to be able to slide something in the front that can deal with the damage, deal with the sustain that Birthright had set up. However, this gives Incendio a great opportunity. They have 2 magic damage dealers, one that is extremely good early game, the Hylos, and then they also pair it up with their staple Hayabusa. This is a pick that we've seen TNZ perform well on over and over. It's a high priority and something that we expect TNZ to do well in. But Birthright's here. With 3 front lines and physical units, Incendio really just, I'm looking forward to banning out some of the magic damage dealers, right? They take out the Matilda, which is quite interesting. It's, you know, it feels like Birthright already has the roam.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of leaning for. I was waiting for the Sicilian pick to kind of get banned out there, because that would have been the next one. He's been, we talked about it a little bit earlier. He is that assurance. He's something that no matter how late the game is, you're going to have something that is continually scaling, that can be that turnaround for you if you need it. And taking off the board here, I'm not even sure what else is left. I'm not sure that you really want to go with an Aurora with this type of composition that can really engage on you so quickly. I mean, it does kind of stop. It does thwart off as soon as that glorious pathway comes out. You can turn out that frigid glacier, immediately stop the team and give them an opportunity to kind of react to it. There's also Vexana, which is out there. Eve has been a pick that has been making its way through the meta as well. It traps the opponents to where they're not going to be able to escape. Then you can go in with these engagements that you have. And that's kind of what I see from Birthright here, is just a lot of engagement, closing the distance. You've got, I want to say, the flash step coming from Lucas. You've got the Alpha charge coming from Alpha. Bedang can close the distance as well. So maybe something there that can kind of close them up, seal off those escapes to really set the tone for a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I think Birthrights have a lot of emphasis on the bans here to take away a lot of picks from that XP or even that roam position, right? 2 of the flex picks off Edith and Gatot. But what I'm scared of is if Incendio goes with something like a CC carry. Double the danger against a lot of these frontline heavy, tanky, sustainy units, right? And they don't go for that. They go for the Moskov, which does build up that Trinity, has a DHS, able to shred down pretty much all the frontline units. Now, Birthright's here coming out. I'm expecting a Valentina. They've been using this pick quite often. It's great with the Glorious Pathway. It's great with taking that Louis ultimate available for the side of Birthright. So, you know, you talked about the Aurora. It is anti-dive. It does well against the Hayabusa. I think the option is going to be a Valentina paired up with a marksman. Maybe the Bruno, maybe the Brody that does well against the Moskov. They could also go with the Rithel that provides the mobility that it may need to deal with the Hayabusa and the Hylos.
Yeah, it's they've got a great blend, and very interesting here. A Veil picked up here. Has been picked up once before, didn't fare very well. You can see by that 0% win rate, but you were right on the money with a Bruno. And I wonder if, because I do agree with the Valentina pickup there too, and I wonder if possibly the Veil, because a Veil, I like it for the anti-engaged. If they're going to kind of come charging for you, throw Tornado at them, pop them all up. It gives you an opportunity. But is it going to be enough here? Because it feels like it's one of those, let's pick something they're not expecting, even if it doesn't exactly fit the composition here. It's I feel like Incendio Supremacy here just has a more something that just feels better when it comes to the draft here. And going to go ahead and pick up that is a lot of map presence for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, Veil, okay, Veil wise, Incendio Supremacy was actually the one that picked it up in our last SPS, and they lost with it. So by picking it up for the side of Birthrights, I feel like they're trying to like say something to the side of Incendio. They're like, hey, I'm coming out with it. The advantages of Veil is that he's fast. He clears great. He moves around the map fast. But we haven't seen the success on it yet. And then Incendio comes out with something interesting, something we've seen from the PH side quite a bit, and only a few teams really look to try to do this. It's the combination of the Chip and the Louis, and personally, I have tried it. I feel like there is a lack of heavy damage, right? You have 2 ultimates that are not considered damage ultimates. They transfer people around, they teleport people around. Those are 2 big spells that the enemy has to provide a lot more damage. So this is going to be a little bit interesting here, Private.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first match of the upper bracket semifinals. Birthright taking on Incendio Supremacy. And yeah, I have to agree. The thing is during the laning phase, I feel like the Incendio Supremacy composition is going to shine, where they're going to be able to catch people out alone, potentially, where you're going to be able to put down those portals, where you're going to be able to use the Louis ult to really surprise people trying to protect their towers from behind. But as we get into team fights, there's not really the setting potential in those ultimates.
Oh, and a lot of impact already coming out from the side of Birthright here already, taking a little bit of HP off, but Incendio, it seems like they have quite a bit of a fast clear and mobility. The Hayabusa grabs up that little cabbage there, boosting Incendio's gold up a little bit. And, you know, you were kind of talking about it, right? There's the early game may just belong to the side of Incendio. They just have a lot of these like mobilities, and even this Chip here has a lot of sustain. Hylos does well in lane here, and top side, Badan looking to get a little bit of gap close here.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of action already in the early game. Tienzi comes in there. Levi in a little bit of trouble trying to dodge and weave, is not able to get away, but Wicked is there to clean up the job onto Rosa. First blood does go to Incendio Supremacy, but tied at 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, I think Birthright's quite happy with that trade, right? They got the flicker off of Rosa, which means Rosa is going to be a target for that next objective. And something like an alpha charge will just ruin a Lui's day without a flicker. You can even see a little bit of aggressive coming out from Incendio here, trying to take away some of the green camp. Not something we've seen quite often as an assassin jungle.
Ooh, Mark actually bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Does get the corner on to Rosa, or it gets it on the TNZ, but then two members, Apex and Rosa there to clean up that fight. And that's going to go ahead and start off this fight up at the tower. Wicked getting pushed off on the top, and it looks like we're dancing around the turtle here. Neither team in a great position yet to really like start off this fight. I want to say I want to say Incendio Supremacy does have the numbers in their favor. They have some of the positioning, but I don't think Birthright really want to pull that trigger just yet.
Well, in terms of the objective, it's definitely in the side of Birthright to be the one that initiates, right? Something like an alpha can tank and soak up the turtle damage, does well with that clear. And then, you're versus a Hayabusa, which typically looks for an advantage in the gold lane or somebody that's singled out, right? You're an assassin, you want to find the pickoffs early. He's able to grab up 2 assists already, but Birthright's here. He can take it down low.
Ooh, Levi taken down to 10% health. Glorious Pathway is out there trying to lock on, push out the rest of Birthright while Incendio Supremacy locks onto this first turtle. 50%. My Lobby looking for an angle. Gets in there. Quad Shadows is out. TNZ on the outside. Alien finds the kill onto the turtle. A fight has struck out here as Alien finds the kill onto Mark. Continuing on inside. My Lobby looks for a little bit of action there with that flash combo. Does not find it. And this is a 1-4 game in favor of Incendio Supremacy. Apex 47 dives onto Wicked, who is still able to find the safety of his turret.
Man, a winning team fight. They're looking for a little bit more here, but Incendio already denying away a lot of the camps, having winning formulas here with 2 teleports. It smells a lot of trouble. And, I talked about kind of the rotations coming out from Rosa and Apex, and right after the objective, you could see they were just running straight up to the Bruno. Wicked, although he had a free lane because the Moskov teleported down into the turtle pit, he was able to get back up into his lane, defended it, and even pushed Wicked away. Side of Incendio coming out quite ahead here so far in the early game already, and advantages across the board, especially on that Hayabusa, leading the team in terms of that gold lead.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing here is that you've pretty much stated on Incendio's Supremacy's side that it's always going to be 5 members of their team that you're going to be fighting with at these objectives. They've got too many answers for it. Even if the portal runs out for Apex 47 to get Bilali on that Moskov back to his lane, you still have the diversion from Lu Yi that can kind of scoop him up and give him an easy ride. So you're never going to really have this open lane, and you're always going to have the 5-man pressure coming at you from Incendio. It's an interesting plan to go with here, and something that isn't... you saw that Quad Shadow go out there with the diversion. They are locked on to Lu Yi, who's maybe in a wrong position there. You're going to see that Wicked is there to kind of clean up the job, and down goes Rosa.
Yeah, Alien comes out with the Glorious Pathway, does push Levi off of the objective here. He's looking to see if he could cause a little bit more of a headache here. Apex comes out from the backside, and the Retribution comes off the side of Birthright, able to get that, and they're able to pick off Apex at the same time. He does get a fish crack here, stuns up Alien. This is what the matchup is, but there's so much damage coming out from Rosa. Picks off 2 of the members coming out from Birthright, and Mark here trying to get a little bit more, trying to pick off Rosa, but does get taken out at the same time. TNZ's even going for a little bit more, does not get Danny here, and the side of Incendio comes out ahead once again. A very, very strong performance, grabs up this mid tower, and even looks to get the battle to the top side here. Oh my god, there's just so much coming out from the side of Incendio.
Yeah, Bilali even flickered in for that final kill there, is going to be able to take down Wicked. And just like that, with a fight that almost turned against Incendio Supremacy, they're able to find 4 more kills now with a 3K gold lead in the opening 6 minutes right now. Pressure mounting up at the top. Marco's in there. Might not be the fight that he wants for his team. 50% low does fire off a blast at Incendio, but they shrug it off. Glorious Pathway is out. Levi's going to have to use his alpha charge as an escape, and they do get away, but right now this game firmly in the hands of Incendio Supremacy.
They're coming out for the side of Mark. He does pop that flicker there and the conceal from the side of Apex. But one thing is for certain. There's a lot of mobility, a lot of like blitz action coming out from the side of Incendio here. Even setting up for something with Apex not really having so much HP here. Birthright is able to push them out away from their tier 2. And, you know, Private, I was wondering, you know, since the last time that we had a patch in Mobile Legends, it was like January. And I was wondering what difference is these teams going to bring out this time around. Incendio is coming out with, you know, this roam pick, that chip that we really haven't seen before on their side. We've seen the Louis, we've seen the Hayabusa, and also the staple Hylos. But this chip is just causing a lot of headache, and it definitely feels like they're much more prepared to come out with a strategy for this very first series.
Yeah, and it's to the point, and you said it perfectly before, blitz. That's basically what this is. All over the map, there is just this scary potential for a 5-man of Incendio Supremacy to appear out of nowhere. And when you start grouping up as Birthright, when you're forced to turtle in, that means that the side lanes aren't getting the gold that they need, that you're starting to get underfed, and this becomes one of these games that it's just a matter of time. So, and that's the problem. Because Birthright, you want to try to send out, you want to try to get your marksman, you want to try to get Wicked fed, you still want to try to get Danny to get some gold up there, but right now you're being forced back because if they're caught alone, they're not going to get the gold. If they're with a group, they're not going to get as much gold as they would, and it's only a matter of time right now.
Yeah, and you know, the advantage that Birthright does have is if they group up as 5, they do have a lot more damaging ultimate spells, right? But Incendio is playing this out very patiently. They're grouping up as 5. And you know, they want Birthrights to kind of go for a solo clear, so the Louis can come out from the backside, or even the chip can come out from the backside. And Birthrights also playing this quite slow. They're just allowing Incendio to kind of just get whatever they want, because unfortunately they don't have the early game, they don't have the mobility and the pickoffs. They kind of are just waiting for Incendio to make a mistake. However, they, you know, Incendio have a lot. You see, look, the side of Rosa, they just came out from the top side here. They're looking for a little bit.
Ooh, and a little bit of action here as Apex 47 dives in there. Mark takes a whole bunch of damage, almost goes down there as Wicked from the side does unleash a worldie onto them as the ball bounces back and forth between Incendio Supremacy. Quad Shadow comes out, Danny in trouble, gonna have to use his flicker to get out. Tienzi finds a kill. The flicker does not save Tienzi, or does not save Birthright, as Tienzi goes in, finds himself a shadow kill, and down are 2 members of Birthright. Looking for a third is Incendio, as Rosa connecting those yin-yangs. Mark up on the front, flickers in and gets hit back. I want to say that was a little bit of a flub on his end as he goes into the corner instead of hitting that dash onto Rosa, which would have trapped Rosa from getting away.
Yeah, you could really tell here the shadow kill does pick up another target. A little extra bonus before the Lord comes down for TNZ here. But if you take a look at kind of the members that are dying a lot more inside of Birthrights, it's the first 3 picks. It's the Alpha, it's the Lucas, and it's also the Badang. That's kind of like why I felt like Birthright was a little bit more greedy looking into the early bits of the draft, right? The front lines aren't having as much success, and when you look at Rosa, when you look at Tienzi, and then you take a look at the high list, they're sitting quite happy here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like those 3 picks were absolutely countered here by Incendio Supremacy. They had a plan. They knew what they needed to do for it. And that kind of comes along sometimes when it comes to some of these drafts. I mean, we talked about it before with Birthright. They usually have some pretty rough openers. Not just openers, but their early game can sometimes lack a bit. It takes them a bit of time to really kind of know what they need to do. Tianzi actually got taken out by Wicked there, as we were talking about maybe those late game forages into possible victory there. They're going to go ahead and charge onto this bottom lane as well. Get popped up there. Alien taking some damage from Wicked, who's trying to continue on the chase here, but they decide against it. Ooh, I'm not sure what that warning was, but maybe it's a warning for Birthright to start stepping up their game here, because it is 4-11. Oh, they do catch a stun and find the kill onto Bilali. Rose is going to have to disengage from this as 2 are in tow right now. Glorious Pathway is out. Wicked still has the safety of my lobby there in the back. Mark trying to push off Rosa as well. Alien tanking a ton of damage as my lobby looking to try to end him is in that bestial form, getting chased down by 3 members. Does allow Mark to pick up the purple buff. The game not firmly in the side of Incendio Supremacy just yet.
I think the game is firmly in the side of Incendio. However, Birthright with a small, shine of hope. The ray at the end of the tunnel. Wicked 4-1. This is the guy that is gonna carry Birthright on his back if their team is looking for success. And what Birthright does have is 3 tanky members. They haven't done well in the early game, but it's still 3 front line that Incendio has to get through in order for them to be able to get onto that Bruno. And there's an opportunity here, right? If Wicked is able to come out on top in any of these team fights without getting blitzed onto the backside by either Rosa or also that chip, it's an advantage. And Birthright's grouping up is very smart here. Ooh,
nice little, I want to say ultimate there comes in. My lobby comes in with the kill on the Tienzi right before this Lord is up, but do they have the map presence they need to be able to take this Lord? I think they realize that they're missing some members on there from Incendio Supremacy. They don't have vision on them, and they're waiting for that split push. They find it in the form of Bilali on the bottom lane, so you're going to see them go in and try to answer. Down goes My Lobby, going to go ahead and try to attack this under the tower. Bilali does get taken out by Mark over here. Rosa does find a kill onto Wicked. Glorious Pathway is out. Rosa taken down by Mark. This might be the turnaround Birthright is looking for. Apex 47 running for the hills as there is only him and Tienzi left on their side for this fight.
I mean, this is very hard for the side of Incendio in a way where they have the teleports that are coming in, they have the map presence, but they're just not getting, the winning team fight. And it's set up by Mark here. And this is a first pick Badong that I kind of wasn't really sure about in the beginning of the draft, but it's definitely coming out to play. They're able to get the pick off onto TNZ, which prolongs kind of the Incendio lead. It had a 6K gold lead before that last skirmish, and now it's literally cut down in half. Birthright's coming out ahead with a little bit of a strategy, a little bit of frontline set. They're putting the Badong next to this Bruno. I think it's quite smart. The Badong has the ability to kind of push away and stun up and peel. However, now Incendio decides to group up. It's going to be a clean objective here, potentially looking for more.
Oh, and they come in with a diversion, looking for the 5-man set. They don't find it. Actually might have worked against them. Apex getting bursted down here. My Lobby with the kill there as well. A big orbital blast comes out there. Does do some damage, but not enough to take down Alien. Man, we're talking about greedy. I want to say that's diversion coming out from Rosa. They're like, all right, we just finished the Lord. Let's engage the fight, and Incendio Supremacy were waiting and ready for it.
Well, for me, when I was playing, it was hard to win games and close out with 2 ultimates like the Louis and the Chip. It was just a little bit harder because the enemy team can just group up and sit in their base. Where are you going to teleport when the enemy is 5-man in their base, right? So I think Incendio Premises is kind of looking at this problem right here, but they're looking to end it out here.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try with this engagement. Lord at their heels right now. They're trying to back up. Alien does find a kill on the Levi on the backside. MyLobby is going to be able to dodge into the back. TNZ is down. Apex 47 finds a kill onto MyLobby. Alien and Bilali running back for the hills. They're not going to be able to continue this push just yet. But on your words about this problem that they see where they're forcing these diversions into some of these fights, I'm not even sure. I think they're trying to tackle a non-problem. They're trying to end it early when you do some plays like that, when all they need to do is just calmly take the Lord, continue pushing. You don't need to utilize these diversions right now. When you're in this firm of elite, well, I was going to say firm of elite, it's 1K right now for Incendio Supremacy, so they're quickly starting to lose out on this. The only thing is, Birthright needs to be able to find an opportunity with some of these kills that they're finding, with some of these failed pushes from Incendio Supremacy. We can't do this well and then at some point become lackadaisical when the Lord comes up, because now you're just basically ticking the time away as the enemy continually gets the Lord, continually pushes. Maybe they fail a push, but eventually it's gonna be successful.
Yeah, and the side of Birthrights, I think they have something going on, right? They're able to win and push back some of these opportunities and team fights. They're willing to play it out slow. However, they've lost enough early game where there's just not much tower, not much insurance. Versus Incendio, they could lose 1 or 2 members. They could even potentially lose the Lord, but they have towers, right? The mid towers, both are still available. The sides are also available. So the side of Incendio, they have a lot more to kind of play around. And if they do it correctly, which, these are both high tier teams, they should be able to kind of macro their way into the success here. And Birthrights, I feel like there's a little bit of a small jittering, right? Like they're a little bit unsure of how they could kind of get the winning strategy. Is it the death ball strategy that they have to kind of deal with? Because there's still going to be a lot of split push. Maybe Chip is going to come back from the backside. Maybe Rose is going to teleport the Moskov and go for a backdoor. There's so much openings and so much play potential that Incendio has. And I think Birthright only has one option: to group up and make sure they win the team fights at that position, because they just cannot deal with the split push. They cannot send one into another place.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem right now is they've got this plan that everything needs to go perfectly right for them, especially even with this great front line that they have. You've got some great heroes that can just get behind them. The Hayabusa, even the Spear of Vengeance can at some point get behind them as well. So the front, which negates your entire front line. So all the stars need to align for Birthright. They need to have all their guys grouped. They can't have that split push potential. They need to be able to catch somebody first before they go in with this initiation, and they need to know where everybody is on the map. Where on the side of Incendio Supremacy, it's basically the team fights are on our side. We just need to be a little bit more patient. Just need to make sure that we're not rushing in. We're not wasting or squandering some of these opportunities that we have when we get some of these pushes. And I want to say, most of all, we need to respect their I want to say the ganking potential that they have on the side of Birthright.
Yeah. That's Birthright's got one wicked marksman though, right? That the side of Incendio have to really respect. It's a 5-2 Bruno, and you already saw the damage coming out. It's getting a little bit unbearable. It's almost to the point where any of the squishy members are getting 4 or 5 hits. You can already see the Hylos hurting while Wicked is just stacking on top of them, right? Birthrights, they have a death ball. It's a one strategy win condition is to group up and push it down and siege together. Incendio, yes, they have a lot of different ways, but each of these ways has to also be played out correctly. There's not much of a brute force strategy. They kind of have to play the cat and mouse. The mouse shows up on the bot lane. Birthrights have to go and get that fetch. and then they have to get a little bit of advantage on the other side. Pull Birthright apart. That's the name of the game here. We're going back into the match here. It is 17 minutes, 16 to 12. Incendio with the upper hand. The Lord is spawning. But can Birthrights group up as a death ball and get the stop to it?
Yeah, and I'm wondering here, I'm expecting, I kind of, with what I've been seeing from Incendio Supremacy, the safe play is to just go for the Lord, get it down, and then protect your Hayabusa there. Are we going to go ahead and try to get this Lord and try to make something else happen? Oh, you see Bedang over there looking for an opportunity. Does get pushed out by Bilali there. The rest of the team actually goes on him. The Glorious Pathway is out as well. Wicked putting some damage on, is going to have to dash himself to safety. Danny, I didn't think that was going to come out there just yet too as well. This looks like it's going to be another Lord for the side of Incendio Supremacy. There's not much that's going to be able to stop them right now. And I'm wondering if Birthright has enough to be able to stop this next push. Sans any mistakes from Incendio Supremacy, this might be the close of game.
Yeah, you know, the side of Incendio, however, they just have a lot of mobility in their drafts still. Right, so in terms of having big 5 versus 5 team fights, it's not in their advantage, and especially with this Lord coming down, there's a potential that Birthright is able to defend against it. Right, and if Birthright it may smell a lot of trouble, but again, side of Incendio have a lot of mobility. They have potential to look for a blitz. You can see that Moskov in a position to kind of go onto the backside, potentially hit the objective here, but the Lord coming in. And a pause right before
the calm before the storm as the Lord reaches the gates. Both teams looking here, and I'm saying if Birthright finds an opportunity here, they go already onto the back line, onto Bilali. My lobby is going to go ahead, try to zone out that back line a little bit while his team tries to protect their core against the Lord. Apex 47 is down. Now trying to take out that shield. Tienzi finds a kill finally onto My Lobby on the back end, but My Lobby did his job, distracting Incendio Supremacy long enough for Birthright to take down the Lord and put this into possibly a successful defense. Rosa in a little bit of trouble here as Levi has the Winter Crown. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Down goes Rosa and Tienzi. Are they going to be able to push back from this? Birthright on the chase right now. Alien trying to protect. Down goes Bilali. There's only one more left for Incendio Supremacy as a Birthright take charge now with the one player in the background. Levi right now is going to go ahead and start cleaning up these lanes, trying to protect his core, while the rest of his team's going to try to push onto some of these towers. I don't think they have enough time just yet to be able to...
Oh my god, the base!
Oh my god, they're going to lose this to the minions if they're not careful.
I mean, great team fight coming out for Birthrights. They're looking for a little bit more though. Mark here might be a great target for the side of Incendio to look for. The fish rat does come out, trying to peel him back. Wicked dealing tons of damage here, and a shine of hope from the side of Birthrights. They're able to kind of spear through and penetrate what Incendio has set up. It started with My Lobby coming out. Oh no, Apex coming out, more action here.
Yeah, we do have the portals out there as well. It looks like My Lobby's going to try to get himself out of harm's way, and the shadow kill is enough to take him down as they try to take on this orange buff. Alien coming in on the front line from the back with the diversion. Danny finds a kill onto 2 members, 3 members. That is a triple kill. Is that going to be enough? Birthright looking for the opportunity of a lifetime. Danny steps up to the plate while Wicked on the front line here looking, and a pause is on. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna lie. All right.
Now we're just playing games with a pause here. But you know, I thought that was it. My Lobby was able to kind of push away the Moskov in the team fight earlier, but now My Lobby gets taken off. But the reverse sweep, Incendio sends 3 members, 3 of the squishy members onto the bot side and gets cleaved by Danny here. Wicked coming out, trying to push into their base. They may just be able to get it here.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Someone's got to get that finger off the trigger there.
Yeah. Now we're just trying to ice the kicker, so to speak, here to try to or perhaps halt the momentum of Birthright right now, who now has a firm control onto this Lord. You see a little bit of an angle there coming from Apex 47, and we do have TNZ, and they do back off of this. They're going to have pressures. Oh, the problem with some of these fights right now, with coming back at this late of a stage, is you have no high ground towers. So there is a limit to how long Birthright can stay in these fights before they have minions knocking at their core, which they almost already firmly lost because of the minion pressure that was there. So they had to turn around, they had to answer that, and now they're going to look for another angle here, possibly.
Yeah, and, you know, Incendio, of course, playing that cat and mouse game, giving that split push to the Moskov. And if the Moskov gets onto the base, it's over, right? If the chip gets onto the base and there's only one member defending, the chip can use the ultimate and all the team members are going to go there. So Incendio, they have a lot to play with. However, Birthright has shown a lot of success with that death ball strategy. Of course, starting with Mark getting a pick off, it's kind of how they get their groove going here, and you know it's given them quite a bit of advantage, especially when Mark is able to get onto the correct target, get on top of TNZ, get on top of Rosa, stop them in their track, and it's a lot of a headache that the side of Incendio has to deal with. Lord, 50%, are they going to be able to complete it?
Yeah, I mean, unless something spectacular happens from Birthright, I want to say most of their great fights, most of their advantages have come from countering the pushes from Incendio Supremacy. And if you're a betting man, you'd want to kind of lean on that type of, ooh, he actually tries to go in for TNZ, who baits him in with that quad shadow. But looking at the damage coming out onto my lobby, does have that immortality still out there. So here, Incendio Supremacy need to have a plan. You can't just kind of face rush into this core, because in the last 3 attempts, Birthright has been able to very viciously turn this around stronger and stronger each time. So we're gonna need to have a plan. Lock on to somebody, take them down, watch out for that engagement. Oh, my lobby onto the back line. Immortality has been proc. Rest of the team focusing onto the Lord. Now, that might have actually been a mistake on Birthright's part, executing that a little too quickly. Rosa finds a kill onto Wicked. That is a big amount of damage that is down for the side of Birthright as they continue to try to defend their base. Levi in here, TNZ almost taken down. Apex 47 finds a kill, and this is going to be first game going to Incendio Supremacy.
Okay, Private. A little shaky for the Incendio fans here. I expected Incendio to come out fiery. And this match, although won, was not the match that I was expecting, right? Incendio comes out with, you know, I would say, especially in the first phase, a great opening. They take their magic damage dealers, something like the Hylos and the Louis, great early game, pair it up with the Hayabusa. You saw throughout the whole entire game the impact, faster rotations, the blitz coming out. It was a lot for the side of Birthright to deal with. However, Birthright, even with how I feel like a disadvantage in their very first phases, pulled out quite a good counterattack. And especially it just came off from Wicked and especially my lobby getting onto the correct targets, setting them up for success. I feel like this series might be like quite even here.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I mean, the big thing about Birthright is their late game potential. You can never count them out. A lot of their games have been won and turned around in that super late game here. We saw them put up the fight here, but like we were talking about, eventually, if you give them enough opportunities, they're going to be able to find the answer here. And unfortunately, for the side of Birthright, Incendio Supremacy is showing that what we were talking about earlier, that consistently being able to find themselves in a position to be able to get the Lord, consistently getting these objectives. And as much as the turnaround potential is there for Birthright, you can't always depend on that because you're just continually giving opportunity after opportunity to the enemy team here.
Yeah, and I really feel like the first pick, Badong, kind of was that impact dealer, especially when it came down to some of these picks late game, right? The side of Incendio, they got it good early. They're able to take care of all the real estate, all the objectives here. And then some of that like double-edged sword teleports that just wasn't the best decisions coming out from Rosa. Yes, you know, sometimes Rosa is going to get a great pick. Sometimes it's going to be the correct one. However, there was plenty of times where it felt like the side of Incendio almost threw that game completely. And look at that, right here. Just so much burst damage coming out from that Veil. It's not a pick that we see quite often here. But however, Incendio coming out with the win. Alien 3, 1, and 10. 60% kill participation just shows, you know, the side of Incendio is quite, you know, stretched out overall in terms of their 5 versus 5 team fights. They're looking more for some of the pick-offs that happen in individual lanes.
I mean, I like this pick, especially when it comes to trying to match up against the Lucas in the lane. It did a great job kind of staying in that front line, keeping the healing up, and being able to turn around a lot of some of these engagement potential coming from Birthright. It's so interesting. I kind of want to talk more about this, the portals and the diversions that came out. They didn't, in the late game, they didn't seem to have that big of an effect. There were some times where they were able to kind of find, it felt more, dare I say, gimmicky than anything. They did find some kills, but I feel like the actual game was one based on how well that they had these engagements that didn't even involve any of those portals kind of coming out there, baiting out my lobby into the back line. And I want to say that mistake almost was on the side of Birthright, as my lobby went back a little too fast, got killed a little too fast before his team was even able to put any damage onto it. So this diversion that they thought that they had ended up turning into just basically a free kill that mounted into that final push for the side of Incendio. But man, when it comes to the early game, when it comes to being able to have that tankiness and being able to kind of hold these objectives, I'm surprised Incendio was actually able to do so much onto these objectives against Birthright and really kind of push them out, zone them out. I'm not even sure if they got a single objective out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up 2 points. One is kind of the divergent, the teleports from the mobility of Incendio, right? And, you know, having the Louis and also the chip, either or it's kind of like an invisible pressure where Birthrights have to play differently. They cannot send solo pushes without knowing where the enemy is, because they could just come out and gank from a bush, right? And this makes Birthrights just a little bit more just they have to play a little bit more defensively. They cannot just send people out. And then also with the objectives, it feels like they will have the number advantages in most of the situation. So when it comes down to objectives, towers, sieges, and even these blitz fights, Lu Yi is gonna be a headache that any enemy teams have to deal with. And then you also talked about how the side of Birthrights, I forgot the second point that I was gonna make, but you brought up something interesting that I was actually gonna tackle here. But the detailed team statistics coming out, Incendio with a 64% win rate. That's huge in terms of the professional. And again, you can see the front to back composition. They really set up their Hylos, their Gatots, their flex picks early on. If it's not Hylos, it's a Gatot. You just know it. They're gonna pick that up in the very first phase. They love the assassins. Hayabusa has been a lot of success. And with the Badong being such an impact play in the very first series, expect it to be taken out for the second.
Where do you think this draft from Birthright, what could we have changed to potentially actually compete against what we saw from the side of Incendio Supremacy? Where do you think the changes were? I know you had some qualms about those first 3 physical damage picks from them.
I would definitely look to find a mage early on. That's number 1, right? Although there was not really mages that were getting taken away for the side of Birthrights, they traditionally like to go for something like a Valentina, and then it kind of goes. You mentioned the Vexana earlier, right? And it's definitely something that they could use. But here shows the detailed statistics for the side of Birthrights. To answer your question, it seems like they're quite happy with the Hayabusa pick. So maybe going for that early, denying that pick, denying that option away from Tianzi could be a start. Right? Trying to pick up some of these mages, especially the Eve or the Zushin. Because just know that the side of Incendio, they're going to have to change up the bans here. I think in game number 1, it didn't go the way that they expected it, and they have to kind of take away this Badon because I feel like the impact's just a little bit too much. It's going to open something up for Birthrights, and I feel like they have to go for one of these picks, right? The Hayabusa, the Eve, or the Zushin possibly, or maybe even take up the Harith or the Phoveus that gets banned out.
It's just, it's super interesting. I do want to say though, when it comes to like draft, when it comes to strategizing, Birthright has been known. We talked a little bit about this before. Birthright, they can sometimes struggle in the beginning. It takes them a little bit to kind of, I've said that it kind of feels like that first one is usually just like a softball throw. That first draft is kind of like, what are you guys going to pick? What are you guys going to throw out there? And then they adjust and then they become this like successful team, this draft that kind of covers the early game. All these little holes that we see in the first game usually get covered up as we move into the second game. But you're against a team like Incendio Supremacy, where we've talked about it, like consistency is a big thing for them. They don't just kind of get like toppled. They don't get surprised very easily. So Birthright's going to have to be very focused on what they're going to be doing here, and we can't allow this. I'm a huge fan of Birthright and their playstyle and what they do. However, I feel like it's a problem if we're always looking for the counter punch. Because if we're looking for the counter punch, then that means we're always assuming we're going to get hit first.
Yeah, and this is the head-to-head player count screen. Rosa versus Danny. Rosa, someone we've seen dominate in the mid lane. I know a lot of mage players that, just really enjoy watching Rosa and his style of play here. His most pick is a dangerous Eve and a Farsa. Shows that like range type of casting, right? They want to stand in the very far back in a good position, and they want to get the most damage out of their high cooldown ultimates. Versus Danny here, a little bit more CC. With the Valentina, it gives them a little bit more of a mobility. It kind of shows that the side of Birthrights typically have a lot more focus on taking away a lot of the meta mage picks. So Birthright can go for something like the Valentina and Vexana without getting punished. However, in Incendio, they're always looking to open up picks for either Rosa or for Tianzi or for anyone on their team to get a good comfortable draft in.
It's interesting. When I look at that type, those favorite picks coming from both of those mages, it tells me a different type of story about these two. You have the Varja and the Eve on the other side, which means you've got, like you said, the distance. But that tells me that it's because he trusts Incendio and the control that they have during these battles, that they're going to be able to keep the enemy at a distance so that they can lay down these ultimates without fear of them the enemy being able to get to the back line. When you look at something like a Valentina, like a Vexana, mages that excel when you're close into them, it almost feels like Birthright is expecting that very wild, chaotic type of play style where enemies are all over the place. They're going to have to dash to get themselves out of harm's way, which is a little bit more of a fluid type of play style that it's differentiating here from Incendio.
Yeah, and you could also mention that Incendio also loves like the Hylos Gatot front line, which sets holds the members down for these long-range casters to have the ability to play around. Versus Birthrights, they go for a little bit more of a fighter roam. They like the Guinevere. They like the Badong pick, and also the Tigreal gets picked up quite often. It is still kind of like that lockdown opportunity, but it feels like they like to brawl a little bit more. Both members, both the roam and the mage, play in a role of like that front line where they just come in and out at the same time and get a little cha-cha dance. You brought up a point earlier how the Lucas kept dying. And that was the point that I kind of forgot. Lucas was in that, front line, and sometimes it almost became a free kill for the side of Incendio. However, there was one of the defense that Lucas was able to get onto the Moskov, completely pushing him away from the Lord, letting Birthrights able to clear that objective with no problem. And I think that's one of the strengths of Birthrights is they are able to send this XP with confidence into almost like a 3-4-5 man Incendio, able to get onto the right target and finish his job. It's a double-edged sword, but it's something that I've seen Birthrights actually have a lot of success with.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying is that, and he's had success. Once the Lord crashes in, once Incendio Supremacy begins to engage Birthright, that's when it's the prime opportunity for Lucas to get to that back line, try to hit onto one of those squishies, because the rest of the team is going to be busy trying the engagement that they just started. However, that last fight, Lucas, or I want to say Alien, or not Alien, sorry. That was My Lobby. He kind of he pulled that trigger just a little bit too early. Incendio Supremacy hadn't engaged yet, so as soon as he launched onto the back line, the whole of Incendio Supremacy just turned around on him and beat him to a pulp before they even engaged with the Lord. So it's one of those little things that you have to be very careful about when you do it, because you want to make sure that the enemy already has something that they're doing, that they're already engaged with something, so they can't all just turn around on you.
Yeah, and Incendio coming out with I would say a little bit more of a standard ban. This is something that they do extremely often. Phovius and Matilda being taken out, they want to open up specific picks, right? They want a good matchup for Rosa, and Rosa can really pick up any of the mages that they're looking for. They have the opportunity for that Hylos or Gatot after the very first blind pick, but they do take out the Badong. Yeah, this is standard coming out from Incendio. They've banned these 3 picks over and over and over in SPS. Birthrights here have the opportunity to pick and deny. If they don't take out the Eve's gonna get picked up. The Louis is also there. The Hayabusa, which did so well in game number 1 with that 5-0 and 5 lead, is also available here. Maybe it's not about what Birthright bans out. It's about what they counter pick Incendio's opening, right? I mentioned a lot of great picks, and maybe taking one away from them could be the strategy.
It's been very interesting to me, where I kind of feel almost like the favor kind of goes to the red side, even though they don't have the prio pick. They have the prio counter. So whatever is picked up by the first team, they're able to kind of answer back with something here. Herritt's still out there as well.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He says, oh, no.
Oh, no. This is the 100% pick or ban Granger in every region across every land of Dawn. And when it gets picked up, it's quite convincing that this is the best gold lane hero. This is the best hero currently. Zushin also is in that category, banned out here by the side of Birthrights. You said Harith. Harith is great against the Granger, has the mobility, but it's still the Granger, Private. It's hard, bro.
Well, I mean, Granger, he's one of, I want to say like Granger is a pick that's near and dear to my heart. It's one of the first picks I ever came into Mobile Legends with because it reminded me of somebody else that I used to play. And to see him back in the meta, especially right now, like everybody's trying to jump onto the Granger train before the nerf comes down. That's because that's how strong he is. Everybody's expecting him to get grounded again with just how well he steamrolls into that early game. And as we talk about early game, we've got a Joy coming out as well. So that's gonna, man, it. I don't know what we're gonna pair up.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way they go here without the Harith pickup to try to counter out that the Granger out there. And I'm expecting possibly a little bit more CC possibly coming out from Incendio Supremacy, something that's probably going to end up holding down that Harith as we reach that mid and late game. So he's not going to be able to kind of zoom all over the place once he lays down that Zaman Force.
I'm happy, Private. Suyo, Joy, especially with the high booster being taken out, are the two priorities, that's for sure. My lobby denying the Hylos away from Incendio is a great opening, and picking up this Harith, I was, a little bit scared if Birthright was deciding gonna play that, we're not gonna take the Harith, we're not gonna take the Rithel, you may ban out one of them and we're gonna take another game, but they decide to just take it away so they don't have to worry about that marksman's being banned out here. Now, Birthrights, I do think they need to take out the Gato Koch. It's something Incendio has played over and over and had a lot of success, and they understand the Gato Koch and the Hylos matchup. They take that away. I'm extremely happy with how Birthright set this up. Both teams have a lot of physical, have a lot of magic, a lot of leeway to go on to different opportunities. They have both magic and physical cores. So in terms of the XP and whatever the teams are lacking, they have a lot to choose from without being denied away from some of the damage.
Well, and then it kind of leaves open, what do we go into XP lane to try to counter out this Joy? Because we don't really have anything just yet that can kind of lock her down. We just banned out Gatakacha, which could have put on that taunt. Possibly the Belric in the XP lane. Mincithar, maybe? I mean, we haven't seen Mincithar in a long time. I'm just throwing out their options for the blind Joy pick there.
Oh.
Bad. Tigreal, we haven't seen him in a while, but I mean, especially if you're kind of covering, you know that she's going to want to try to get into that turtle pit. So if you're locking down everybody in there with a nice, well-set implosion there in the turtle pit, you potentially have the lockdown issue put in hand.
You were kind of saying like, what are we going to pick in the XP, and Birthright decides to flex it, and I think that's big brain here. The Tigreal provides CC to lock down the Joy. And you also got that Hylos, which provides that, one-tap CC that could stop Joy. Now, what I want to see from Incendio is the Chow pick. Great against the Hylos, great against the Tig, but it is high risk, and a lot of teams don't have that much success with. I think Incendio is definitely thinking onto that. It's a Chow, maybe even the Hilda. Hilda got nerfed in the last patch. I don't know what nerf it was, but it wasn't that significant. We didn't really see it in game one. I'm excited to see if it's going to be good enough to lane against the Hylos. I think it's going to do quite well here. Birthrights with the last pick, looking for a mage pickup. Private, what's the option? Probably the Valentina, I think.
Yeah, when it comes, it's kind of rough, like you said, because it all depends. How good is this Cho? Because a lot of whatever you throw out there, you're gonna have to be able, there's got to be some type of appeal. We do have Tigreal out there, we still have the Hylos as well. When it comes to CC, there's a lot of mobility on their team as well. So you're talking about Granger, you're not really going to be able to catch. The Joy, you're not going to be able to catch there as well. They do go with the Aurora. So it almost seems like we're going to be expecting the engagement coming from Incendio Supremacy, because that's not something that you run out with the Aurora and then try to surprise them with. It's something that you're going to counter the engagement with that Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen before from Danny. Game number 3, Birthrights versus Supermassive Papara. They did get the win on the Aurora. So again, Birthright, for me, when I look at their draft and when I study it, It feels like they're very comfortable in their region to have deep hero pools everywhere. It could be in the XP, and especially in the mage, they typically pick a little bit later on. That's why you see some favorite picks like, you know, the Valentina, which is a counter pick type of hero, and also the Vexana. But game number 2, Incendio Supremacy up 1-0 against Birthright here. A great game number 1. I'm expecting quite a bloodbath in game number 2 as well.
I'm not gonna lie, and it's gonna sound very odd to say, but game 2 is usually the most dangerous you're gonna meet a Birthright team, because they usually have some issues with that first game, and in game 2 usually it's this, like, it's almost like a completely different team. Their rotations will be up, their synergy will be great. We'll see if they can, if they're gonna make liars out of me here. I do like this draft a little bit better than the last. My only concern here is the big ones we were talking about, Cho and the Joy. Are we going to be able to stop them, to shut them down, or are they just going to be running amok on us? Oh, pushed into the tower.
I mean, I would expect the side of Incendio to have a great early game. You could take a look at the clear. Apex and Rosa definitely showing that they're the ones that are dominating this mid lane early on. If you take a look at some of the rotations coming out from the XP, the Hilda is going to have a great time lane clearing and rotating around, versus the Hylos is going to be a little bit more stationary. So yeah, a lot of trouble already early on for the side of Birthrights. TNZ gets that first blood, taking Levi off the map.
Yeah, and just that combination between Apex and a TNZ going to be able to do enough damage to already stall the jungler. I do want to say, though, Birthright has really kind of shown that they don't need the jungler isn't this like make or break part of their team. The jungler can take a lot of hits. The jungler can take a lot of deaths, and they are able to kind of adjust to it, to where Wicked can kind of start coming off. Danny can start coming online as well, and so really pick up, I want to say pick up the game there. But I wish there were points where we didn't really have to depend on that, especially against a team like Incendio Supremacy, who aren't going to allow a lot of opportunities like that.
Yeah, and I think Incendio Supremacy is also quite happy with how things are going. Again, they got winning matchup across the board, and I don't know. I think it's going to be a little bit tough, right? When you look at the jungle, it's an advantage. When you look at the gold, Granger versus Hereth, it's an advantage. And look at this sneaky play, it's an advantage too.
Yeah, they do get the way of the dragon. A lock on to Wicked, who is trying to return to his lane. These are those diversions that I was wanting to see from game 1. As soon as you have the diversion, as soon as you have level 4, start making use of it. And this time, they're doing a great job of being able to kind of cut off some of the escapes here from Birthright. And this is a very heavy-handed, big implosion coming out. Mark looking for the pop-up. Does get the kill onto Apex 47. Rosa raining damage down with some of that suppressive fire, and is not able to answer back to Birthright, who finally get on the board with a kill.
Yeah, a lot of resources being used by the side of Birthrights, and a lot of counter-engage moments for the side of Incendio here, right? And, you know, for me, every lane that Incendio has, they're quite happy with. Every opportunity, expect them to have winning fights, unless Birthright is going to expend a lot of resources. For example, a flicker Tig ult or a flicker Aurora is going to be what's necessary for them to even find a pick. Because look at the aggressiveness here.
Yeah, Apex 47 a little bit of trouble there. Ooh, we do have the passive coming out for Danny. He's going to have to try to find the safety of the tower there, but the damage has been done. They're already forcing Birthright out of their own jungle. Levi just wants a little orange buff here, and he's not going to be able to get it. TNZ goes ahead, captures that one from him. We're already seeing a 2K gold lead at the 4-minute mark. Alien getting some information from Birthright here at the purple buff. And man, it seems like right now all of these lanes are having some issues here, and in goes the Freya. Alien just goes in there, and nobody really punishes them for it. And I guess that just kind of comes with the Freya. Oh, Rosa from the side with a diversion in there. Might have some damage onto my lobby. Looking for an angle here, and this is just kind of telling the story right now. This draft right now, Birthright they cannot do anything to offset. Incendio Supremacy want to be in their jungle. Birthright just they're trying, but they're not at a point yet in this game, in these power spikes, to be able to combat it.
Yeah, and you know, off-screen Sunshine does take out Wicked on that Granger here. And as much as I like how Birthright has drafted, the Cho and the Hilda picks from that second phase is just too much to deal with.
Oh, Way of the Dragon catches Wicked as he lays down the Zaman Force. That's going to be the quick and easy way to stop that every time. And another kill with a diversion catches Danny. I think they were almost lulled into a false sense of security in that first game when Rosa wasn't doing as much with those diversions. MyLobby in trouble here, lays down the glorious pathway, is going to be able to find himself an escape, but I think this is going to cost him his tier 1 tower.
It's a well done from the side of Incendio's draft here. I really feel like every lane is countered. The Joy Suyo matchup advantage, you know, to Joy, we've seen this quite often here. The Hilda, you already saw the impact on the rotation early on, has the faster lane clear, and is able to kind of do just a little bit more than the Hylos. And look, they're just going for more and more.
Yeah, another version comes out there. Danny in trouble. Bilali finds a kill onto Mark as well. That is a 9-2 game. Off-screen, Levi is able to find himself a kill. MyLobby throws down the glorious pathway, and Rosa's right there to go ahead and stop and step him back. And here, more CC coming on there from the side. Wicked comes in there trying to put some dashes on to Apex. Is it going to be enough? Some damage comes out. Apex tanking it through, is not able to get the final hit for the kill. Apex 47 lives to fight another day.
This is a one-sided story for the side of Incendio. We saw it in game number 1, how the explosiveness opening that Incendio has set themselves up with, right? Getting early pickoffs, finding good rotations, and making sure that they have good matchups in their lane. And this time around, it's still quite convincing. 7K, 7 minutes in. This is pretty much at that like worst case scenario moments here. Looking to siege onto the mid side.
Yeah, great angle there coming from the back. Bilali finds the kill on to Mark. Apex 47 from the back line was able to find the Way of the Dragon. Danny does find a kill and is able to answer back, but it does look like this push onto this mid tower might be bringing it down. TNZ finds a kill on to the turtle. MyLobby in trouble, gets caught trying to rotate. TNZ with the kill, bringing them to an 11-3 dominance so far.
Yeah, I did mention how, you know, side of Birthright should pick up some... Oh, but a flicker coming out from Rosa. A lot of damage coming out from Mark here. They do get the flicker implosion. 2-man set coming out from the side of Birthright. This is exactly what they're looking for, Private, but is it enough here?
I want to say that was a misstep there from Rosa. Found themselves a diversion up at the top. Was not in range of Birthright, so he flickers in to try to get some damage off, and that takes away his only escape. They turn it around on him. That's 4 players onto your Lu Yi there. A little bit of a misstep there, but still a 6K gold lead for the side of Incendio Supremacy. They really, I mean, they do still have some life. They do still have some options when it comes to the late game, but it feels like Incendio Supremacy is doing what they did in the first game, but just harder. So it's going to be even harder for Birthright to be able to come back from it. Apex 47 dodging and weaving there, comes in, finds a little bit of a pop-up onto Mark. Minions now at the tower as Alien just running through it.
Yeah, that's annoying, right? You got the Hilda coming out, just running forward at you. And then if you try to even engage with someone with a melee range, Apex is going to be the one that punishes you with that kick. So Birthright's caught in a little bit of a scramble here, not really knowing what they can do against the range, the damage, the pickoffs. Incendio is just very convincing with their sieges here. They're still playing quite disciplined. They're not overly aggressive, looking for fights. They're just showing up in front of your doorsteps and just making your life hard, right? The Granger, there's no response to it. 7-0-2. Birthright's here looking for defense though.
Oh, we do have a Way of the Dragon that goes on there. Blolly does find a kill on to Mark. Out comes the Frigid Glacier, but all Incendio Supremacy gets caught on the outside angles of these turrets. And the problem here is, I want to say Birthright, their composition looks like it might do well when it comes to some of these team fights, but they're never going to be able to see like an organized team fight when they're this far behind. Now they're looking for a pickoff to set up a team fight, which is going to be very hard because I'm not even sure who you are looking for. You don't really have that type of damage coming out from this side. It's a ton of CC and setting potential for your team, but no one to really get that. Oh, we have another diversion coming out there. They do see it. All 4 members are going to find a kill onto Levi.
Yeah, we're not gonna see Rose on this Louis, I think, for the rest of the series. I think that's one thing that, you know, that little check mark that Danny kind of shot up in that emote. The Louis is just a little bit annoying, right? 1, and 11 had a good laning phase, and it's just continuing to snowball opportunities after opportunities here. This is a one-sided match. I think in terms of the draft, it was quite one-sided. I liked Birthright's response, but it seems like Incendio, it was playing in Incendio's cards. It was like Incendio wanted Birthright to have these picks. Every member matched up in a winning lane against what Birthright has set themselves up with. And it all started with that first pick, Ranger. And opening a blind pick, that was just a little bit too much.
Oh, from the side there, they're going to come around to the back. Do find a kick on to Mark. My Lobby coming in, trying to look for some type of protection underneath the tower. Incendio Supremacy still continuing on with the fight. Find another kill onto Wicked. That's a double kill for Sunshine. Tower lock is on. Are they going to be Levi looking to try to stop this? He is not going to be able to. And this looks like the end of game 2. A very dominating one for the side of Incendio Supremacy. They go ahead, lock on to the core, and Birthright are going to need to have a plan as they are on the ropes.
Plan for this series, Private, or we're talking about the one after this? Because
they're gonna need a plan for this next game, or this.
They need both. They need both. They need one in the short term to be able to deal with the aggressiveness coming out from Incendio. The game plans have not worked. Game 1 looked decent in terms of how long the game went, but if you actually took a look at some of the early games, some of the rotations, some of these small skirmishes that happened pre 7 minutes, it wasn't looking that good. Incendio just has the pedal to the metal, coming out here with a convincing win once again. 19-6 overall score. 11-minute short game, one of the shortest games that we've had so far. Opening up with Sunshine at a 14-0-3. You heard me gasping for air when I saw this Granger being slotted in, and it's exactly right here.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to dominance, no towers taken by Birthright, no objectives taken. That was all Incendio Supremacy. And this, I want to say, is it hints. It has the smell of that international play style, whereas I want to say it's been a big time critique. The stink, the stench, the aroma of international play style, where I want to say a lot of teams, the difference that you get is a lot of teams that haven't gone to that international stage, they lean into that late game, and they just because they're assured they're going to reach it. Once you get to the internationals and you face teams that go right from the opening minute, they're all in your face. They're trying to, right from the beginning, they have a plan, and they're ready to take it to you. You realize that you can't lean on to these late games. You can't always hope for that power spikes or to be able to counter something that the enemy throws at you as they're taking your towers, as they're taking all the objectives. You need to be able to have some assurance in that early game. And I feel like right here, Birthright is getting a first-hand and first-class view of why.
Yeah, and you know, I think Birthright's, in terms of their draft, they have something going on. It was just that the side of Incendio had a much more better draft. It wasn't like Birthright was unable to find any good pickoffs, right? You notice every time that Birthright was able to get some sort of advantage, it was off of a flicker implosion. That means if they're able to use this this combination in the correct manner, they're able to win these team fights, but it's a very long CD. And the side of Incendio just set up perfectly with that Chow and that Hilda last 2 picks. It just guaranteed their winning matchup, and you can see it just snowballed into a dominating performance. It was convincing. There was no problem with ending the game. It was just one-sided from the start to the end here. The MVP coming out for Sunshine for Incendio Supremacy, 14-0-3. We talked about it. 1,000 GPM, 90% kill participation. This is that Granger first pick that any international stage do not let go for good reasons.
I'm not even sure. Like, he did great and he was allowed to do great, but I feel like also we have to talk about Rosa. That the Lu Yi, right from the moment they got that level 4, the diversion came out. As soon as they got that first objective, diversion to cut off Harith's escape, immediately offsets the lane where he's supposed to be dominant. Now he's taken a death. Now the Granger's starting to build up on it, and we no longer even have any lanes in our favor. And then it felt like on cooldown. As soon as the diversion was up, the team was ready. They had a plan. They were going to surprise them in another angle. Much more active use of that diversion here than we saw from the first game. I almost feel like the first game kind of lulled Birthright into a false sense of security. Like, all right, they use Lu Yi, but they're not that good on Lu Yi. And then this game, they're just like, all right, we're just gonna show them what we can do with these diversions, because they were all over the map, and that allowed the Granger to really shine as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rosa is that good on Lu Yi. Also 90% kill participation. But a little update on the match that's off stream here. Team Falcom actually is down 1-2 against Papara Supermassive. So Papara actually showing up today. If Papara wins this, they actually move on regardless of their performance any matches after this. So it's a huge step for Papara. It's something that, you know, that can be expected because it is a Turkey region team, right? Papara hasn't had a lot of success. I know in their last SPS, they lost 0-3 against Birthright. They, I think, barely won against S2G. So it was a little bit of a tough series. However, it seems like they're finding success against the MENA powerhouse Team Falcons here.
And we're going to take a look at that heat map for Sunshine here. Probably going to see them zooming all over the place, especially because he was taking advantage of a lot of those diversions coming from the Lu Yi. It's really interesting here. Sunshine, I mean, he's got a lot of history behind his name, behind what he's done, especially on the international stage here. And I feel like we're just giving up. The problem, we're giving up too many good picks. We're giving up too much comfort to the side of Incendio Supremacy. But it feels like there's just so much comfort to be had by that team when it comes to some of these picks. Like, what do you take away from them? Obviously, right now, Lu Yi, top of the docket for me. That needs to be taken away. There's no way that we can give that back to Rosa. Lu Yi by itself, already pretty much an S-tier pickup when it comes to that mid lane and what it provides in hands of like somebody who can use that and has that map awareness, and then the damage that it can come out to for the group.
You know, this is like the headache that you get when you prepare against one of these high level teams and they just decide to open the drafts up and you're like, what can we do, right? You know, you would hope they ban out their own heroes so you have more bans on your side, right? We talked about the Lu Yi, off the board, please. Don't want to see Rosa on that. And then you have to question yourself, do we want Rosa on the Lu Yi or the Zushin or the Eve? Right? That's a tough decision. And then you gotta worry about Sunshine. You give the Harith, you give the Granger. That's double the trouble on both of those heroes, right? Kill leaderboard, Tianzi. See, I haven't even mentioned Tianzi here. Highest by far in terms of the kill. 20 above Sunshine, his own teammates, which is 15 above the one that's afterwards. Tianzi is someone that we also have to be scared of, right? The Fanny, the Hayabusa. What do we take out here? So they have all of their members on the side of Incendio with these powerhouse picks. And then you have to worry about something like Apex, where he is always happy picking up these heavy frontline, light work heroes like the Hylos and the Gato Kacha, where they can deal so much damage just because of their kit. And then you got that XP. Not afraid of picking something like the Hilda that's supposed to not even be in the game, should be illegal, runs around the map, gets fast lane clear. You mentioned there's so much Incendio to worry about on each of their hero pool, deep hero pools, and that's exactly right. That's why they're dominant here. Birthright's have to come up with a strategy. What I do is I say, you don't want to ban? Fine. We're not going to ban either. And you get some good picks, we get some good picks. Everyone's hopefully happy here.
Well, it just depends on where those picks kind of go. If you're gonna play that game, I'm not sure if that's where Birthright's strength is when it comes to kind of like answering the draft right away. It's like, all right, they picked this one. What do we go with? Where can we answer it back with? There's just too much being given up right now. Now they're going to have first pick up as well themselves, so they should be able to get a strong pick. It's just, we've talked about it. You can get that first pick, but it can be immediately countered. Granger picked up in the last game from Incendio. They didn't even, the thing here too is they were even countered when it came up there. The Harith came out on the side of Birthright, but they just had an answer for it right away. And it's their team. It's not even like an actual on paper answer, like this counters this. It was just how quickly they're able to synergize as a team. Like I said, it just feels like when the team is together, when they're fighting as a team, they just feel more crisp than Birthright, who feels like they do well, but they specialize in trying to react to something and being that happenstance, like, all right, this just happened, and then their reflexes kick in. They're able to do well against most teams, but this isn't most teams. This is basically the top of the mountain here in EU MENA and SA and regions here. So they have to bring something better. They have to have that plan right from the get-go.
Yeah, the gatekeepers of this region, right? Like, it's tough to deal with, and I know Birthright has worked quite hard to get all the way up to here, but this is what it takes for you to needing to represent your team here. Leaderboard assists. Woo! Apex 47, my man on the roam again. If we had like a head-to-head or his player statistics, you're gonna see lots of high losses, lots of Gato Kachas. I think these are two of his best picks. And if he has that, ability to play something like the Chow from time to time, he pretty much has secured all fronts here. The whole entire counter triangle. Rosa follows shortly behind, along with Alien. It's just in bleeding Incendio supremacy around these leaderboards.
Yeah, and that just kind of says something, that Incendio supremacy. No matter what kind of leaderboard we're bringing up, they're always at the top. At least two of their players. That one, there was three of their players at the top there. It just shows how good this team is. And they've had a couple falters when it came to getting to this point right now. But I mean, right now they are as crisp as ever. Whatever they did in those last 2 weeks to prepare, I'm not seeing too many weaknesses out of it. They are, I want to say, toward the late game, it does seem to fall apart a bit. Feels like once they do very, very well, they maybe get a little bit too confident. And which is where we've seen Birthright, where they shine, where they're able to kind of come back, they're able to answer. Eventually, Incendio's able to get those victories, but it's just those little crisp things that they need to clean up in the late game that I've seen that, and otherwise from a very spectacular and very strong team. Deep hero pools, the synergy that they have with a lot of these picks-ups goes very well. And then being able to answer different angles, whether it's split pushing, whether it's the objectives, whether it's pushing down mid. They just have a decent amount of answers that Birthright need to come prepared for. And I don't even know what to do here because it feels like Incendio, they just have all these different plans that if Birthright tries to adjust to what they just saw, Incendio is going to be able to come back with something completely different.
Well, I do know that Incendio loves to start their bans off open. I keep mentioning this open bans, open draft strategy from the side of Incendio. Expect the Matilda, Phoveus, Badong bans, right? And I think that's something Birthrights really have to think about. It could be the key to their victory. It could be something that they set themselves up with. But before we set themselves up, I think we're going to go on a small, quick break. We will be right back for Incendio Supremacy versus Birthrights 2-0, guys.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to find out if Birthright has what it takes to answer back to Incendio supremacy without making this a clean sweep and an early night for Incendio. Right now, it's been a rough and rocky road, but we're going to dive right into that drafting phase.
Okay, let's look at some of the openings. Incendio sets up the Matilda, so one open opportunity. Does not want to give the Zushin or the Granger, so the two 100% picker ban heroes definitely, you know, slotted away. Birthrights do set up a 2 mage ban, so 3 of the mages that we talked about for Rosa's strongest picks have all been taken out, so very high priority on that. I think that's a good response. With the Fanny being banned out, it just shows that the Hayabusa is going to be available here. Birthright's coming out with an opening, a very denying the pick away. It's a good flex pick. Birthright has flexed it before, but hasn't found a lot of the success that he's looking for. And Incendio picks up this Harith without a Granger on the map. Last time they picked up the Granger clean and freely. This time they pick up the Harith. And also a winning matchup here. The Cho is a traditional counter against the Hylos. It's a strong opening from the side of Incendio here, Private.
Well, we were just talking off air about this. The big problem right now, Birthright, even at the very least, we need some winning lanes. We need to have these picks that are going to be dominant for our side, because we've already seen that even if we have the dominant lanes, the play style of Incendio Supremacy, the synergy of them is overwhelming. So if we're already starting off the game where we're losing lanes, we're allowing them to invade our jungle, we don't have the prio there, we're going to have some issues. Phoveus picked up on the side of Birthright. I saw you sit back a bit. What's that analytical mind thinking?
You know, 2 front lines already being shown always tells me things like the CC and the carry are strong. CC does well in lane against the Phoveus. However, Incendio has a lot of options, right? They don't have to pick up their XP, and they could go for something like a Hilda, which also does well and shined in game number 2. Now, this Vexana is something we've seen Danny pick up quite often. He always likes to... He's very comfortable in situations like this where the big 3s are banned out. He wants Incendio to play something like the Farsa, the Sicilian, or even the Valentina, and he picks that Vexana up himself. I'm sure he's prepared up against the Farsa that expected Rosa to pick up. However, Rosa goes with something a little bit more risky. We don't really see Rosa on the Sicilian quite often because Incendio does shine a lot in the early game, but I feel like they might be taking a back seat with the Sicilian being picked up so early here.
Well, for me, especially when you're talking about like the comparison between Sicilian and Farsa, I feel like here, especially with a Phoveus on the team, you're not going to be able to stop them from getting to your back line. That's just a matter of fact. That's going to be happening. Here, with the Sicilian, with that Bat's Feast, at least you have survivability with it. You add a Clock of Destiny onto the Sicilian, and it's going to take a little bit more than a very surprising burst from the side of Birthright to be able to take down your mage. On the side of Farja, it'd probably be a little easier. Yeah, you have the wings by wings, but I mean, I feel like all in all, when it comes to mages, or especially something that you want to be at a distance, at least here with Sicilian, you've got a little bit of assurance if they do get to that back line, and then you're able to kite them back. One of the biggest problems with Phoveus is you go in for that demonic force, and either one, you go too far into the back line where your team can't follow, or the enemy team is able to kind of create that separation to where now you've dived in there and none of your team can follow, and you end up getting taken down, as we've seen can sometimes be a problem for my lobby when it comes to is my team ready to engage? Are we all on the same page here for this attack?
Yeah, you said it best yourself. I think if Rosa did pick up the Farsa, it will struggle against the Vexana, and especially with Demonic Force, it's like a one hit and he's just jumped on top of it. That's like free food for the Phoveus, right? So I totally agree with there. Now, Incendio, the weakness that their draft has set themselves up with here is they have 2 magic damage dealers carry in the first phase, which does kind of show that if they do pick up a Hayabusa, it's very late game heavy. The damage is not going to come in until they get a few items, and all 3 of the members require farm. I'm more so expecting a little bit more objective focus. They could go for an alpha, but without the Matilda, it's going to struggle a little bit. They could go for something like the Suyo, which has been opened up. The Lucas, which they have flex into the XP and the jungle position, could also be an option. Does get taken away. I think it's going to be the Hayabusa, but Soyu might be a little bit safer in this in this option here.
Well, the Hayabusa for Birthright or the Hayabusa for Incendio?
Or Incendio.
Okay, I was about to say, because if it's for Birthright, then you've still got the Hilda out there as well, which I do not like Birthright. They've already kind of showed me in the early game they have problems really piecing together or honestly respecting the damage that can come out in the early game. Because they're just, I kind of feels like their tunnel vision has got like a little bit of a distance on it, so where they're only seeing like these events from the mid game to the late game. Suyu out there nailed that pickup, and it's like, what is left there? Still have the alpha out there on the board as well. Joy is an option to potentially, especially getting into the back line. The only problem, you still have the Cho out there as well that can kind of, I believe that it works well against the Joy. The Joy coming out. So we'll see what else we have here. Maybe we're just gonna get surprised and we're gonna pick something outside of the box. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with a double magic setup already in the mid and the roam position, an assassin pick that does physical is quite good. Joy is the natural counter to Suyu. However, the Hayabusa, you know, with the front line that Birthright has set up, does fit well here. Now, with the last pick, and the carry gets picked up here, did receive a buff in the last patch. Private, you're a little bit questioning it, and so am I, but I want to hear what you think about this carry pick.
Well, I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more early to help out in the early. Carry comes online into the late game. And has that great assurance into the late game. Here, we're still looking into that late, to that mid and late game, and without too much assurance. And what is, we're really putting a lot onto this Hylos to protect the Hayabusa to make sure that he's not getting invaded here.
For me, if the carry was set up against, for example, what Birthright has brought up in the very first game, where it was like a Lucas Alpha Hylos, and you know, that's 3 fronts that the carry can kind of shred down. However, carry is a kind of like a short range, slightly mobile hero, and against something like a mobile roamer, where the roamer is not really looking to sustain and tank a lot, right? The Cho, it's a pick off. It's a hiding in the bush. I come out 1, 2, 3 combo and I run away. I'm not tanking a lot of damage. It's going to be a little bit of a trouble. However, Birthrights versus Incendio Supremacy. Game number 3 here. 2-0 advantage. Incendio Supremacy looking to close out this match. Birthright looking to hang on with that sliver hope that they're looking for.
I think what the idea was with the carry is, as you get to that mid, as you get to that late game, the speedy light wield, the true damage will do well against Sunshine on the Harith, and especially because you don't really have any skills that need you to lock onto him. So no matter how far or where he's dashing back, catching 3 people with the Sanguine Claws and damage there already. But yeah, I see the potential. It's just that Harith scales so much faster than carry that you're talking about, I want to say, a pretty late game where Wicked's going to be able to take off. But I mean, Birthright, they've shown that they can shine. They've shown that they can take little opportunities. We're just going to wait for Incendio to see if they make any of these mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, Mark in trouble here, going to get bursted down. Alien picks up the first blood.
You know, it's a little bit expected when I saw Mark in that position, just because the side of Incendio understands what a Hylos looks like, and they're able to get the pick off onto him, gets the stun, and the wombo combination coming out from the Sicilian. An early game Sicilian is not supposed to do so much damage, but when you're hitting that second spell over and over and displacing the enemy, it adds up. And, you know, maybe the Harith is being picked up to deal with the Sicilian. It's like, you pick a late game, I pick a late game, we're both looking for the late game. Maybe that's what the strategy is looking for, but Incendio already coming out quite a bit on top.
Yeah, but the problem is when it's talking about a carry versus a Sicilian, both late game, one of them can lean on the distance that they can create between them and the enemy. Another one, carry, I mean, she's got a pretty reduced distance of which she can work with. We do have the Bats Feast out there. Again, Mark gets caught up. That's going to be his second death and a second kill for Incendio Supremacy. And right now, not looking so good for Birthright.
You're right, Private. It is definitely not looking good. A lot of holes from the side of Birthright. It's just not convincing here. And Apex, with a little bit of a blunder, gets taken off the map. Little bit of an over-aggression early on. The jungler wasn't even there. He was in the enemy orange buff. And Birthright really needs stuff like that. They want to find... Oh, Levi gets taken off quite low here.
Oh, yeah, he does use that shadow kill. Not able to find the kill on to Incendio Supremacy. He's going to have to use the quad shadows to get himself back out of harm's way. But Incendio was all right there, just waiting for that shadow kill to be over. So, I mean, it's Apex. Yeah, you talking about it here. Too far back into the lines of Birthright. No support from him. Birthright cleanly and quickly able to get that kill.
You know, Incendio is just missing, what is it, the Dairoth skin? Because they got the Killua on the bot lane. They got the Hisoka. Oh wait, they're missing the Gon. But yeah, coming in, Glorious Pathway does look to get onto that backside. Alien gets taken quite low. Same thing with Apex. He is going to be the one that gets picked up. But the counterplay coming out with the fish crack. So much damage, so much sustain coming through. Even the Killua has come out to play here, looking to grab up the Phoveus. It is 2-for-1 advantage for the side of Incendio. It's 4 minutes in, but I think the advantage is going to lead them towards that objective here.
Yeah, and unfortunate, I feel like it was a great start there. My lobby came out with the Demonic Force, able to kind of get them very low. The problem is that fight lasted just a little bit too long. Birthright started getting zoned out, and then, unfortunately, we were talking about this. My lobby just, when you're on a Phoveus, you're all in. Your team needs to be ready. You need to have some type of support to get you out of there, and unfortunately, he was not able to find an exit, as Incendio does find another kill there. Going to go ahead, focus onto this next tower. Mark coming in from the back, followed by Wicked. They're going to look to possibly answer this, but they do successfully defend this tower.
No, good defense coming out from the side of Birthright. It's able to send the members that they necessarily require here. Apex looking for a kick, does pop the Purify onto Wicked here. And, you know, a good Sicilian is one that hits the second skills early on. And we really haven't seen Rosa miss any so far.
Yeah, and that's just the danger you have from a Sicilian. Ooh, they're going to go ahead, lock on to Alien up at the top. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you can see them chasing down Mark in a little bit of trouble there. Does get popped up there. Apex dives under the tower, takes a tower shot for his efforts, but decides against continuing the pressure there. They're going to go ahead, clean out the rest of Birthright's jungle.
And it's going to be a hard situation, especially when you get Incendio to have map pressure like this, right? Apex deep in the jungle. Yes, he's 0-2-1. He doesn't have the cleanest score, but you know, as a roamer that's looking to be a little bit aggressive, it does happen. Birthright here, they have found a few pickoffs here, but maybe this is another one.
Ooh, Apex onto the back line. They're looking in my lobby, looking for an escape. They do find themselves some distance. Ooh, from the top, it does look like TNZ finds a kill onto my lobby with a great flank onto Birthright. Saw the fight happening, comes back from the top and finds a hiding my lobby, looking for a retreat.
Yeah, but this may be a trade that they're looking for, right? The objective, the turtle is going to go for Incendio, but the side of Birthright has put a few members onto the bot side. I was wondering if they're going to be able to touch onto that bottom tower, but no, the defense coming out, the reinforcements of Incendio is just a little bit too fast. Not only do they get the defense on that, they get the objective and even some damage onto the top side.
Ooh, they're going to go lock onto Rosa. Quad Shadows are out. Danny with the kill. Bilali's going to have to run away from this. They do take a death there. But yeah, and then for me, it feels like it's a little bit of a mistake. It felt like the entire team from Birthright are very late on the draw to try to answer the objective take here when the objective was already pretty much gone. It was written in stone that Incendio Supremacy was going to get that. Make something happen at the bottom if you can. Kind of because running there late, Wicked in trouble gets taken out by TNZ. Apex 47 in trouble gets popped up. Eternal Guardian is out, and the pop-up coming from the Phobius. Now trying to lock onto Alien isn't going to be enough. We do have the Bat's Feast out. Down laden is the pathway gloriously. My Lobby locking onto Rosa, who flickers out. TNZ with the kill. 8-5 right now. Quad Shadows used to get Birthright out of harm's way.
This is a lot better than game number 2, Private. And I would say it's a lot better than game number 1 as well. But ooh, Fish Crack Flicker coming in with the Winter Truncheon. Very stylish, but very foolish at the same time. He gets taken off the board. Conceal does get popped here, looking for Danny. He does pop the flicker, and the Herod is able to get a few dashes here. The Glorious Pathway, counter engage coming out from Mark, should run away here, but this is gonna leave Incendio with a free tower push. I don't think Birthright has enough damage to defend this.
Oh, they're trying, and I honestly feel like that Glorious Pathway, there really wasn't much you could do for that. You said that this is looking better than the second game, but there are some car wrecks that looked a little better than the second game here for Birthright, who, man, right now it's 6-8, so they're not completely out of the woods. I want to say at this point in the game, this is the smallest that they've had a deficit, so it's not completely out of their hands. It's just, man, it's slowly beginning to creep up on them, and the decision making just needs to be crispier. Usually it's around the 10 to 12 minute mark. Birthright starts synergizing up. They need to now. They need
right here. Rosa picks up the purple buff here away from Levi. That is a very, very sad high boost. It was a blind take come out from Rosa. You mentioned it. Yes, Birthright still need a little bit more, but this is the closest in terms of the kill score too as well.
Ooh, yeah, they're going to go in. The demonic force is out. Rosa in trouble. Is going to use that flicker to get themselves out of harm's way. Now fighting it over with TNZ. Rest of the team is able to find an escape. Fist Crack is out. Mark in trouble. Rest of the team cannot support him. Wicked in trouble. Gets bursted down by TNZ with a double kill. Levi does not have anything in his pocket to be able to help out there, and is powerless just to watch his teammates get gunned down.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great skirmish coming out from Incendio. Not really losing too much and able to pick off 2 members, even with the Lord smacking the tower on to the top side here. A little over-aggression from Alien. He's kind of been playing with fire, not much health, but that just shows you the mobility of the Badong, even looking to just dash in forward into his death here. He had a little bit of a blunder early on in the mid lane. He has another one here. Maybe he's just playing quite relaxed here. But again, Incendio still with a very convincing lead.
And right now about a 6K gold lead. When we were at about a 2K gold lead, and it wasn't that much, and we were talking about how this is still something that Birthright can come back from. And it was just like a team fight away. But now we're at a little bit more than that with 8. Actually, it looks like about 6K gold right now for Incendio Supremacy.
But, Private, 11 minutes in is when the game 2 ended. right? And 11 minutes in was also where Incendio was able to open up Birthright's base with that teleport strategy. So this is the closest that Birthright has been able to defend up against Incendio Supremacy. And that's good news. This is game number 3. This is where Birthrights really have to find the strategy, and it seems like they're able to figure something out.
Ooh, they do try to take advantage of TNZ's early aggression. Rosa, Shadow kill is out. They go ahead and split it onto the back. Apex does find a kill onto Levi. Sunshine takes down Mark. MyLobby's gonna have to flicker himself to safety. Only 3 members left for Birthright, and quickly able to turn that fight around. Even with TNZ diving in a little early, baits out a lot of the abilities, allows Incendio Supremacy the time that they need to kind of come in, find those kills. And that's what happens when you're at such a deficit. Some of these fights, I mean, you're not really looking for those team fights. You're looking for a pick-off. And unfortunately, Birthright are going to have problems here. Next Lord goes to Incendio Supremacy.
I mean, it was a great fight coming out from the side of Birthrights. They were almost able to pick up Rosa, but the flicker was just a little bit too much. And Birthrights unable to find the kills that they're looking for, unable to get those finishing touches or closing the gap here. You know, Hylos could just be a little bit too short range. Along with the carry, you know, you don't really get too much range from that. So Incendio still having the convincing lead here, looking to close out this match. Almost a 9k difference in between them, with Lord marching down onto the top side. Incendio should look for a pickoff on this Cho, but the Glorious Pathway could be a little bit hard for them to defend against.
Yeah, we'll see as they go ahead. Minions crashing at the high ground towers. MyLobby taking a heap of damage down to about 10%. He goes in! And I want to say that was almost looked like a little bit of a panic ult from him. There was no need to go in. They were going to be... he was already getting chunked down to about 10%. The Lord is going to get bursted down here. Minions now beginning to crash. It does look like we're going to start off with mid. A big Sanguine Claws does find a Levi. Mark trying to get away, gets pounded down. Is it going to be enough? Wicked is down. It is a complete team wipe. And ladies and gentlemen, your first team going to the Mobile Masters, Incendio Supremacy, going to be moving on.
Convincing win again in this game number 3, best of 5 here. Incendio Supremacy able to take this series with a clean sweep against Birthrights, which arguably is one of the best coming out from EU. So, you know, Incendio Supremacy come out with a domination. And the last play, you know, we saw that the Badang comes out with the fish crack flicker into the Winter Truncheon early on in this series, and he was able to do it again. Brings a smile to my face. 13:40 is the game timer, 17-8. Just a beautiful performance coming out from Incendio.
Yeah, I mean, they checked all the boxes that they needed. And even if the game had gone rougher for them in the early game, I mean, they had that Sicilian as that assurance that would take them into the back line. And I want to say it was a great job when it came to a lot of these engagements, because they made sure that they were never in any real harm's way during these engagements. If MyLobby came in with that demonic force, the side of Incendio Supremacy never even engaged unless the flicker was up for their mage, for Rosa to be able to get out of there. Every single time he came in with the demonic force, Rosa was able to flicker out there, to where I was questioning the cooldown for flicker.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things is Mark was getting picked off a lot in the early game, and that's just kind of what Hylos is. He's a little bit of a sitting duck, especially when you go up against such a mobile hero like Cho, right? Cho deals with the lane clear a little bit better than the Hylos, has a lot more mobility, and has the counter matchup that they're looking for, and it just sets their mid lane up with success. I think Birthrights really have to find a way to draft winning winning mid laners, right? They get the Hylos, but they don't get the lane advantage there. And then when they don't get the Hylos, it just doesn't seem like they're in good control of the match. So unfortunately, it feels like there is a gap between Birthrights and Incendio just in this series. However, Birthrights still have the opportunity to make it to that next stage. They just have to reset, take a little deep breath, maybe review some of the mistakes here, and I think most importantly, find the winning drafts, especially in the lanes that they're looking to win in.
Yeah, I mean, nothing against Birthright, just Incendio supremacy put on such a great show here for us today. Great job by them. 8-0-8 here for TNZ. 94 kill participation percentage there, and 937 gold per minute. Hats off to him and the rest of Incendio supremacy, who have already secured themselves a spot, but still looking for some dominance here in this tournament.
Yeah, TNZ played great today. On the Joy, it was convincing in game number 2. On the Hayabusa, he was also quite happy. I think it's a 5-0-5. And again, with a perfect performance on the Soyu. And it really just comes back to how Incendio sets up their draft. But enough about this last series, a 3-0 convincing win. We have our beautiful host, Liz, joining us back on the desk.
I mean, what a series, guys. Turkey has won today. Winner, Turkey dinner. Turkey took the dinner. I mean, Private and I did vote for Birthright. They were so close to taking game 1, but it seems like with that loss, the momentum kind of fell apart. But their journey is still, just starting. So let's find out how they do in the lower bracket. But guys, in a shocking tournament event, the stream that was not broadcasted, Team Falcons actually lost to Papara Supermassive 1-3. So Papara is now in the upper bracket. And what does that mean, guys? Are we going to see Birthright face up against Team Falcons? Oh my god. Bracket, Private.
As we take a look here, yeah, you're absolutely right. Papara Supermassive going to be moving on. They have secured themselves a spot right now to the Mobile Masters. Still a lot left in this road here for the upper brackets, as they're going to be taking on Incendio Supremacy. I want to say that is a matchup that possibly all of the casters got wrong there. I think a lot of us were going for Team Falcons to win that. So a big hats off to Papara Supermassive, proving a lot of us wrong here and continuing their winning ways.
Yeah, it's a friendly fire match up in the upper brackets here. This just shows that I think Turkey came out with a bang, with a lot of practice here, right? Birthrights and Falcom, they do have to compete for the last spot. However, we have to give credits to Turkey. They're able to set Supermassive up for a lot of success, along with Incendio. Both are quite convincing in their series. I'm excited to see what level they have brought to the table for the upper brackets here.
And I'm kind of nervous. Does that mean we have a caster's curse? All of us casted a curse onto Papara Supermassive that actually brought them straight into the Mobile Masters. I mean, none of us believed in them, but they're the first team to make it to the Mobile Masters. Their match finished before the match that we just saw on the broadcast. So hats off to them, indeed. Hats off to Turkey. But this also means for the EU and MENA fans, we will say goodbye to one of your home teams. And Birthright versus Team Falcons, that's going to be hard to watch. Either of them go home. But nonetheless, Birthright will be facing up against the MENA Giants. Can they prove themselves that they're still worth it for the Mobile Masters? Let's take a look at the MVP leaderboard from the last games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see some of these stats here. Ooh, Zhao there when it comes to Papara, super massive, leading the charge. And interestingly enough, there, Wicked, it feels like it just kind of deals more with when the teams are successful, what are the winning reasons for it? And it seems like the same answers always usually come out when it comes to Papara Supermassive. When it comes to Birthright, it's always the same answers when they're able to be successful and when they're able to be beaten, like we saw with Birthright, able to hold Wicked down, take away some of his, take that prio away from his lane, and he's going to have a lot of trouble working his way through those games.
Yeah, and I mean, it does show a little bit of versatility in the side of Incendio. Not only do they rely on their marksman, that they also rely on their mage. So it's definitely something, a force to be reckoned with, something that they should be quite scared of.
And I don't know, guys, I am scared of saying goodbye to either teams in the next series coming up, but it has to happen. After a short little break, we will see Birthright versus Team Falcons. Which team will get to move on to Mobile Masters? We'll find out after a quick break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
And we're back for the second series of the day, the series that determines who our last spot for the MOBA Master is going to be. I'm Liz, here joined with Private Dancer and UA.
Yeah, excuse me, I just had to wipe away the tear. It is going to be a sad yet exciting event here for this next matchup because we are going to unfortunately be saying goodbye to one of our teams here. Whether it's going to be Birthright or Falcons remains to be seen.
I don't know if it's time for that yet. I'm not sure if the up there is what it is, but Incendio up next against Super Para. So maybe those tissues can be used later on because it might just be a parade for one of these two teams. Two Turkey powerhouses, right? Two strong teams. This is definitely the region to watch out for, especially since they have such a strong presence in the international stage here. Excited to see what these two teams bring to the table.
Yeah, so it's actually going to be Incendio Supremacy versus Papara Supermassive. So Turkey versus Turkey. Today we will shed our tears tomorrow, but today we will have the upper bracket finals. So one of these teams will be making it out and one of the teams will be dropped to the lower bracket, and that is good news for us today.
Yeah, and as we take a look at both of these guys here, especially that Papara there, they're staring into my soul right now as we take a look at the head-to-head here. Average team kills, average damage dealt going over to the side of Incendio Supremacy, while Papara Supermassive seems to lead them on the average gold per... Actually, no, they don't. It's all on the side of Incendio Supremacy. It's just my vision playing a trick on me with that bottom with that bottom one there. So it's going to be very interesting to see as we take a look at some of these picks and the ban for both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, these are two teams that really do know of each other. They're from the same region. They have played in their own little Turkey league where Flux or Incendio Supremacy has kind of held that lead on pretty much since the beginning of time. So Papara, in order for them to kind of get through this stage, they really have to make sure that they come up with a strategy. And so far, it really doesn't seem like there is too much of a strategies that Incendio Supremacy has not defended against.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we did see Team Falcons almost taking a game up against Incendio, almost losing to, Incendio Supremacy did really, really well, but Papara Supermassive actually took out Team Falcons. So we get to see today how they face up against each other. But on the lineup, we see Papara Supermassive, we have Wasso, Moji, After Dark, some very interesting names, and Xiao is the man staring into our soldiers now.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting games here. I mean, Papara Supermassive, one thing has a lot of momentum going for it. Not just momentum, but momentum against some very established teams here at Snapdragon. One of those teams being Falcons. I think we talked a little bit about S2G. And now going up against the Rockstars in Incendio Supremacy.
And let's find out how they do up against the rosters of their own region. Turkey versus Turkey. UA, take us your way.
Thank you, Liz. Beautiful, beautiful setup coming from both of these teams. A little bit of a history. Papara has lost 1-3 against Incendio in their MTC Turkey league. It's, for in North America, it's kind of like the NACT. In other regions, it's going to be the MPLs. So they did lose 1-3. They also lost in the upper brackets finals in the Turkey region for the SPS Open Finals Season 6, which leads up to, the last SPS that we casted. However, Papara Supermassive is a team that was invited to the SPS, which does really show that they have what it takes to, represent Turkey. They've won matches against S2G. They are able to come out ahead against Team Falcons, which convincingly was the team that I felt like was closest to Incendio. But they got the upset, and now they're looking for even more blood here.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can stack up, if Incendio Supremacy are going to be able to duplicate their success against Papara Supermassive, or if Papara Supermassive, especially off the heels of a victory against Falcons, off the heels of a victory against S2G, other great teams here are going to be able to bring that surprise to Incendio Supremacy. I mean, it feels like sometimes we get a little biased towards some of these other teams that are not Incendio Supremacy, but that's because Incendio's already proven themselves. You look at them, it's hard to kind of look at them and be like, and not know that the history behind them, how well they've done. What we just saw from them in our last series of how consistent they can be and what they do with some of these great drafts. And that's going to be one thing that I'm going to be looking for in Papara Supermassive, to kind of take over where Birthright may have faltered in these drafts and getting that prioritization in these lanes. Get these winning lanes for yourself to set it up, and then after you have these winning lanes, have the execution to be able to protect your jungle, to protect some of these rotations, and get the prio on these objectives.
Yeah, and I will say that both of these teams really do know of each other. They have played each other over and over and over, so I don't think anything is a surprise, at least for both of these teams coming into this draft here. Fanny gets taken off the board, along with both of the gold laners, Harith and Granger. Incendio's, stable ban of Matilda continues on. And also the Louis that dominated in game number 1 for Incendio gets taken out as well here. The Zushin off the board. We don't want that. It tells me that the Eve is going to be a high prio. After the Eve, maybe the Assassins come in for the counter with something like the Hayabusa. And if Papara does not take the Eve themselves, expect Incendio to pick them up in this phase.
Yeah, and Asuyu going to be the first pick up there by Papara Supermassive. Definitely looking for that Haya, possibly to come out there. Hilda's still on the board too as well. I wonder if you pair up a Haya with a Hilda just to kind of take that type of aggression and early game away from the enemy, because Haya really can be susceptible on those first and early cues when it comes to kind of trying to clear out that jungle. We talked a lot about Hylos and what he's been bringing to a lot of these teams. It's very surprising. I guess 47 is kind of accurate. It seems like, I want to say, almost that the jig is up. Hylos isn't as strong now just because we've figured out the counter for him when it comes to having a Cho out there that can kind of be able to help isolate him out. Oh, we've seen this before. The Eve and the Hylos, that glorious pathway and the real world manipulation out there. It's going to be very interesting engagements coming from Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, it's expected opening, big ults with big ults, so just a lot to deal with, a lot of range, a lot of CC, right? And Papara actually opted to go for the Gatot, which does well against the Eve and holds good against the Hylos. Another option that they could possibly take would be the Cho. However, Cho, not necessarily the strongest pick. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but this is a small surprise here. They decided to go for the Moskov early on, meaning that they're looking to have a lot of pressure, a lot of map rotation. And Xiao, again, one of the core back members of Papara Supermassive. If Xiao has a lot of success, usually Papara is going to have a lot of success as well. But an early pick with a Moskov blind in the first phase either is forcing Incendio to pick up the marksman, and Papara and it's just going to be an even matchup for both, or they don't pick up the marksman. Incendio has to choose between a marksman and a jungler. They pick up the Hayabusa, or they pick up the marksman and they get their jungle banned out here.
I was about to say, whatever they pick up, it's going to be the opposite that's going to get banned out. They go with the marksman, which means you're going to have the Hayabusa banned out. You're going to have the, I don't even know what else, Alpha potentially, or I don't even think that's Alpha to my books is actually.
I think it's Joy. It's Joy Haya.
Joy Haya makes sense here. And then Incendio Supremacy. So I want to say a very good draft. Both teams here right now, very flexible, very fluid right now as we move into this next banning phase. And I'm wondering, where is Incendio Supremacy going to be focusing on? Yeah, that mage pickups. You got the Vexana taken out, possibly the Aurora next on the docket as a potential pickup.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to ban out Papara because their mage is so flexible. Has won quite a few games with the Sicilian, so I'm expecting the Sicilian's going to be knocked off the board here. Vexana, also a little bit annoying. Incendio had to deal with it, dealt with it perfectly fine. However, they just don't want that annoyance on the map. If it was me, I would take out something like the Valentina, which can copy the RWM, the Glorious Pathway. I would also take the Sicilian out of the option because it's just a lot of magic damage that they have to deal with towards the end of the game. They do take out the Valentina, so the Sicilian is going to be an option. We have seen on After Dark take something like the Faramis or even the Farsa out for a spin. So still a lot to be expected. The Joy is available here. So, I think Incendio is just going to take that with a smile on their face.
The only problem for me with the Sicilian pickup is it doesn't have anything to kind of answer in that early game. If Incendio Supremacy win at these objectives, you're going to be looking at a huge opportunity for right after the objective goes for Incendio Supremacy to lay down a glorious pathway and chase down Papara Supermassive through their own jungle, which is where this composition is really going to shine. All these closed-in areas, you lay down a real-world manipulation, you lay down a glorious pathway, it's going to cut off Papara Supermassive's escape. Especially if they're losing those objectives in the first place and they're not going to be able to answer it. So it's going to be very interesting. Either we go with something that can combat the early game, get those objectives, or maybe something that we can help to try to get to these other lanes to maybe answer with a gank or two without even trying to go for the objectives.
So maybe like an Aurora that provides that, AoE early game, that like back off my objective type of ultimates that has the impact that you may be looking for. And also kind of anti-dive against something like an assassin heavy comp that Incendio likes to set themselves up with, right? The Joy could also be available for that charge here. And a very surprising Cho pick. So you're right, Private. They do go for that early game pickup on that mage position, anti-dive. It's going to protect himself against the Badong, against the Glorious Pathway, and a little bit of the RWM. But this Cho pick is something that is a little bit more surprising to me. Not many teams are willing to pick it up because it just hasn't found the success that I would say in the international group stages they had over there. But it's still a good pickup. Does well against the high-lows. I do want to see what Incendio is going to complete the draft up with.
Yeah, typical is going to be the alpha pickup for Incendio there. I mean, we've talked about it, and for what we've seen so far, especially from Incendio picking up the Cho, I mean, they've been a pretty standard, pretty lethal with it, able to get in, they find the right targets, and that's the biggest thing for Cho's, is getting into the back line, finding the right targets, and kicking them in the right direction to be able to have your team group up on them. And it sounds easy, it sounds great, but when it becomes actually doing it as a Cho player, it can be very hard, especially in the midst of team fights there. We're going to see if Papara Supermassive are going to be able to line that up and make it successful from where we've seen Incendio Supremacy. I mean, they've done it. We've already seen it in the last series, how well they're able to manage with the Cho. Are they going to be able to play against it?
Yeah, and again, two of these powerhouses from Turkey already know of each other. So I think there's not going to be much jittering. There's not going to be much unexpected. Both teams are going to be quite comfortable in this situation. Yes, Incendio has took care of majority of the matches that they played on the stage, but could this be what Papara needs to get over this hump? This is going to be a best of 5 series between Papara Supermassive and Incendio Supremacy. Game number 1 action. We are here.
Yeah, and for me, as we start into these early seconds, the big question for me is Papara Supermassive going to be able to withstand the early game pressure that we've been known to see from Incendio Supremacy? Speaking of early game pressure, they're already, After Dark, going to have to utilize a flicker to get away from the onslaught of damage coming out from Rosa and Apex 47.
Yeah, with the flickers being popped and some of the spells being used, this gives Rosa a pretty big advantage early on in terms of just having a lot of presence and lane bullying, right? Look at Rosa. He's just standing in between the minions, just trying to deny some things away from After Dark. Take a look at the gold, a little bit of advantage for that Arithal. So, Incendio is actually quite happy with the early game. It's a little bit of a gold lead here. After Dark is getting denied away. Things are looking a little bit sunnier for the red side so far.
Yeah, After Dark really kind of getting, and the thing is too is they're kind of threatened. It has to stay behind the tower. Only 10% health here. So and in comes Tienzi, is going to go ahead, proc that passive coming out from After Dark, and does not get the kill, but does push the wave a little bit forward there. And After Dark going to go ahead and find a clean and quick ride home.
This is, it's going to put a target on After Dark's head. But, before that, Apex gets taken off the map here. First blood actually going towards Papara.
Oh, man, and on cooldown. Ooh, Avatar the Guardian goes out, lands on a nothing. We do have a Chikundo coming into the back line. Blotsfet not able to find a target or the pop-up on the members that he wanted. Now putting some pressure onto this purple buff. It's about a 3-on-4. They might want to think about taking an escape from this, but it's going to allow the time for Mohi to go ahead and pick up the first objective.
The side of Papara, they can set themselves up with a extremely beautiful team fight. They could skill layer and make sure other CCs hit but After Dark getting chunked.
Oh, a great Frigid Glacier catches 3 members, allows his team to be able to take down 2. Rosa running for the hills, trying to get the speed boost, but there is Blotzfett to pop him up and find another kill for his teammate. 4-0 right now for Papara Supermassive. And if the question was, can they match the early game aggression? The answer is a firm yes.
An objective, a 2, 3, and a 4 here, but Mochi does get poked down quite low. The Ritho is going to be the one that picks up that kill. A nice, glorious pathway, and a good response coming out from Incendio, stopping Papara in their tracks.
Yeah, and they're still continuing on with this aggression up on top, not trying to get this taken down. TNZ does get taken down by After Dark, Malali, and Apex 47 going to disengage from this fight. 5-1 right now in favor of Papara Supermassive, looking to turn the tides where in past tournaments they have failed against Incendio Supremacy. It seems like they have learned from those past encounters, able to have a very dominating early game. But if we've learned anything when it comes to EU, when it comes to MENA, that these teams, the early game is just one tiny part of the success for some of these teams. You need to be able to carry that same type of synergy, that same type of confidence into the late game.
Yeah, and you're completely correct. The early game, it's definitely like a pick-offs heaven, right? You got the Cho, you got the Aurora. If you're able to land some of your spells together, it's almost a guaranteed like 5-second CC into a kill. And Papara is pretty much just betting on that right now. But Incendio, they do have a team fight-oriented comp. These long cooldowns like the RWM, Glorious Pathway, Fish Crack, if they can stack those skills up, it could be something that's hard to deal with. The Spear of Destruction does come. Xiao does come back here.
Yeah, and then they go ahead, find the pickoff on the Apex 47 with the Way of the Dragon, now landing up onto Alien, looking for an escape, is going to be able to use that ability to create the distance between him and Blotzfett, and the rest of Papara Supermassive return back to their lanes. 6-1 right now with a very great early game for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, Apex not having the best time of his life. 0-3. TNZ also getting picked off over and over, and it's really due to the amount of CC that Papara has. Not only do they have to pick off heavy Cho, but before that, After Dark pops the flicker here. Another escape being used. After Dark seems to be getting picked off over and over.
It's becoming an issue. 4 members now looking for the gank up at top. Rosa going to join in. RWM is laid down. Blotzfett comes in. Going to look. The Frigid Glacier is out. A great Avatar. The Guardian comes down as Zhao able to find the kill onto Rosa. Rest of Incendio Supremacy looking for an escape while Alien creates the distance. Fist Crack isn't going to be enough to find a kill, getting slowed down by the enemy. Blotzfett juking and jiving, gets a little bit of a bait there as the rest of Incendio looking for a disengage. Oh, they're looking for a sandwich on the Blotzfett. A Alpha Charge comes out, and they do find the kill onto Blotzfett, maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew there. 1 tower going to the side of Papara Supermassive. I believe a trade there. 2 towers down for each, or 1 down for each side.
Yeah, Incendio, even though being down in so much kills, they're really not scared to take some of the map into their own favor and potentially even creating an advantage of their own here.
Yeah, Apex 47. Oh, Avatar the Guardian comes out. Oh, does catch Rosa. So they're going to go ahead and try to launch onto Iwasa. Gets taken out there for his efforts. And down goes the mid tower. I want to say that's probably the most detrimental of the towers to take a hit on. 7-3 still for Papara Supermassive, but Incendio Supremacy looking a lot better as they get this next hurdle.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pick-off potential coming out from Papara. However, it seems like the group of strategy of Incendio, if they get into that death ball position, it's looking quite good, right? RWM, Glorious Pathway, Fish Crack. Again, spells on spells. It just depends on who gets the spells off first.
Oh, nice Way of the Dragon, followed by the Frigid Glacier. A great combo coming out from Papara Supermassive to answer back as they lose a Zhao at the top lane. Alien keeping Wasao at bay, using those pushes into the wall, trying to stun him out.
And You know, Incendio's not scared to fight, but Papara's response is, I think, what's taking them onto that next level. You mentioned having a great early game mage may set Papara up with a little bit more success against the early aggression that Incendio always puts up in mid, and you're exactly correct. Having this Cho with the Wave of Dragon paired up with the Aurora spells and damage, it's just enough for them to 100-0 essentially any front line that Incendio sends up to defend here.
Yeah, and right now it does look like the biggest problem right now is Incendio supremacy when it comes to the small amount of kills and pressure that they're able to put out there. They're able to transition those small kills into objectives here to the point that Papara Supermassive is starting to bleed towers here. The entire front row of towers already gone for the side of Papara, and Incendio supremacy continuing to move on. Ooh, nice Avatar the Guardian catches 2 members there. Frigid Glacier is out as well. In comes Zhao, trying to put on the damage, and we did see the RWM laid out for Incendio supremacy. 1 down in the name of Wasao. That's a big, I want to say, big beefy, tanky character taken down for the side of Papar. They're not going to have it. They're going to go ahead and start with this engagement. After Dark in trouble here is proccing that passive, gets taken down. Tienzi with the kill there as Alien creates the distance. Now manning up against 3 members, gets pushed away. That actually might have been a little bit of a mistake. Mohi gets taken down. Tienzi finds the kill, and just like that, we have almost tied things up. Incendio supremacy come back with a flurry.
I think now with the momentum being shifted back into Incendio's favor, that Papara really has to think about some of the advantages that they have in their draft. For one, they have the Cho, so it's a pick-up heavy hero. If you go into a 5 versus 5 team fight, the advantage is going to be for the enemy team. It goes the same with things like the Kaja and the Franco, where you're just looking to single out a target, and especially with such an early pick like the Moskov that was in the first phase, he excels at split pushing, right? So maybe consider doing like a 2-0-3 split where they have 3 on the objective, and then they have the Cho and the Moskov working on the corners of the map. If the Moskov gets a pick off with the Cho, then great, they can get a lane split push. But however, Incendio is just forcing it down the throat with this bully ball strategy. A 5-man group up early on is giving them so much success here.
Yeah, and they're continuing to push this advantage. Lord knocking down at the bottom tower, and with the rest of the minion priority going through mid. Now starting to turtle up Papara Supermassive, trapped in their base, unable to answer right now. Ooh, in comes another Fistcraft from Alien with that dash, and the damage coming out from the rest of Incendio Supremacy. Sunshine on that Irithel, just doing huge amounts of chunking onto that tower, and that is 1 high ground down for Papara Supermassive. In comes the Way of the Dragon, followed up by the RWM. Big damage coming out from the Avatar of the Guardian, followed by the Frigid Glacier, but who's going to come out on top? Waso gets taken down. Alpha Charge takes down Mohi, and Sunshine finds a kill onto After Dark. Just like that, 3 members of Papara Supermassive are down. They're looking for a defense here. Can they do it? It's only 2 members left. Glorious Pathway is out. The damage onto the core. Is it going to be enough? The first game. Ooh, they don't have it just yet. They need the minions on to the base. Mid high ground tower is going to be next on the docket as the minions come in there. They're going to take that down. Now moving their attention onto the top tower. All high grounds down, and the base is wide open. Incendio Supremacy are going to, looks like they might actually have to back up here as Papara Supermassive live to fight another day, but they are not going to be able to take another push like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was the best case scenario coming out from the side of Super Papara here. They were able to get the kick off of the Badang. And you know, in terms of like the Glorious Pathway and the real world manipulation, it was great that it was put in, but Papara, it felt like they had that advantage in that team fight, unfortunately being down in terms of the gold and maybe not the right target, you know, allowed Incendio to kind of come out on top on that. And it's due to these big ultimates, the Glorious Pathway, the Eve. These are 2 picks that the side of Incendio are so good with. The Lords coming down half health. Doesn't seem like the side of Papara has the ability to respond to this.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead. They do find a way of the dragon, but Rosa does. And RWM gets taken down. Zao with the kill there on the backside. Apex 47 has locked on the Moki, but he's split up from his team. TNC finds a kill onto the back line. It's a big damage dealer taken down in the form of Zao. 2 down for the side of Papara Supermassive. A Lord and 4 members of Incendio Supremacy barreling down the mid lane. In comes the flicker and the fist crack, and that is going to be game 1 going to Incendio Supremacy.
You know, I expected a dominating performance for the side of Incendio, but they have surprised me here. This is a very convincing win, even with such a bad early game. When I say bad, it's a little bit subjective, right? You could call 6-1 bad. You could call, losing objectives bad, but taking the mid tower, trading opposite ends of tower, snowballing, and still going aggressive into the enemy jungle while you lost 3 members, lost the objective on the very first rotation of the game. Incendio comes out ahead with a small comeback, 12-10 with a 13 minutes. Again, it's quite convincing here that Incendio played that late game way better.
Yeah, well, and then it kind of comes across is that the game plan needs a bit of an adjustment as we move from early game to mid game, from mid game to late game. In the early game, you could get that Way of the Dragon onto a Hylos, and After Dark on the Aurora would be more than enough to take it down. However, as we move into the late game, getting that Way of the Dragon onto a Hylos, you're asking your team to expend so much energy, so many ults to try to take him down, that by the time you do take him down, the rest of the team there has been putting immense amount of damage on you, and there's nothing left for you to answer that call.
Yeah, and I still feel like Papara played that quite well. You talked about the early game. I don't think the Aurora was more or less the issue. The Moskov was an interesting pickup for me. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see his mobility as much as, maybe I wanted it to have. In terms of the early game, Papara has a great game plan. They're able to win out from picks to picks, and they're able to find some of these counter engagements quite well. But when it comes down to that 5-7 minutes, especially after this moment, you see the side of Incendio just groups up as 5. They're not scared of just finding fights throughout the whole entire map, and they're able to find the better pickoffs, the better trades, the better towers, and even when they get kicked themselves up here with a great setup from the Gato Kacha, it just still was not enough to deal with the sustain and the frontline focus that Incendio has set themselves up with.
Yeah, and I want to say, when you're watching these replays, I don't think I've ever seen a Gatakacha land so many Avatar of the Guardians as was done here for the side of Incendio Supremacy. So he executed his job correctly, and what he was trying to do, it's just the sustain, the damage eventually from Incendio Supremacy was too much for them to deal with.
This is tough. I liked Papara's draft. I still think Incendio definitely has the upper hand. If you look at a lot of the tournament history, it's all Incendio Supremacy getting those wins there. If you take a look at the drafting wise, it was still decent coming out from both of these teams. Incendio grabs the Hylos that they always like to have, especially with the Eve. The Eve was kind of like that free target. And yeah, it was still good coming out from both of these teams, but Incendio was just able to group up as 5 and use their spells up early. It's a 5 versus 5 here. The pick comps kind of get less and less when it goes into that mid and late game where enemies are just grouped up as 5. You can't find the picks, and when you do find the picks, it may be on a low priority target. You said the Hylos gets picked off over and over. We saw the Badang getting kicked over and over. But it's just those 2 heroes are fine. You have Rosa in the backside just smacking them. You have Sunshine just having the life of his, the day of his life, just being able to free hit. And I think that's the real issue that the side of Papara has to target.
Oh man, as we take a look at the top 5 kill leaderboard, Tienzi and Sunshine far. Yeah, I was going to say the gap between them and Mohi and Zhao is pretty amazing there. Almost 30 kills just from second to third place. And then when you get to first place, man, it's immeasurable. They're just showing what we were talking about earlier. It's just the opportunities that these teams allow their junglers, allow their marksmen to take here and get for them. Papara Supermassive, a great early game. However, the opposite problem of what we've seen from other teams when it comes to some of this, where some teams are usually waiting. They bid too much into the late game and they don't have something to secure them into the early. Here, the opposite problem, a very great early game, but things started to fall apart because they didn't have that scaling damage at the end to compete with the sustain and with the matched up damage as the power sparks started hitting for Incendio Supremacy.
You could argue that this is a showcase of the flexibility that Incendio has. Even being down kills, convincing kills, they're still looking to go aggressive. Being down the turtle, they go invade the purple buff. They get killed and completely demolished there. And then they find a pick onto the top side with the Glorious Pathway. And then they're able to trade opposite towers, have the faster rotation into the mid lane, have the faster group up. It seems like whether they're down or up, Incendio has a pretty confident strategy that, you know, they could rely on. It's like they could just rely on some of their macros, especially when it comes down to rotation and the micros of the skills of the players that they're able to perform well. Game number 2 in the draft here. Some expectations coming out from both of these teams here. I expect the Matilda, the Badang, and the Phoveus being taken out, especially as the first pick of Incendio.
Yeah, and that's what I was asked. I was gonna wonder, like, what type of adjustments do we make? Incendio Supremacy, they've been showing just a wild and varied flexibility that they can kind of throw onto that field. Papara Supermassive, they just need the only thing is just that late game needs to kind of be secured for them. So we need something that can kind of help us get into, because I mean, playstyle, synergy, rotating, they were doing such a great job against Incendio Supremacy in the early game, able to match out that early phase aggression that we've seen, that we saw them dominate Birthright with. The only problem here right now is, like, what usually happens here is we start focusing too much onto that late game because that's where our home was, and we ignore what would made us successful in the last game, which was that early game, which was carrying us. So it was just little adjustments need to be made for Papara Supermassive to be successful here, I believe.
I think you're correct, and with the bans being put out, the Hereth gets taken off means that there's a Granger Prio ban for the side of Papara, because Incendio is definitely going to pick that up with a very happy face. And it has to be a Granger ban here from Papara. All right, that does leave open the Eve if Incendio is looking either to pick that up or trade for it. Papara can also trade the Granger for an Eve. There's also the Lu E element. So there's 2 big mages available. The Hylos Gato Kacha matchup, you know, the side of Papara probably has the ability to pick them up themselves. The Hayabusa is also up and running. The Soyu, which didn't have didn't have the success he was looking for, is also available here. Yeah, it could be a Louis opening. It could be the Eve opening. They go for the Louis. So Eve can be here, but I think Papara is going to go for a roamer. They get their first pick either on the Gatot or the Hylos, and potentially, I think the jungler should be the option here.
Yeah, I was about to say assassin jungle, preferably for me.
Haya.
Yeah, Hayabusa.
We can't move. No dash.
It's going to be very interesting here. Man, I was... You have 2 very strong picks here, especially with that last ban there. It's like, yeah, Granger, Lu Yi, who are we giving her? Especially with the game we saw, the second game we saw with Incendio Supremacy on that Lu Yi. Rosa just did an exceptional job getting those diversions right from the moment. Not a moment is wasted. As soon as the objective is down, as soon as they get those little shields, they immediately looking for a gank, looking for an engagement. And then after that, every single time the diversion was up, they're looking for another engagement, looking to kind of cut off the escape. So it's going to be very interesting to see, do we have something to battle that with? Can we shut down the Lu Yi early enough and get maybe a winning lane against Lu Yi?
This Ritho is aggressive for me. Ritho is definitely the top 3 picks in terms of the marksman after the Granger and the Harith. But this Cho is something I actually expected. Cho does well against Hylos. We've seen that matchup today over and over. And Cho also does well against the Suyu. Suyu is a very mobile hero. However, there is times where he needs to be able to cast his spells without getting interrupted. And Cho is great at interrupting that. So a great setup from Incendio. However, now they're prone to a lot of jungle bans. Papara decides to show that do you want to call it show? It's a double flex between the Hylos and the Badang, so it's going to keep us guessing. But if it's, what we see in the history, it's going to be a Badang in the XP position. Bans should go towards the XP and jungler for the side of Papara, and Incendio is definitely looking to take off some magic damage.
Yeah, very interestingly enough. You have the jungler pickups still. And I'm kind of wondering, we still don't have, I'm wondering if Hayabusa is going to probably be one of the prios to be taken off the board here.
I agree. Haye for Papara, Eve for Incendio. Maybe, I don't think it's Eve Valentina. I think it's like Eve Aurora. I think they had a lot of success with the Aurora. They could also go for the Vexana, which was taken out, but they don't go for the Eve ban early. They decided to take the Valentina away. There't not much that Valentina can take in terms of the ultimate, so that does leave open either the Vexana, which is so good against a lot of the dives, or the Eve, which the RWM paired up with the Glorious Pathway. We saw that in game 1. It's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't taken down the Hayabusa yet. That's one of those strong ones that's going to be able to kind of get to that back line. But do we have the thing I'm kind of looking for is what do we have in the early game for the side of Papara Supermassive? I mean, Mohi, I guess, will be able to kind of protect it. Just, we've seen this before where the Hylos was on the team and you still had Suyu getting ganked out there early by Incendio Supremacy, and that came because of those matchups at the mid lane. You talked about the mid lane and then the XP lane as well. So for mid lane prio, something that's going to be able to kind of clear waves. I mean, Aurora still can clear very succinctly as well. I'm not even sure what else we're kind of looking for as far as clear, but we definitely need something to be able to kind of match up with the Lu Yi and that clear speed, or you're going to have enemies in your jungle right from the get-go.
I love how you mentioned the early game, and I think the Eve would have been a solid pick. However, they don't have the early game, so I was like, maybe they're gonna fit an early game marksman like the Bruno. Now, they doubled down, Private. They said, early game, we're just going to rely on the Hylos and the Soyu, right? It's a fighter jungle, which typically does decent in early game, paired up with the Hylos, which is almost one of the strongest early game roamers. They're double downing on this. They pick up the Claude, which, does shift towards getting that Aurora, which had a lot of success in game number 1 to fulfill the early game, or they could go with the Eve, which Eve Claude is, very risky. They have to make sure that they can get some sort of early game advantage. Incendio coming out. The alpha was banned out. Hayabusa is something we've seen TNZ go over and over and over. And then now we get to see the Gato Kacha going up against the Badang. I think there is different options, but they could just want more front lines set up because the Cho just isn't enough so far.
Yeah,
It's not the Eve anymore. I don't think they could pick the Eve. No way.
Yeah, because there's just not enough assurance. You got the Cho out there, you got the Gatakacha out there. As soon as
got
E
the Haya.
goes into RWM, it's pretty much you're a sitting duck for that. And even Lu Yi. I mean, yeah, Goose be cooking. So looking for that last pick from them. Oh, it's going to be a Veil. I don't hate it.
I do. 0% 2 pick rate. I do. I'm sorry. No.
Last game with Birthright where they picked Veil, was it the Veil's fault for the loss?
I think the Veil made great plays. Right? When the Louis teleported down, he made great plays, and maybe this is the matchup. Maybe it's the Veil against the Louis, where Louis, yes, can teleport around the map fast, but Veil has a faster and further wave clear. Veil also has the passive that allows him to run around, while Louis doesn't have any mobility here. So they could be playing some 3-4D chess here, Private, and we're just not seeing the whole picture yet.
Yeah, and that's kind of what my point was. Is I feel like the game where Veil has lost wasn't Veil's fault. In fact, Veil was kind of a shining star in some of those matches, just not enough to carry on the deficit that his team was going in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to game 2. Looking at Papara Supermassive can answer back the initial matchup from Incendio Supremacy and the victory that they took from them as we lead into these finals here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. And just like that, After Dark and Apex 47 get taken out.
Yeah, grab your popcorn, all your family, tell your friends, come out and watch this, because this is pretty much the tip of the top, the turkey versus turkey here. Incendio, Papara, 2 massive teams. One is just super massive, and the other one is looking for the reign of supremacy. 1-1 is the overall scoreboard here. 1 minute in, already some blood is being spilt over by both sides, and some utilities being traded. That means Apex not gonna have that flicker, but the Badang and the Veil are both not gonna have that utility as well.
I was really hoping to kind of see this Veil kind of like at least answer, not make a liar out of me. And then right from the opening seconds, they find a pickoff immediately onto him. Not that really matters too much. I mean, it sets the tone, but I mean, that super early kills don't do too much. They get a little bit of gold there for that first blood, but it's not like it's going to be a game ender or like completely taking this game out of the sides of Papara Supermassive. They have some good positioning here. Quad shadows out as Mohi trying to slow play this Lord. Avatar the Guardian slams down Mohi, does find the turtle. Now trying to put the damage on. Rosa finds the kill onto Mohi. Quad, or actually shadow kill onto the back line. Apex goes in, finds a pop-up onto After Dark, but Wasau there to secure his escape. Incendio Supremacy do find a kill, but the turtle ultimately goes to Papara.
Yeah, a good setup by Alien with the AOG, able to force Mohi to use some of his escape skill early on to get into a better position for the rush. He does pick up that objective, however, it does get taken off the board. And, you know, as a jungler, when you die for the objectives, yes, it's great for your team. But it's, you know, it pushes you back quite far because you need to have level. You need to have damage and gold to be able to jungle faster, right? So it just slows your jungle speed down. However, if Xiao is super massive's, you know, main backline, then it's going to be quite good.
What a play there. Tienzi able to find the kill onto Blotza. It looks like they did have the jump on him. Came in with a pop-up and able to take Blotzfet down. It is a 3-1 lead for Incendio Supremacy. It just feels like Papara Supermassive are having issues when it comes to the map pressure and presence that Incendio provides. Every little mistake that Papara makes, oh, they're going to come in there. Mohi does come in. Avatar the Guardian slams down. Here comes the blazing duet. Pop-up is out as well. Way of the Dragon kicks him under the tower. They do find a kill onto Apex 47. Maybe a little bit of a greedy Way of the Dragon, but still able to find the jungler is Incendio.
I will say this though. Last game when the roams were reversed, the Cho was getting the pickoffs early. And this time around, the Cho is also getting the pickoffs early against some of the front lines that Papaya has. So this is, for me, expected. But they look to go for the backside here. Potentially gets one.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway has been laid down. Zao does find a kill onto TNZ. That means the enemy jungler is down. They have no retribution for it. Apex 47 fighting. Does find a pop-up onto After Dark. Oh, and is going to get taken down with an auto attack as well. Tying things up with a blazing duet. Sunshine in trouble. Waso on the back end looking for a kill. Blotsvet in trouble. They might be a little too deep into enemy territory right now. They're going to go ahead, charge into this tower, but get caught up. Down goes Zao. Waso in trouble, down to 10% health there. In comes the Quad Shadow. They're going to go ahead, take down Waso as well. 6-4 right now. When I feel like Papara Supermassive had the lead, had a great amount of kills under their belt, but decided to linger too long at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking for a clean dive onto the Rithel. However, Sunshine was able to use the AOG coming out from Alien and to defend and get a trade onto Zhao. So a little bit of a miscommunication. And I would honestly have to say that Xiao not taking the Purify may hurt him in this match. A Cho with the flicker, the AOG, the stun coming out from the Louis. Only time will tell if that is a mistake, but it is going to be a lot of CC to deal with.
Oh, big Way of the Dragon comes out, followed up by the combinations coming out from Rosa on the Lu Yi. A Glorious Pathway has been laid out there. Alien in a little bit of trouble there. Apex dives over the ledge, back and forth. So Papara Supermassive not able to find anything just yet. 6-4 and a tie game for all intents and purposes, and just one tower down on the side of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, this is not bad. This is better than game number 1. In terms of at least it's being even on both of these teams. It hasn't snowballed into a complete landslide here. And Incendio, yes, they like to put the metal to the pedal to the metal in terms of this like 5 to 7 minutes in where they really try to group up quite early. And Papara not really scared. They have the Claude going in for the late game, sends him on the opposite direction, gets a tower push, looking for the objective here.
Ooh, Mohi does find a kill onto TNZ, and After Dark does find a kill onto the Turtle. Blazing Duet from the back line. Apex 47 in trouble, gets stunned and taken down. Mohi with the final touches there as well. Finds himself a double kill, finally able to answer back. Papara Supermassive looking for some kills onto these towers, through them in, start pushing their way to Incendio Supremacy's door.
You know, I did not expect the Claude to look so good in this matchup. A no Puri Claude, a Claude against a Rithel, but he's gonna get taken off, punished onto the top side, just as I say it. You guys can call it the Casa Curse. But again, the Claude has done quite well. He's rotating off from the opposite side of the map. He has some impacts on some of these team fights. And Xiao, again, is the leading MVP of Papara Supermassive. It means that Papara puts a lot of resources to put Xiao in a good position for some of these team fights early on.
One thing I wanted to point out too, just seeing that diversion from Rosa and that kill they were able to get kind of points out to me. I almost forgot they had a diversion on the team, because usually like Rosa's kind of spamming those out. And here, I want to say maybe a little bit more heavy or lighter handed when it comes to that diversion, when it comes to finding an available angle to be able to get there. I'm not sure if that's a plus for Papara Supermassive, or if Incendio Supremacy may be playing this one a little bit closer to the chest, a little bit more safer, because they don't know what they have in these, and they don't really have that dominating lead just yet where they can just appear anywhere and be guaranteed a good team fight.
Yeah, it seems like even though the scoreboard is 7-7 in terms of the towers, it's not extremely convincing on one end or the other. But Papara definitely has a game plan that is executing quite well. You can see the gold leaderboard, right? Xiao and Mohi up ahead. And Mohi was actually the one that fell first in that turtle pit. So Papara doing quite a good job, you know, with defending, with farming here, and especially with the marksman like Claude, the mobility is going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Incendio really have to put some players on to that marksman.
Ooh, glorious pathway there. It's laid down to kind of separate the rest of Incendio Supremacy. Mohi is able to get the Lord. Fight going on. Alien in trouble onto the back line. Has popped his healing. Mohi does find a kill there. And now they're returning to try to put some damage on here. Rosa getting chased down by Wasa. Tienzi coming in from the back end. Does find a kill. Shadow kill is onto 3 members. But Blotzfett finds his own kill onto Tienzi. 2 down for Incendio Supremacy. 1 down for Papara Supermassive. And a Lord on their side as well. Apex 47 comes in with the way of the dragon, and Mohi doesn't even get the license plate of that car before he gets taken down.
Yeah, a small facepalm moment, at least for me, but the damage coming out with the Rithel here, Sunshine, with the burst, with the scaling, picks up a kill here, a very crucial kill. Not only do they get After Dark, they get Mohi, which is, you know, 2 big damage dealers from the side of Papara. They should be able to defend out this objective here. A little bit of a misplay, I would say, from the side of Papara Supermassive. They played that objective so well. I thought the glorious pathway that was shot, but in that Lord pit was a little bit too early. But Tienzi's position was just too late. He didn't get to the fight until the Lord came down. Great AOG by Alien, as always. However, the retribution on Mohi, the amount of skill and mastery that he has on that hero, it just really shows in these turtle fights.
Ooh, big taunt goes on to Wasau. Blazing Duet, they're going to go ahead and right down the floor with a Sunshine. Big pop-up lands Apex 47 in the midst of the fire, trying to get away, gets taken down. After Dark finds the kill there as well. Blotzfett next on the list, gets taken down by Tienzi. Blazing Duet not enough to answer back. Ooh, After Dark takes a lot of damage. Tienzi finds a kill onto Wasau. We are trading back and forth. Mohi finds a kill onto Rosa. Tienzi decides against continuing the pressure onto Mohi. Doesn't have a shadow kill. Threw out some damage, but it wasn't enough. 3 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy, and we are just answering back and forth and back and forth. And I want to say, man, there's some decisions sometimes Papara Supermassive needs to be tighter on, especially when it comes to getting picked off before the Lord comes down. You got the Lord, and then you ruin it by taking 3 or 2 deaths because you guys were out of position and pushing forward without the help of your teammates.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely some blundering that the side of Papara kind of did here. And it looks like there potentially might be another one. He goes aggressive, Mohi, onto the backside here, gets taken off the board. Just like you said it. Just some blunders and some mistakes coming out from Papara is holding them back for convincing an early game in the second game.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive, they're not... They're playing like they're 4K behind, and they're trying to look for an opportunity, or they're trying to force opportunities. Ooh, AOG comes out and does find a kill onto After Dark. That's going to go ahead and set up the rest of the team to go ahead pick up this possible Lord. Trying to come in. Quad Shadows is out. Wasau in trouble, getting knocked down. Rosa finds a kill there. Blazing Duet with the Winter Crown. He still is able to get away, but it doesn't help. Lord still goes to Incendio Supremacy. And on the back line, ooh, Rosa looking for an angle here. They don't find anything. This is what we were talking about before, those diversions. But now that they have a lead, well, they don't actually have a lead. They're just tied up right now. 40 to 39K, 15 to 12 right now, and a Lord in their pocket.
I mean, I just want to show appreciation to Alien. On every objective, every little skirmish, he's looking to trade spells like Flicker and dashes with the AOG, and that really helps the side of Incendio to be able to clean up when those spells, those escape dashes are on cooldown. The rest of the members can follow up quite well, and I think Alien is the one that really sets the team fight up for success here. Incendio with the Lord marching down onto the bot side, looking to get a little bit more. They get the teleport on the top though.
Oh, maybe a little bit of an early win there. TNZ dives under the tower, gets caught up. Alien in trouble here too as well. 3 members of Papara Supermassive looking to take him down as Sunshine finds a takedown onto the tower. Alien is down. The rest of Papara Supermassive in tow, looking to possibly answer this back, but the great suppressive fire coming from Rosa to match up those yin yangs, force away Papara Supermassive. They thought they were chasing, but they were just getting baited into those tight corners of the jungle where Rosa's going to be able to match up those yin yangs so well.
You know, it's crazy that the Rithel is building crit and he's going for a DHS and he bursts like that. I don't know what a Rithel build is supposed to look like, but that deals tons of damage. Side of Incendio with a great with a great lead. It's 1K, but all the kills, all the gold goes towards the marksman, goes towards the mage. They're both having a great time. The deaths are overall spread across the 3 front lines or the 3 melee units that they have. I think Incendio is in a pretty happy position, and with something like a Lu Yi when it comes down to this mid-late game, it's gonna force Papara's position to be quite awkward. Do they have to group up as 5 to deal with the divergence? Do they send 1 to split across the map and deal with the Hayabusa? The side of Papara has to make some tough choices that I think Incendio might be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, and this is going to come down to the proving times. Only a tiny 1K gold lead for the side of Incendio Supremacy. I want to say this next fight, this next objective is really going to tell the tale of where the advantage goes. Does Papara Supermassive have a composition that they can use to be able to kind of match up some of these objectives, to be able to take these back as Sunshine starts on this Lord? Alien checking through the bushes, getting as much information for his team. The rest of Papara Supermassive coming in from the side, getting caught up there. A big flicker into a fist crack, is able to go ahead and lock onto Rosa. After Dark is taken down. Blotsfoot as well. This spells disaster for Papara Supermassive. 3 down and the diversion into the back lines. Clean.
Oh my God.
That is, oh my God, there's only 1 on each team. Mohi at Apex 47, they tried the diversion into the back line. The diversion ended up working out against them. This means that you have a Lord. The jungler for the side of Papara is up. They're going to be able to get this Lord potentially. If Apex 47 can't find a way to be able to counter this, he's not going to be able to. There's only 5% left there. The diversion play, I wonder if we can get a replay of that. It looked like it was going to be able to wipe out Papara, but it turned against them.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely just a little bit too much here. And, oh, Apex popping this flicker early on. Not gonna have the flicker wave, the dragon combination for this next objective. It just makes Xiao even more happier, and especially Mohi and Blotsfit on the front side. They're not gonna be kicked as well, but ooh, a little divergent, sneaky play here. The side of Papara doesn't go for the bait. And, you know, we thought Incendio had that team fight convincingly, right? It shined in their favor, but the double-edged sword of the divergent, it's just sometimes a little bit hard.
Yeah, from the back end, get a lock on to Zhao, able to get the kill quickly with the quad shadow running around the rest of some Supermassive looking to try to latch on to TNZ, but his team is right there to answer the call and create that distance.
Rosa?
He needs to find himself an escape. Shadow kill onto Wasa. Maybe a bit of a mistake there, but the rest of the team coming there, putting the CC, slowing down Wasa, who will not be able to get an escape. Alien with the kill there, only 2 2 left on the side of Papara Supermassive. And just like that, Incendio Supremacy able to turn around a Lord that they lost with some great positioning by TNZ, find 3 kills onto Supermassive.
Yes, TNZ picks Xiao up pretty much uncontested. 100 to 0 here. The Flicker Fish Crack does come in. Lots of damage coming out. The reinforcements from Papara picks off the Gato Kacha, looking for a little bit more. Blasfed might be in dangerous position. Incendio has to back out here, but the side of Papara able to pick up Alien. That's a huge priority target that has caused a lot of headache, and it gives Papara a little bit more map pressure to push Incendio back into their cave.
Just like that. And that's the value. This is where this greatness from Badang has been coming from. Is just he's like a mage when it comes to those one-hit combos, but he's got the tankiness that he needs to be able to survive past that as well. So I mean, he especially here, a great answering right back to Incendio Supremacy with a page they just threw at them, which is flanking from behind them. And speaking of which, you can still see TNZ is not done with that playbook. He's still on the backside. He's looking for an opportunity to find Zhao. If he can put him on the map, he's going to be looking for an angle to try to see if he can turn it in. It looked like After Dark was walking right into the range too.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing cat and mouse here. It's quite smart in the kick.
Whoa, goes in, lands on. Rosa does find a kill onto After Dark. That is Big Mage taken down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Wasau trying to find himself an escape. 1 down for Papara, but that's a huge damage dealer down. Mohi. Oh, he's not able to find the target that he wants. Instead, he's going to have to put some damage onto Alien. Now, not in the best of positions to be able to try to come into this turtle. It looks like Supermassive might have to let this go. Wasau in the front lines. He's putting on the damage. Rosa on the front lines. They're trying to dodge. Either comes to Quad Shadows. Little bit. Oh, the Blazing Duet gets popped up immediately. Zhao in trouble's going to have to use that BMI to get out of harm's way. Mohi finds a kill onto Rosa. A double kill. 2 down for Incendio Supremacy, and their jungler is down 24 to 21. Papara Supermassive find themselves in a path to be able to take this Lord, but Mohi does not like what he sees so far, so he's gonna decide against the Lord until his team can be in a position to back him up.
They found the priority targets. That's exactly what the side of Papara is looking for here. Alien and Apex looking to kind of distract here. Potentially might get it, but they might be the ones that get taken off themselves here. Apex is going to be the first one on the chopping block. Rithel pops that Purify here. They're looking for more. Shao comes in with a flicker. Blazing Duet cleans up the whole entire Incendio Supremacy lineup here. A 5-4-0. Papara going crazy.
Yeah, and right now, Zhao looking for another angle there. It's just Rosa, well, Rosa and TNZ right now. Big Shadow Kill is out there, but they find the kill. Zhao takes down TNZ. Wasau on here. They want Rosa. Rosa's alone, but it's not. I mean, it's a Lu Yi. As I say that, she gets popped. This, ladies and gentlemen, could be the final blow here. That is going to be a game 2 answered well by Papara Supermassive to tie up our series.
Papara here with some convincing plays, just one after the other. The second that we thought Papara was going to be completely out of the team fight, they find a way to turn things around. I think Xiao had a great game here. I also think the Veil played its part, but also the Badang. I think all the members of Papara Supermassive played a great game to be able to turn things around here, right? Incendio had a small lead early on. You know, they were able to take care of business majority of the time. They found some winning team fights. Rosa was able to get some pickoffs as usual. However, Papara with 21-minute game, able to come out just a little bit more on top.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you could probably fill a highlight reel with all of these players for everybody who did their job and had a major factor in the success of Supermassive here. Whether it's the damage and Zhao being able to get to the back line with those blazing duets, After Dark being able to find the damage, especially with his abilities with the windstorms, the wind blows and things like that, and then Blotsfed even able to find the angles, whether it's able to counter counter a push by the side of Incendio Supremacy, or able to use that flicker to get to the back line to find Rosa with that fist crack, allowing his team the time they needed to close the distance onto there. It just, every single member did what they were supposed to have this a huge point into these fights and a major role in the success.
Now the question is this Claude an issue? Because Papara has played the Claude in almost every one of their series. It's a pocket pick for Xiao that he excels at, and when you look at the rotations, when you look at the way that he's using the blazing duet and he gets onto the backside, it's convincing that he knows his role on the team. Look at this, he goes for the flicker, gets onto the backside, doesn't find the pick off, but is able to clean up the rest of the members here. And even this, right, they're able to get a few hits off, just enough where Mohi's able to take care of the rest of the business here. It's like one thing after the other. The side of Papar is just able to get the dominoes to fall in their favor, especially in the late game, and it just snowballed into that win.
And I want to say it's such a good job being able to kind of counteract even the diversion. We just saw back there, the diversion went into the back line. They tried to find the jump onto the side of Incendio Supremacy, but they were able to turn it around, which is maybe the problem and the reason why we didn't see as many diversions like we did in the last series, where they were just all over the map, surprising the enemy. Here, they tried it and immediately were shut down and got the game turned around onto them. So, I mean, just the amount of CC, the amount of burst damage that can come out, it seems to be like that is the counter for the diversion, is if you give them enough time, if they see the diversion coming, if they have this type of composition, they're going to be able to burst you down, they're going to be able to CC you down to where it's not going to be an effective surprise. We take a look at the MVP here, Mohi here with a 12, 5, and a 6. A well-deserved MVP and a well-fought victory for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, and you know, the stats don't tell the full story for Mohi's MVP. You take a look at the first objective, right? Alien, non-stop AOGs right on top of the retribution timer, and you have this Soyu just able to get the frame perfect, iframe and the retribution over and over. The first objective. The second objective, he's there every single time, starting the objective, getting those Lord Dances pull, and finding even that winning team fight with the Louis teleport that we saw in the highlight, right? And it transitioned their team into an objective, into a Lord. Yes, it didn't really, you know, siege the way that they were looking for, but you know, the Soyu was able to find the objective, and you know, again, the MVP, I just feel like it's well deserved there.
And they did so much, and there was so much. I mean, and this doesn't take away. I don't want to say that this was like a dominating victory for the side of Papara Supermassive, because this was so much back and forth. There was even a point where Zhao came in with the blazing duet and immediately got caught by Cho with the pop-up, immediately shut down the blazing duet. He had to BMI himself back away. There's just each player on the team was able to answer back and forth. It turns out this time that Papara Supermassive just had it in their favor that one last time. And he's just doing such a great job. You can take a look at the win rate here. The best win rates here for Suyu. The top one there going to Mohi. A 77% win rate. 9 times it's been used here. Maybe something we might want to think about taking away from him.
Yeah, I mean, the Sui has had a lot of success in the SPS tournaments, and especially in the meta nowadays, he's considered, you know, one of the stronger junglers, especially when you talk about the Soyu, the Joy, and also the Hayabusa, right? These three are kind of like the staple here. Of course, the Fanny comes out in the picture. I'm wondering, right? Do we have the opportunity to bait a Fanny pick out? Especially with so much success that both teams had with such a big hero pool in the jungle, right? If they ban out the Hayabusa, there's still the alpha left to be played. The Soyu, you know, is being blind pick cryo by both of these teams here. You know, I'm wondering if we're gonna see a Fanny come out, because there's just so much opportunity in every other lane. There's so many picks, heroes, and bans that both teams are looking to go for. it would be an excitement for me to get a Fanny game.
It would be exciting, but I feel like they already understand that, especially at this point in the tournament, these teams are not the ones you're going to be allowing the Fanny about. Yes, Hayabusa is a threat. Yes, the Joy can be a threat, but imagine having the kill potential that you do with these normal assassins with the map coverage that a Fanny provides. These guys, I just feel like these guys are too good, and they understand, they respect that these dudes are too good to allow a Fanny out there, with how well that these guys can manage. Like, there's sometimes when you're at the beginning of tournaments, you're at a point where I don't think he's that good on a Fanny, so we're gonna go ahead and throw that out there. I think we've gone through that phase here where people have let that. We've seen TNZ on the Fanny. We've seen a lot of other people on these Fannies, and they have absolutely crushed. There's just no reason to let that out there in favor for a Hayabusa that we've already shown we can do pretty well. Suyu did all right against him. Hayabusa was having a big problem trying to find the angles, and that's another problem too. When it comes to the assassin versus fighter, I've talked about it before. The objective fights, there's just so many boxes as an assassin that you need to check, that you need to do correctly to be successful in an objective fight. And your team needs to be present. Your team needs to be helping you. You need to find the angle, get in, get the retribution, find an escape without getting killed, without getting CC'd. Whereas somebody like a Suyu, he's got the tankier. He can get CC'd a few times. He can take a few punches. He can hang out there and then just get his retribution and walk himself out. So there's some games to be played here, but as much as I would love to see the Fanny, there's just too much on the line.
No reason. Yeah, SPS Pro Series top picks here. Hylos 50%, 28 picks. Granger 51%, 27 picks. And Soyu with a pretty significant win rate at 26%. Incendio, very, very big Hylos user. And if not, I would say the strongest Hylos user in this tournament here. Granger, we've seen the performance off of Sunshine so extremely well. We could expect the same coming out from Zhao. Top picks, pretty self-explanatory, Soyu, and it goes with all the mages picks. But I kind of want to sit back and talk about something in the more overall scale. In terms of some of these best of 5 series goes, Incendio has lost game 2 multiple times. This is not the first time Incendio has lost game number 2s. Against Elevate in their opening match in the group series, they lost game number 2. In their match against Team Falcom, again, another game number 2 loss, and then their decider match, another game number 2 loss. Does Incendio drop off a bit and relax after their first win and then come back stronger? Or is this a performance that Papara Supermassive has adjusted towards Incendio's performance and able to kind of prevail and maybe take the momentum into 3 and 4?
I guess we're going to find out there. I feel like there is something to be said about kind of like the back and forth when it comes to
skirmishes,
being successful in the first game and then getting comfortable with that, with the win conditions that we set forth there, and the enemy being able to answer back for it. It might be telling for them, whereas maybe we need more than right from the beginning. We need 2 plans, because we can't just lean on the same thing that made us successful in the first game, because it's going to allow the enemy some time to be able to counter back and answer back with something that counters what made us successful. Here, I'm actually kind of wondering, especially when last series, it was immediate. Lu Yi needs to be banned out because they were so successful on it. Here, Papara Supermassive showed that they can deal with that. They can deal with the Hayabusa. They dealt with it very successfully. I honestly still kind of believe it needs to be banned, just because I feel like it's almost like that fake out we had from the first series. Well, she did all right in the first game. She didn't do great. And then on the second game, it was like, oh my God, where did Rosa come from on this one, now that was able to get that map presence everywhere else on there? Now, focus down onto some of these marksman lanes, the gold laners. We do have Granger taken off the board, Harith off there. Very familiar banning strategy that we've been seeing from both of these teams already.
Yeah, and what's interesting in this matchup is both the Louis and the Eve are open, which we've seen traditionally are high pick priors for any of the teams in SPS. Papara going with their bread and butter. Saw a little facial expression. I'm quite happy with the pick. I think you're quite happy with this pick also.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they've been successful with that actually needs to be addressed by Incendio Supremacy. I was almost at the point where I was just like, maybe we don't go with the Lu Yi. Maybe we go with something like an Aurora or something that can stop that in-your-face play style and take down that's the side that Suyu can provide for them. With the engagements there. They do take away the Bedang from the side of Papara Supermassive, so maybe this is going to be the adjustment that they need to be successful against this composition.
For me, I would go with the Claude. I think Xiao played a great Claude, and Supermassive has picked up the marksmans early on. Game number 1, they picked up the Moskov. Didn't really work out in their favor. So I like the Claude being blind pick here because the only option that I think Incendio is looking to go for is something like the Rithel. Now, this Phoveus is something that Incendio has banned out over and over and over with a good reason. We've seen massive Phoveus come out and just dominate from that level 4 position and onwards, paired up with the RWM. Ooh, this is a opening coming out from Papara here.
Yeah, this is interesting too because you want something. We saw how well that Incendio Supremacy can deal with a Phoveus alone. When it's just that flicker, they don't engage unless their mage has that flicker available to be able to kind of get them out of harm's way. However, this is different. This is not a Sicilian. This is not the tankiness that he has with his Bat's Feast, with the Clock of Destiny. This is going to be a Lu Yi that is very susceptible, very squishy. So it's going to be very interesting. Add that to the fact that you've got an RWM on your team where you can box in the enemy team. You're going to cut off their escape as well. It's going to be very careful. I want to say you're going to kind of be looking for Incendio to try to set the tone for some of these engagements, because if they allow Papara Supermassive to get these engagements, they're going to be looking at quickly losing the ground around you for as well as they can initiate from these.
Although I like the 1-1 ban, because, you know, Alpha can't really do too much, and this is something Xiao has picked up before. What I'm scared of is if you have to ban out the 1-1, it means your lineup is already susceptible to a lot of these range mobile characters like the Claude, right? There's not going to be too much action if the side of Papara is able to pick up something like a carry or a Claude. It's going to be a headache to deal with, right? The mobility that can get onto the Lu Yi, the potential that the Badang can't actually find the peel necessary, and Alpha, after the Alpha charge, doesn't have that much of a dash. So I think that this might be a mistake because it just feels like Incendio has a lot of holes in their draft that they're really unable to protect themselves against. I like where Papara is going with this so far. They take out the Gato Kacha, is a good flex and something that Alien has really done well with. But Papara still is looking for that roam position. Something like a Tigreal comes to mind when it comes down to locking the targets down for that Eve to be able to just dish out tons of damage.
Especially, well, they have when it comes to Rome, there's that. I'm actually kind of curious why Minotaur kind of fell off. I was kind of thinking of that maybe being inside the real world manipulation, but we've kind of distanced ourselves from Minotaur in the last bit. He's I want to say he's become a little bit too squishy in that early game and is not as dependable that what a lot of people like. And then it's just the setup time. It's like you see his ultimate coming from a mile away. It allows the people the time that they need to be able to kind of escape there. Here, yeah, you're gonna have the Wrath of the Dryad, as well as a little bit of a taunt coming out as well, and we're gonna go back onto Old Faithful, 67%. So not a bad win right there, Zhao.
Yeah, all Zhao there, all Xiao there. This Beleric, there's things to love and there's things to not love about it. Things to love is that it does well against the alpha, where he goes in, he gets taunted, and that's like a 3-4 second combination that the alpha has to deal with, right? You can't really run face forward against a Louis. You're gonna get hit, and the Rithel does have some mobility, so it may give Papara what it's need. I still like Papara's draft a little bit more. Incendio is still missing a key factor here, and they go with something I would say is a little bit crazy here.
I was about to say, when it comes, I mean, you're not going to be able to kind of run straight at the Lu Yi, but that all depends on how this engagement goes. Is the side of is Wasao diving into the back with the demonic force, already starting to zone out the side of Incendio Supremacy when you come in with the Wrath of Dryad? Like on paper, yeah, I don't like it against the Lu Yi, but it really depends on the angles in which these guys come in for some of the attacks. The Akai, I don't hate it. I just, there's a lot of boxes to check successfully, especially when I do like it when it comes to objective fights, because you're going to have that heavy spin. You can potentially pin a Suyu against the wall while he's trying to get the retry off. It gives you an opportunity, a bigger opportunity than you had before, to kind of get in there, get that retribution, and get yourself out of harm's way.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 between Incendio Supremacy up against Papara Supermassive. This is game number 3, a 1-1 overall score coming out from both of these teams from Turkey, representing their region. Both of them have already made it to the next stage, but fighting for that top position here. Standard openings, a little bit more aggressive from the side of Incendio, but it's something that, you know, we've seen already before. The side of Incendio love to take priority over the mid bushes due to just Rosa's positioning and lane clearing. Tianzi should be able to pick that up with no problem here.
Yeah, great protection there from Apex, and Rosa kind of putting up this nice little wall in front of that Lethal Wanderer to make sure that TNZ is able to kind of get his rotation, and he's going to be able to get that potential early gank up onto the top lane. But it does appear that Sunshine is already kind of pushing Zhao away. Zhao kind of knows what's up. He's going to back off, and then now we have pressure at the mid.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the interactions between the Belerics, but before that, Alpha Charge coming through, a quick flicker from the Beleric. I would say a little bit preemptive, but maybe they want to keep the HP high up before the objectives here. Again, when you get these flickers being popped and these utilities being plopped early on, it's just one less that they have here. An Alien looking to get away, holds onto his escape spell, and should be able to come back into the objective soon enough.
Oh yeah, they look like they actually might have gotten a kill on there, but they weren't able to. 10% health left on to Alien, so he's still going to be into this fight. Wassel coming up from the side. Big pop-up lands on the Blotside, who's looking for an escape up at the top. This is going to allow a great moment for Mohi to pick up this first turtle and get that first objective under the belt of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, I was wondering where the Beleric was going, but it seemed like he wasted enough spells from the side of Incendio and attention where Tianzi was just like, you know what? The tree is just in front of me. I'm not going to deal with it. Let's go for our usual strategy. And they always go for this invade after the objectives. This is what, separates a good team from a great team here. Incendio, even without getting the objectives, they have a game plan and they always look to go aggressive onto the opposite side. They get the deny on the green cap on the top. It's a small win, but it adds up over time.
Yeah, and you see a little bit of a back and forth. Wausau does go ahead and hit that demonic force, and they miss the stun onto Alien. Mohi emerges from the bushes. They don't find the kill here, but still, I want to say pretty dominant here on this bottom lane for Wausau and Papara Supermassive. No kills on the board just yet, and especially with this aggression that we've been seeing from both of these teams. You'd think that it'd be a higher killed game, but as we move on further and further into these games, both of these teams understand the movements, understand the rotations of each other, and are trying to keep a distance from being that first blood.
Oh, the teleport comes in onto the backside. Does get Wasa here. He's chunked dangerously low, but he's looking for a possible kill. Does not get Alien and gets taken off the board. He had his flicker available, but I think he chose to save that utility, and I think it may be a correct decision, right? The turtle is coming up in 15 seconds with the flicker. Wasa should be able to make a little bit more aggressive plays to try to get onto the backside here, but Incendio picks up the kill for the very first blood. And, they didn't get the objective the first time around, so I think they're definitely looking for their second one, but this time, Blatzfett is going to have that ultimate available, potentially disrupting the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Ooh, heavy spin is out, pins two members against the wall. TNZ able to pick up the turtle. Down goes Mohi with a turtle, with a kill under their belt. Incendio Supremacy are able to take this early game. And it's funny that you mentioned that. It did look like Wausau was kind of saving that flicker. He immediately ran for the objective to try to get that up, to try to get to the objective fight. But as soon as he got in there, he immediately got blindsided, and the heavy spin from Apex 47 pinned him against the wall to where he wasn't able to do much. And it almost kind of figures that maybe Papara Supermassive should have left. Oh, Rosa finds a kill on the Blotsfet. Maybe Papara Supermassive should have left that, maybe pushed onto the bottom lane, and potentially taking a tower. With right now, there might be trouble here. After Dark flickers too late and gets taken down. 4 kills unanswered for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, we love that. In terms of, that recalling, it's definitely a mind game, and if you're able to pick off a kill on top of that, it's just even more entertaining to watch here. Tenzi able to bait his way into a kill, a pick off onto After Dark, and it connects with the mid-game tower. So guys at home, pressing recalls a few more times may just get you a little bit of an advantage sometimes.
Yeah, as Blotza and a little bit of trouble, getting chased by 4 people, is able to find himself a little bit of an escape from the side, sandwiched in between him and Wausau, who's looking to get some information before they push onto this top. They decide not to go ahead, put the damage up there. Towers and Macro firmly in the position of Incendio Supremacy right now. They're just making more out of these few kills that they have, able to push onto the towers, able to kind of push back Papara Supermassive. And I'm wondering if there's even too much late game assurance on the side of Papara Supermassive, or if this is going to be like a slow chokehold from the side of Incendio. They're starting on the turtle. Blotsfet on the backside. Wausau on the front. A big fist crack. Looking not just yet from Alien. Here comes the Alpha Charge. Blotsfet gets taken out with the turtle going over to Incendio Supremacy. But Mohi finds a kill of his own. TNZ finds one, and Incendio Supremacy able to stack up the deaths onto Papara Supermassive. 3 down right now. Mohi, the next one in line. It's just After Dark, who's already run back to base to the safety of their towers.
Yeah, getting the Eve and the Claude sets themselves up great in the late game. If they can't get to the late game, though, it is a very big disadvantage. Claude needs a few items, does have the DHS, looking to go for the Golden Staff. Now, the amount of time that Xiao is going to need to be able to get online is going to be a little bit while. And same thing with After Dark. And right here, Alien looking to clash a little bit. They do get some teleports. Some of the members are coming through. Tianzi should be able to get an alpha charge on to the Belleric, and that is going to be a kill secured. The Blazing Duet coming out from the backside is going to be able to get hit, and with the spin, with the roll, Apex 47 gets something out, but the trade, Xiao does get taken off the board, and Tianzi here with another convincing fight 8 minutes in.
Ooh, just like that, Mo. He tries to go in and gets taken down now. It's just 2 left against this push right now. And you can see a 7K gold lead at the 8-minute mark. That was what made them successful in that last game. They have been out-countered here in this third one, as Incendio Supremacy seemed to have an answer for everything. Even with the Blazing Duet coming out from Zhao, great positioning there. They caught him on the back end of his BMI, able to take him out. A 2-12 game here at the 9-minute mark.
8 minutes, 8K lead. This is not something that I expect with an opening draft of the Soyu, Phobius, and Eve, right? I think the Belleric and the Claude just made Papara's comp just so prone to a lot of early game aggression. And when you got a jungler like Alpha, where he can, go around at objectives quite early on, and then you also got Rosa just teleporting around. It's a big headache for the side of Papara to deal with. And then especially if they don't get some convincing team fights early on, they're going to struggle just like this right now to be able to find a groove in any of these objectives.
Man, an Alien right now doing such a great job trying to zone out the rest of the team. He's done a great job too, not just kind of being that pressure coming in with the fist crack, but also to withstand some of the ganks that came out from Papara Supermassive, and they didn't really have a target in the early game to help them get fed. Great job by Apex 47. Ooh, Blotsfed comes in, does find himself a Wrath of Dryad, followed by the RWM. Do they have enough damage? It doesn't seem like it, as Rosa and Tienzi laying down the law. As Zhao comes in with the Blazing Duet, it is not enough, and he stands alone against 3 members of Incendio Supremacy. The rest of his team has been taken down. Rosa comes in from the backside, finds the kill onto Zoe with that diversion. I was just about to say, like, where is Rosa coming from? Has a diversion from the back end, is able to take down Zhao. Not that it allowed too much for the team. That's more of the icing on the cake there from that push.
It was a great set from Blatchfet early on in that team fight. He was able to get the ultimate down onto like 2-3 members, along with the CC followed up onto that. But it also was a little bit desperate, right? If Papar was able to do that a little bit earlier on, maybe on the second objective, get a decent team fight and a decent set, maybe it would have given them a little bit more time to build up some of the items that I think Xiao desperately needs. Now we're at this like 11-minute mark. You're talking about an 8K goalie. That's an item or 2 extra on the enemy carry, right? So Xiao is struggling to be able to output the damage that he's looking for. Yeah, you're talking about a whole item on the jungler.
Yeah, and right now they're looking for an opportunity. The problem here right now is you're about 8K deficit. Any team fight that is organized is going to be at a deficit to Papara Supermassive. You need a pickoff before you start, and you can't get baited into any of these fights, especially if you catch somebody like Apex 47 on the Sakai, or even Tienzi, who's got a pretty decent amount of sustain. So you're basically you have these stars that need to align. Sunshine needs to get caught. Rosa needs to get caught without the rest of the team in tow. And Alien finds a kill on the Mohi. RWM is out, but it's not enough to make them pay, as Zhao gets taken down as well. Alpha charge onto Wasa. They're continuing on the damage. After Dark trying to throw out the damage as well on this Eve, and gets hit with that alpha charge. Heavy spin against the core. This could be it, putting them against the wall. 50% onto it, 10%. This is going to be game 3 going to Incendio Supremacy.
Incendio supremacy here with a turnaround in game number 3. We've seen this story being played over and over, and it just shows you the dominance that Incendio supremacy has, the control over all these opponents that they've had so much success with. Yes, they are still missing one more game in order for them to progress forward in this tournament. However, they've shown a very convincing win here. 12 minutes and 25 seconds, 22-6. From the beginning to the end, Private, it was just a one-sided show.
Yeah, and not much to say on the side of Incendio Supreme, or on the side of Supermassive right now. I mean, taking a look here, MVP 10 kills for TNZ on that alpha, able to match up fighter with fighter, and I mean, we kind of questioned the Akai, but I felt like the Akai did a decent job of kind of creating these openings for the domination through a lot of these objectives.
You know, I'm actually more impressed by TNZ, just because that a lot of the alphas typically like to be paired up with a Matilda. That's where I think Alpha shines, because in terms of the mobility, Alpha, it gets dominated by something like an Eve or something like a Phoveus, and even things like the Claude, where there's just so much mobility that he doesn't really have too much that he can do with. And I think you're correct. Apex 47, he was able to take care of so many front lines early on. He has a lot of the stuns. He's always in great position. The front line that the side of Incendio really relies on, you take a look at some of these heavy spins, it's always there available for their team.
Yeah, even there, pinning Zhao against the walls, they take him down, and then Mohi running for the hills before he eventually gets taken out by the rest of the team. A great plan and great adjustments here made by the side of Incendio for a very dominating game here for them. And I'm wondering kind of what you even do against it, because this was a great answer.
Definitely, if we're talking about game 3 transitioning to game 4, is that we don't want to focus our draft onto the late game so much that we lose our early game. The side of Supermassive, when they were winning the early game, they were able to take things kind of onto another level, and especially when their team is a little bit more balanced. When I say balanced, it could be like the mid lane is early, and then let Xiao play that late game force of the Claude and the Moskov, right? So early game mid mages, things like the Eve, maybe just let it go. They had success with letting go the Eve in game number 2, which I was pretty surprised of. But in game number 3, they decided to pick it up themselves, and it backfired here. TNZ 10-0-9, 86% KP, a dominating performance.
Well, and this is something I brought up during the draft before, is that you make these little adjustments, but you cover down a hole, and then you forget what made you successful in the other games. You have the early game, which kind of got ignored on the side of Supermassive. Incendio Supremacy did a great job right from the get-go. And they've shown what I want to say a lot of these other teams have not. Sometimes when it comes to their existence through the early, mid, and late game, where a lot of teams, they start falling apart in the late game, or they start questioning, like, what do we do now? It feels like Incendio does not make as many of those errors that we've seen here in the late game. So you can't always really... This whole idea of let's set up for the late game and then hopefully we hit our power spike by then, it's not really going to work against a team like Incendio Supremacy because they don't make the same amount of mistakes that allow that type of composition to be successful.
I think it also does show that a lot of these long drawn out series, these best of 5s, do really play an advantage for teams that have the depth, teams that have the experience and the histories dealing with this, right? Incendio Supremacy, it feels like they're adjusting quite well in every match, whether we're talking about the draft or even just in their gameplay themselves, right? They're playing better and better almost every single game. Of course, game number 2, it does feel like it is still their weakness, but they did have a clean sweep against an opponent that we thought would give them a lot of trouble. And this time around, Papara is a team that has won against Team Falcon, a team that took Incendio on to a best of 5 series and is proving to have quite a bit of trouble even getting their gears going in that mid-early game.
Well, we're down to the line between these two teams. Papara Supermassive needs a victory here, while Incendio Supremacy sitting kind of pretty here. They've got some wiggle room. They've got room to test things out if they wanted to, but I don't see them doing that. They're going to come on hard and fast here onto Papara Supermassive, who need to have themselves a plan.
It's like showing up to like a basketball court and you're just wearing like normal shoes, and the enemies got like 6 feet giants coming from Europe, and they're just gonna dominate the performance here. Papara doesn't seem that massive just in game number 3 here. I think they have a chance just because this is Turkey versus Turkey we're talking about. This is Papara Supermassive, the ones that, you know, took care of business in their game earlier today. It's gonna be down to, I feel like, how they match up against Incendio. We talked about how Incendio is so good at choosing drafts that win their lane. It could come down to like the mid lane where you could see Rose and Apex 47 just having a great time level 1, level 2. If Papara is able to find things that match the wave clear, match the clear speed, match the rotations, it may give them success. But also Incendio, great at drafting in the very first picks, right? Right here, Harith and Granger both left available. You also got the Phoveus in game number 3 that didn't really work out themselves. You also got some assassins, so I do want to see where Incendio goes with this draft.
Yeah, especially, I mean, what are we going to leave out here? Especially taking in 2 that were kind of left open last time. So now we've got the Bedang that's on the ban list, Suyu's on the ban list, Granger, Harrod still out there on the board. Man.
Eve Loyi.
Yeah, Eve, Luyi. And Luyi, I'm just on a... I know how strong Luyi can be. I just don't feel like Luyi has been the game changer for Incendio Supremacy, and I'm wondering if you even ban that out, or if maybe it's just been one of those really subtle things that you don't really see because she's not getting the big numbers, but she does have the suppressive fire in the background that really makes people think about some of these engagements. And we did see, I mean, we saw a couple kills from that diversion, especially that diversion inside the tower. But yeah, Marksman Gold Lane wide open right now as far as picks are concerned. Is that going to be a Granger priority for Incendio?
Yeah. I think it's a no-brainer. Is a Granger first pick or a Granger on Papara Supermassive? There's not much to be expected here. You should get the Harith before the first phase ends for Papara, but they have options. I thought they would open the Hylos so they could pick it up themselves, but with the Hylos being banned out, it does show that the Gato Kacha could be a prior here. They also have the first pick onto the jungler if they want to go for the Hayabusa. Papara hasn't been the one that's showing their mage pick early on, because I think After Dark is comfortable with a lot of other picks on top of something like the Eve and the Louis. So yeah, they decided to go for Phoveus is great. I like that. Joy, we haven't really seen the Joy come out and play that much today. Maybe only one time, right?
Yeah, it was only once so far that we've seen here. It was on the side of Incendio Supremacy. They were very successful with it. Here, I think it was with the Granger as well. So they took that away from them so they don't have like that double mobility cheat code when it comes to all the dashes around. And here, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Hayabusa very quickly on the side of Incendio Supremacy, and looking for what we're going to answer back with.
Gato, Louis deals with some anti-dive aggression coming out from Joy, so it's going to be the option that they decide to lock that in. And I think Incendio is quite happy with the Hayabusa. It does decent against the Joy, and it's assassin versus the assassin matchup. I think this is what Incendio loves to have versus Papara. I think is a little bit more skilled in that fighter role, especially with the success that they had with the Soyu. Papara, last one, should be the Harith, unless they really want to play some like Harith, Arithal bounce ball and see if Incendio is going to ban one of them out. Like, do they really want to play that route? I think it's going to be the Harith, but Harith and Joy, that's... Harith and Joy is 2 magic damage, Julia. That's the disadvantage of, that's the weakness of that draft. So going with a chip gives them a different angle to potentially bring in the physical damage dealer. And Papara, Xiao, definitely that guy that is not scared to bring out the Moskov, to bring out the Bruno, to bring out the Claude.
My only thing is, do we have potentially the CC or the burst to really pay attention if it to bring this chip to fruition when it comes to some of these ultimates that are going to come out, these portals. We're going to try to match out the Lu Yi with that map presence, which is not bad. Chip for me really shines in that early game where he can catch those rotations, the lackluster rotations possibly coming. How do I say this? I feel like Chip takes advantage of teams that can get lax with the rotations in the early game. My problem is I don't feel like Incendio is a team that is lax in their early game rotations. I don't think you're going to find many opportunities that somebody just lollygagging through the jungle and then is going to get caught by Chip. Because they're just so pristine on a lot of their synergy, especially in that early game. It'll be very interesting. What it does have is the potential to turn some of these engagements, especially like we saw before, the every single objective can be turned into, now we're going to have all 5 members here to be able to kind of push into this early game, which can turn the tides potentially for Papara.
I will say the chip does quite well in the laning phase and some trades pick offs early, so look for Papara to kind of have a small advantage, although we don't really know what roam that Incendio has here. They could pick up something like the Gato Kacha, which I think is going to be their pick. Now Incendio does have a weakness in their jungle and their marksman position, and you brought up this item up earlier in the pre-shows when we were just kind of talking, and it's the Dreadnought option against skill damage like Hayabusa and Granger. I think that is the route that they decided to take. I think Papara denied the Joy pick early because you said the Joy and the Granger pairs up quite well. It's magic and physical damage. Forcing them to be on a Hayabusa or Alpha means there's going to be a lot more physical damage that they could easily protect themselves up with the Dreadnought. So I think Papara has set their draft up quite well. Incendio is baiting for that Harith. I don't think Papara is going to bite. Besides the Claude and the Rithel, the Beatrix and the Bruno comes to mind for me.
I'm actually wondering, if you don't go with Irithel, where do
Moss?
you go here against the Granger? Possibly Moskov. He gives you a lot of split push potential, but do you want the split push, that type of split push against like a Hayabusa who can answer that right away? With the shadow kill, then there's not much that a Moskov can do against that. And then you've got a pretty tanky front line. I was going to say maybe a Clint, but not against an Akai, not against an Edith who can really just eat up those shots. So I mean, possibly you've got the Beatrix out there that it's got great clear, and
I think
a great flexibility.
I think it's the Moskov.
It's going.
I think it's the Moskov. I think Papara and game number, I don't know which one, but game number 3 against S2G had the matchup between the Granger and the Moskov, and they won that in 17 minutes. It wasn't convincing. It's not the Moskov. This is... Ooh. Before I have nothing to talk about for that. That's just crazy. But in terms of the XP matchup, Incendio has a winning lane again. The Edith does so well against the Phoveus, and I think we're gonna see that in action. Maybe you can shed some light onto that gold lane situation.
You said, I have no words for that because we're off in space. I deal with ground, I deal with earth, I deal with what is logical. Right now, we've just thrown out everything here for this Hellcurt pickup. I think this is a case of us reaching outside of the box and hoping that this surprise is going to be more than they're going to be able to deal with. Granger, especially in a match against a Granger, I don't see anything on a Hellcurt that, like, especially in the early game, that's going to really be a threat to Granger. That's going to be something that's going to be able to kind of really do something against him. Once he gets that Darkness Falls, yes, potentially he can go on to the Granger. He can kind of shut him down. But before that, I don't really see it making a difference there. As we start on to the possible final and 4th game of Incendio Supremacy, looking to shut down Papara Supermassive and throw them into the lower bracket.
Whoop whoop. We get to see an alien on the gold lane. Are cockroaches considered alien? They're considered the oldest form of life that survived a lot. And talk about survival, Xiao able to get an early advantage off. Picks off Tianzi in the jungle. A little bit of an unexpected opening from the side of Papara. Able to find the pick off quite early on, and even an advantage on the bot side. Pops the flicker here. Ooh, this thing is something new here, Private.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of wondering how Zhao is actually able to be so successful. Like, even before they came down to match up on to Sunshine, Granger was having a few issues against the Hellcurt in the lanes. It was already getting pushed off. And speaking of which, Apex 47 finds himself a death. This does not bode well for Incendio Supremacy at all. They're losing the bottom lane, which Granger should be winning. They've already taken 2 deaths, and now Zhao is starting to get fed on this Hellcurt. That is an immense amount of damage that you can have, especially when it comes to a point where, like, the synergy of these teams is tight enough to where if you call out a target, they should be able to pick it off right away.
Well, in terms of the physical damage that Papara has for output, Hellcurt has to do well. Without Hellcurt, the side of Incendio is just going to build Radiant or Athena's, and there's just not going to be that much physical damage output. So Xiao is forced to have a very successful early game, or else Incendio is just going to walk through them. However, Incendio, they have physical damage dealers, they have magic damage dealers, and they have 2 of each. So even if one falls, there's still another that's backing them up. And I think that's the strength of Incendio. However, an early game advantage. It seems like Papara has found a little bit of a light and potentially looking for more. They have Blastvet here with the teleport, has the potential to take the cockroach into the team fight whenever they need to.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I was watching the bottom lane while all this was happening up there, and Sunshine seems very
defensive,
careful about even moving forward into his lane when he doesn't have eyes on Zhao. He's very afraid of that teleport kind of landing on top of him. We do have a little bit of engagement here. Ooh, big back and forth there. Rosa putting on the damage. Pop up on Apex 47, and the back line comes in. Pop up Mohi able to find the kill on to the turtle, which allows another kill for their side. 0-4, completely unanswered by Incendio Supremacy.
1.7k gold lead 4 minutes in. That is not a bad situation that Papara Supermassive wants to be in. They get these objectives, they get these early pickoffs, and they're looking to even get tons more damage onto the marksman. They get the shutdown on to Sunshine, a high priority target. One of the issues that I think Papara has is the range from the Granger, but they're able to deal with it swiftly and early on. 4 minutes in, it may snowball into something unbelievable here, Private.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why or how the Hellcurt is winning against Sunshine, because on paper I just don't understand. Is the fear of Hellcurt landing on and silencing you so much that because I've been watching the mini map, that Sunshine isn't even pushing into his lane unless he has eyes and knows that he has the distance from Zhao. And that's really shutting down the early game where a Granger likes to snowball. Bloodspec comes in there. We do have the Dark Knight Falls comes in, looking for an angle. Is it going to be enough? Big heavy spin comes out, pins him against the wall. Big high, big pop-up lands. Alien onto the back end. Wassail finds a kill onto Apex 47. Now Alien is in the back line against 3 members. Gets taken down by Blotsfet. Shadow kill lands onto Wassail as he takes down Tienzi. 0-8 Supermassive returning the favor from the last game.
Top side, the shot gets taken off the board here. Sunshine able to take one back for their team, but it just in terms of that whole entire skirmish, you had the Hellcurt almost dying, pops through the portal and gets away here. Papara, you know, it's 8-1, but I feel like these team fights are a lot closer. And if Incendio is just able to get a few more trades, I would say Incendio is just right back into this. They have the late game potential, they have the range. However, Xiao here, it's something dangerous, something we have not seen before. It's hard for it to work, and in order for it to work, I feel like, you know, Supermassive has to catch Incendio off guard.
Yeah, well, I mean, that depends on, is this going to work in the mid and late game where you no longer have that surprise element there? Alien gets popped up there, Demonic Force out and alive as Rosa comes in to put on the suppressive fire. Apex 47 comes in from the side looking for an angle. We do have portals out right now. Alien dashes his way to safety. Heavy spin is putting Zhao against the wall. This might be it. If he can find himself, oh no, he's not. He is going to be able to get away. Rosa gets taken down deep into the back line is Wassail. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here with that shadow kill out and gets taken down by TNZ. A little bit of a forward kill there from, or a push there from Papara Supermassive. They're deep into enemy line just like that. Granger gets taken down and a pause out on the board. 2-10 for Papara Supermassive.
I will say this, the chip early pick prioed in the very first phase of the draft gives them some interesting options to deal with. And paired up with the Dark Knight Falls from the Hellcurt, it's like a teleport blitz, right? You saw in that last team fight, Blotsfed was able to get on top of Rosa, and then Xiao was able to teleport in. Now, Xiao did not get the focus that I think he was looking for. And, you know, right there, you see Rosa almost got taken off here. Waza gets the finishing touches off in that little skirmish here. It's very interesting how the side of Supermassive was able to get some of these skirmishes off in their favor. It's an advantage for Papara, but the question, again, is it going to work? Do they have the late game potential? Can they clean these team fights up consistently throughout the whole entire game?
The thing that's funny, too, is as you brought up, you've got Chip with the portals that he can put out there, and you also have the Dark Knight Falls. Literally, there is nowhere safe on the map. You have no idea where anybody can be coming from, and then you lose vision, and it's like, all right, I don't even know if my buddy's being attacked right now, because they could literally be anywhere. it's Hellkurt is playing. It's working here. And it's doing a decent job. This is something I was talking about earlier during the draft is you have the chip, you have the portals, but did we have the burst damage to be able to kind of, after you get the stun, after you lay those portals down? And with Hellkurt, he does provide that answer. I didn't think it was going to be working this well. I feel like this is more it's a surprise for the side of Incendio Supremacy. They weren't expecting this at all, and I can probably guarantee that he's probably never faced a Hellkurt in his lane as a Granger. So like he doesn't know how that matchup goes. Can I beat him? Can I take him on early game? You could see him playing a lot more safer, and safer is just definitely not what you want as a Granger, just because you really want to steamroll into the early game, which will take you into that mid game, getting you all of those stacks that you need, where all of that damage boosts start to come from. As we take a look at the kill leaderboard here, TNZ 129, dwarfing his own teammate by 20 kills, and then his teammate over by 10 kills.
I mean, in terms of kills leaderboards, it definitely shows a story that the jungler is now part of what they call kind of the core and the carry, right? And you want to make sure that your jungler is doing well quite early on. And I think the reason why Papara Supermassive and Incendio is having so much success is that they're setting their junglers up with great success, right? Traditionally, at least a year or two ago, we were talking about a lot of utility heavy junglers like the Akai and also the Fredgen, but nowadays it feels like the carries go into the jungler's favor. A lot of the junglers, they like to be a lot more damage oriented and kill heavy, to have the opportunity to not only get objectives but go across the map and get some kills.
We did see a little bit of a diversion. We tossed Apex 47 to the top of the map. He immediately turns around, and I'm watching Zhao on the map trying to figure out like what is his plan here and why is this so successful. Dare I see a bunch of Hellkurts in the gold lane in ranked matches soon. Blotsvet does get caught on. We do have some portals out there. All 4 team members from Papara Supermassive.
Oh my god.
Are they looking for a disengage? Looks like they maybe have kind of caught out of position, as Rosa was still able to kind of rain down a lot of damage onto them.
I do have to mention this though. A Hellkurt in the early game has the opportunity to like 1-2 hit people. Now, a Hellkurt in the late game is a little bit different. You may be able to 1-2 hit Rosa or maybe Sunshine and maybe TNZ. Those are the targets you are looking for, but there's not going to be much opportunity anywhere else. You're not going to be able to kill the Edith. You're not going to be able to hurt Apex 47. He's not going to have that many targets that he could really go for. And the side of Papara might just have to rely on that Joy. And it's 2 assassins. Is it going to be enough here?
Ooh, we do have the demonic force coming out there. I think, well, for me, I think it's not just about leaning on the Hellkurt. It's on the ability of a Joy to get to the back line unimpeded. It's on the ability of a Phoveus that can get to the back line. If they synergize those ultimates, I mean, all Hellkurt needs to do is kind of just close the distance. And as we have coming out here, Zhao able to find a kill on to Sunshine. This is going to go ahead, set the tone for this Lord pickup, which you can see right now, all the damage. Mohi able to cleanly pick it up while the rest of the team is getting zoned out. Apex 47 even has to run to the safety of his tower.
Man, the Dark Knight falls into the portal, just like you're saying. Peekaboo, I don't see you. And, you know, the backline just completely gets melted. Sunshine didn't even know what hit him before he ended up back into the base. And I think that's the advantage that Papara has. They have a good setup, and with a good early game, they're proven to able to find some sort of success here, even without a marksman. However, the question still stands with me. Unfortunately, I am still not 100% convinced. It's a 6k gold lead 10 minutes in. However, it is still a no marksman against a Granger, which has the late game ability to just clear lanes and carry the match.
This is amazing. I never in a million years thought I would be seeing something like this for a composition like this. But I love it. I love seeing something interesting, something new, especially to counter something that has been so dominant in that gold lane. Shadow kill up at the mid lane while the Lord is starting to push its way through the bottom. It does look like Papara Supermassive gonna put some pressure onto this mid lane to leave us at the high ground towers while Incendio is kind of spread amongst the map looking for an opportunity there. Blotsman back and forth there, dodging strikes from Rosa as Mohi comes in there with that electrifying beats as well to clear up some of the lane. Right now, the pressure, the map pressure that Papara Supermassive has is immense. Almost an 8k gold lead for them here. And as I say that, Tienzi finds Zhao at the bottom. And that was kind of the danger. I was wondering how well the split pushing was going to work between them. But Incendio Supremacy very quickly able to answer at the bottom. They noticed Zhao down there by himself, and they got there very quickly. Tienzi with the kill there brings them to a 3-11. This game is not over just yet, and I feel like Incendio Supremacy, as this gets a little bit later and later, it will be a little bit further in their advantage. I just saw Blotsman here come in with the portal on his own. Oh, we have the whole team here now. Apex 47 in trouble. Big pop-up from Alien. Wassail finds a kill onto the back line. Rosa is down. Tienzi finds one onto After Dark as well. Wassail deep into enemy territory. Nobody here to help him. He's going to go down, bringing the kill list to 5 for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, that's a backfired portal. They do pick up Rosa, but they lose 2 members. And the interesting thing about that Hayabusa pickoff onto the Helcurt is that we traditionally see Helcurts being played up against Assassins because there is that silence opportunity where Assassins can't really do too much without some spells. So I think in terms of the split push, they want Xiao to go up against Tienzi. That's supposed to be the matchup that is in favor of the Cockroach. However, a little bit of a misplay, and it feels like Xiao can get 100-0 with the ultimate of that Hayabusa. And I think that's something that Papara Supermassive has to be able to play correctly, or else the Helcurt, the usefulness is just cut significantly more.
Yeah, and you can see right now, Blotsvet kind of waiting. I'm almost kind of like, I feel like he's like a non-moving Angela right now. It's like, take advantage of the fact that you can get all over the map, clear out some lanes, push around, instead of just kind of sitting in a bush, like just waiting for the mini-map to kind of go off for you right now. And then now you're not taking advantage of it. You can see 2 members now starting to close the distance around Blotsvet at the bottom. And he's got minions at his tower down there. Right now, Papara Supermassive got a good lead on to this Lord Alien on the backside. Oh, TNC finds the shadow kill onto After Dark. That's going to go ahead and set it up, but Zhao finds the kill onto TNC. The trade looking like it is definitely in favor of Papara Supermassive. Heavy Spin is out as the rest of Papara Supermassive in tow, looking for an angle here, but all they need to really do is go for this Lord. They realize that, now turning their attention to the objective, while Apex 47 looking for an angle, looking for a way in, but he has 2 members down, and it's not going to be a fight that he's going to be successful with.
I honestly love how these teams are utilizing the chip so well in all the series, the 2 series that we've had today, right? Blastfev here, 2, 0, and 8. Yes, it's a double-edged sword, but especially paired up with the Dark Knight Falls, it seems like they're using some of these big ultimates and just making enemy teams scramble. Don't know, like, it's just hard enough to deal with good teams already when you're going up against them. Now it's even hard enough where the good teams know teleports, have portals, jump across the map, yada yada. It's just a big headache, and Incendio Supremacy is the one that's on the receiving end of this. The Lord marching down now, 15 minutes in. It's still kind of a small Lord. It's not going to, potentially knock down their base towers. However, Papara Supermassive has been in a great position, finding good team fights that can potentially give their team for an advantage.
Ooh, now that we have, I want to say they're lining up the bottom and the top minions to kind of crash down at the same time. Ooh, it does look like Mohi might be in a little bit of trouble sandwiched in between. Blocksvet dives deep into the enemy territory right now while Alien trying to lay down the damage. Pop up there. Mohi does find himself a high ground tower at the top. They returned the favor as Sunshine finds a kill on to Blocksvet. Down at the bottom, Zhao finds himself a tower on that Helkert as he's able to go ahead and find himself an escape as well. Quad shadows are out for TNZ. I wouldn't exactly call this a successful defense. They lost two After Dark in trouble. The diversion comes out, is successful. Heavy spin pins Wasau against the map as Mohi finds a kill onto Sunshine. TNZ finds one onto Wasau. Big pop-up lands. Mohi is down. They answered the call. 4 down for the side of Papara. Supermassive. This could be the advantage that Incendio were looking for.
Oh, Incendio's quite happy with that trade there, right? They're able to grab up key members. Wasa dies, After Dark falls, and same thing with Mohi. I think Mohi's probably the highest priority target there. It's, you know, in a well-balanced team comp like what Incendio has drafted, they're gonna have damage throughout the whole entire fight. They're not just based off of one burst here and there. Yes, they have some burst characters, but if the Granger lives, he's gonna be outputting damage from far away quite often, and he can get away with some micro mistakes. However, if Xiao goes in, he's done. If Mohi goes in, he's also done. Woohoo!
So I thought I saw a TNZ down there on a Hayabusa, but that must have been a figment of my imagination because there is nothing left down there. Diversion comes up as soon as the Lord is up. Wasa walking into the bush of pain here. He notices that they were in there. He does have to push them out of the way. They don't have TNZ for this push, which puts Papara Supermassive in great position to be able to pick up yet another Lord. Zhao sitting at 4, 2, and 6 right now. This Helkert doing some work out here for this composition. 10-16 in favor of Papara.
I am shook, Private. This is not in the calculations of any statistics, any homework, any studying. This is something that is pretty much, I would say, is unbelievable. Right? This is kind of like the statistical errors. This is something we just don't see. The Dark Nightfall does come through here. Wasted spell. So now it's one huge utility that Papara doesn't have. This should allow Incendio to be able to defend this with no problem.
Yeah. Oh, a nice little As we say that, Zhao gets the kill with the needles. Is it going to be enough? Taking it down to half health. Sunshine does find a kill on the Zhao. 10% left. And Papara, Supermassive tie up the series.
I'm speechless. This is crazy. Papara Supermassive able to tie the series up in the game number 4, 2-2 against Incendio Supremacy, and in a very convincing fashion. This is Supermassive. This is huge. This is clean and convincing. This is surgical, Private. This is amazing. 18-13, 18-minute game.
I'm just amazed. I was going to bring this up during the match that it felt like we were kind of racing to see who would be the initiator, whether it was Rosa on the Lu Yi to find a good diversion, or if it was going to be the fact that Supermassive on the Helkert finding the Dark Knight MVP. Zhao on the MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, did you ever think you were going to see this coming out? A Helkert in the gold lane. Apparently, I don't even know how to explain how it was able to outshine Sunshine on this Granger.
Apparently, it works. It's proven in the professional scenes. And an 18-minute game is no joke. that they're able to close it out, right? When you go past that 18 minutes, you're looking at full builds coming out from both of these teams, and a lot of the early game advantage teams, they do fall short when it comes down to like these 18, 19, 20 minute timer. So Supermassive able to take care of business convincingly. It does show that they have what it takes to play cleanly here, and most importantly, I think picking off Sunshine over and over was kind of like the key to the victory for them. They were able to take care of a lot of the core and high priority units that the side of Incendio was able to kind of put in the draft.
Yeah, these fights were back and forth. It just felt like there were more options on the side of Papara Supermassive. Whether you have the portals coming out and they're able to come in and very quickly find these kills, the entire team there, including having a Zhao out there. That one hit potential out there was something huge. You were talking about this as you moved into the later and later into the game. It wasn't going to be as effective, but you combine that with the damage of a Vexana, the damage from Wasa, the damage from Moki. It is a lot to try to overcome there.
You mentioned Wasa and the Vexana ult. The funny thing is, there is no DPS over, like damage over time coming out from the Hulker. It's a one and done deal typically. The normal range marksman that does a lot of damage over a long period of time in a fight actually came from the Vexana ultimate and also the Phoveus ult, where they're able to just stack over and over and over. I'm not sure if this was intentional. I was kind of curious to see where Papara Supermassive is gonna find the DPS that is missing from, let's say, a typical marksman where they're auto-attacking consistently. But Vexana, Phoveus, they both fit the role quite well here.
I mean, honestly, I could not be more impressed. I like I said before, I love seeing something changing to the norm. Some of that just in the heat of the moment, they're like, Helker works here. Helker goes. I don't know what the conversation. I would love to know what the conversation was between the team. If the rest of the team was like, "Oh, are you sure?" And Zhao was like, "Trust me. Helker works here," and they made it very successful. The Dark Knight, the combination of the Dark Knight Falls, the portals, that you had an immense amount of threat on the map to the point that in the early game, Sunshine was afraid to even get further into his lane to try to get some of those minions because he didn't want to get thrashed on. And then in the early game, that damage coming from Helker, coming from his stingers, was way too much for them to kind of overcome. Great game, a great game there by Papara. That's all. I mean, that's all I can say. Just it was a great game.
It's very interesting now that Papara has dealt with the 100% picker ban Granger, has dealt with the Granger that went like 13-0 in the very first series of Incendio. This opens up many doors. This opens up a potential Granger first pick opportunity that Papara might have themselves. And, it's something that Incendio can't replicate. Yeah, I don't think any team can replicate it. I don't think any team can be like, okay, we give Granger first, and then we pick up the chip and the Helker to deal with that. Like, there's nothing to it there. So, it gives Papara a very interesting lead. Now, the MVP leaderboard, Tianzi and Xiao neck to neck. We've known these two to be kind of the backbone that both these teams do rely on. Xiao with the crazy Helker, and Tianzi with that Hyatt booster that has been so consistent, just fell slightly short.
The thing is now too, Okay, that works. But are we talking about it working like a cheese pick where it's like, okay, that worked the first time, but second time it might not, especially because this was the last pick, first of all. Hellkurt, it was a surprise for both of these, or not for both of these teams. I don't know, maybe it was a surprise for both of them. But it definitely was a surprise to Incendio. Is that something that completely changes the draft here to where, okay, where now Incendio Supremacy have to worry about picking up the Granger? Or is it just one of those one-time things that kind of flew just because it was that big of a surprise?
I think it adds a different dimension in dealing with the Granger. It gives them an interesting out, a niche out, where if the stars aligned, it works. At the same time, Papara did have a decent early game. Right, they picked off Tianzi, I think level 3, with an assist on Zhao, and they just continued to get pickoffs over. So it may work. However, I do think giving up the Granger could be a little bit of trouble. They do take out the Phoveus, which I think was also one of the issues. The Phoveus was dealing so much damage, was the one initiating, and Phoveus is one of those heroes where it's like, you could send 2, you could send 3, you could send 4. I'm still going to be able to just Goomba stomp and deal tons of damage and just waste your time. Incendio with a perfect opportunity to pick up the Granger, first pick again. And I think that still may be the option.
Yeah, and especially because last time when we saw Papara Supermassive, they answered it with not allowing them to get the Joy pick. They don't want them to have the Joy and the Granger because you're just going to have too much mobility there. So, yep. And what we saw before was because of the Joy pick, it kind of tied our hands on whether we wanted to pick up that Harith to challenge the Granger in the pick. I don't think that this kind of, I don't, for me, it's like if I'm Papara Supermassive, did that last game for me tell me we can allow the Granger now? I don't think so. I think the Granger still has to be marked as a threat. I don't think that the Hellkurt can really it's not the answer that we think it is. I think it's one of those that can go below.
Hylos first, Joy first.
Yeah, we're gonna see
you mentioned Granger first not being let go. What if they decide to? What's next? Hylos, Joy. Okay, we don't even need to go in that conversation. Granger taken away. Just from what you stated, the Joy should be denied. Boom. And I do think the Hylos prio is going to come right after.
And there it is. And we're wondering, do we go the same routes? Do we get to this third? I think we get to this second banning phase and we see the Hellkurt ban. Potentially. if we
well, Incendio, they definitely want Rosa on a great pick, and Eve is possible, but Eve does not do good against both Hylos and the Joy. The other option is going to be the Lu Yi, which also doesn't do good against so much dive potential. Rosa, I mean, them picking up this Belric is that counter matchup that people like. I think you have something you want to say about it.
Oh, no, I like that because if Dark Knight falls, Belric just needs to make sure he's near his team. Throw down the Wrath of Dryad so that it can kind of, as soon as things clear up, you're going to see a Hellkurt kind of like caught in there and maybe be able to take him down, potentially. I mean, everything's up in the air right now. We're way above where logic and reason sometimes stand for a lot of these picks right now. I think we're at a point in here where we're just seeing these guys kind of exercise some picks that they may have practiced, may not have actually kind of done. I mean, can you imagine that they've been scrimming with a Hellkurt in the gold lane? I kind of doubt it. So I think we're just seeing some new things right now.
Unfortunately, Private, if I consider the Hellkurt, everything just turns into some crazy mush and it just doesn't make sense anymore. But what does make sense is a Hilda pickup, 67% win rate. And I think Incendio is actually the team that has the most success with it. Now, picking it up against them, Papara Supermassive is a team that definitely can do that. However, is there a response? Do you think Incendio has the ability to challenge it? The CC is also an available slot to deal with the 3 quite tanky units here that Papara has set up. I would like to see a CC, but just like you mentioned in the pre-show, that Dreadnought factor is going to be something that defends against a lot of the members so far set up by Incendio.
CC, I mean, it's been one of those that I've always been kind of questioning about how it does so well, but it does good against some of those front tanky lines, and especially the maneuverability. It's just, for me, it's always been that focus on the one hero always kind of left me kind of taken aback, because I feel like there's just better options that can get the setting potential, that can provide more in the team environment. As far as like CC setting potential here, we're kind of focusing down. Both teams have kind of sat back. Oh, looks like they read your mind. They're going to take out the CC pick there. So now I'm wondering what is left in that lane. Oh, Lucas is still available. I don't even know how Lucas does against the Hilda. I imagine it can kind of be a little bit, especially in the early game, probably at Hilda's beck and call there, since she's got a lot of that regen that she can do from the bushes, and Lucas takes a little bit of time. He has some items he needs to get before that regen is really kind of coming online for him.
I do agree. I think the Lucas is going to be the next available option for the XP. However, just with the Dreadnought option, I feel like if they lean towards something more magical, like the glue or even the Gato Kacha, it could be a possibility. However, Gato Kacha feels kind of slow with the Beleric, so I actually think the Lucas works out a little bit better. Now, mages are being taken off the board here. Papara, I don't think they're really scared of picking up kind of a utility mage, right? They could go for something like an Eve, something less damage, because they do have the Joy being backed up for it.
Claude is open too as well, which they're gonna go ahead and take away the Luyi from Incendio Supremacy. Which leaves open not much. I mean, you still got the Farja, you still got the Sicilian on the side of Incendio Supremacy, so they've got a decent amount. And I don't hate the Sicilian here too as well, just because I like how his survivability in the early game to kind of get to that late. And I'm kind of wondering what we have in that early game. Oh, Valentina taken up there. So I mean, even with all of these mage bans, still some pretty basic picks kind of coming out from Incendio Supremacy, but kind of looking for that gold lane from Papara.
I like the Valentina. Glorious Pathway does well, has the dashes to be able to just run away from Joy if there was a fight there. But the 32% win rate is a little bit of a jump scare for the Valentina. Here we go again.
This is that for me, it is that prototypical, is this because it is so successful, or are we dipping our hands too often into that well of something outside the box?
Well, the difference is there is no consistent damage coming in from Was at this time around. And there is not, I guess, as consistent damage as a Vexana with the ultimate compared to Louis, where he has to actually be in position. So I think in terms of the draft and also the chip, there's no chip setup. So there is a difference between game number 4 and what Papara has set up with game number 5. However, the element that the Helker is going up against, the Hayabusa and Granger, stays the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the deciding match of this series on who moves ahead and who drops to the lower bracket. Incendio Supremacy taking on Papara Supermassive, and a game that will decide if I start using Hellcurt in the gold lane in my ranked matches.
Yeah, Do we root for the cockroach and see it being open now? Or do we go for something more traditional with a little bit of less headache? I think this game is going to determine something quite interesting. However, Helker has come out to play just due to his ultimate being quite strong. The Dark Knight Falls is a global ultimate, similar to, you know, a Louis teleport, where it's like it's always kind of overpowered. Similar to maybe Chip's ultimate, where it has like a global dash, or even a Moskov ult where it's global, but After Dark taken quite low here.
Oh, yeah, Wassel there with the back of it. Blotzfett in trouble, gets taken down by Tienzi. The early kill this time. Oh, might actually... Oh, After Dark got the scare of his life there as he was trying to go back there. Alien in trouble as Wassel trying to find off 3 members of Incendial Supremacy. In comes in comes Mohi to try to help out with the electrifying beats, but 3 members in there. He does find the safety of his bottom tower.
Good start from Incendio. Again, I feel like Papara Supermassive's comp does rely on the physical damage that the Hellcurt needs to be able to snowball through, but they do get the pick off early here. But the counter engage coming out from Mohi, able to chunk Rosa quite low here. It is a trade, but will they be able to get the objectives?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. If they do or don't get, a nice little tag along there with the cooldowns coming out from the side of a Papara Supermassive. After Dark doing a great job chaining that together. Ooh. And Tienzi able to get the turtle, now going on the offensive, trying to get the fight there. Blotzfett is able to find a kill of his own. However, while all that was going on, Zhao was actually able to get the purple buff of Incendial Supremacy.
Yeah, Zhao gets the purple buff. I was talking about the DPS coming out from the Louis, and it's quite significant. There is a lot of damage being output by the Louis, but it's still magic damage compared to the physical damage. And I know you've always mentioned the matchup when it's a Hayabusa against the Hilda. And I think Wasa is doing quite a good job so far, being able to kind of put a lot of pressure onto Tienzi, to making sure that Tienzi doesn't have the best time of his life when it comes down to some of these objectives or just finding some jungle.
Ooh, Wasso actually locks on the Tienzi. He's going to have to use his quad shadows to get away. Meanwhile, I want to say they're starting to push into enemy territory right now. Incendial Supremacy seems a lot more fluid, a lot more relaxed with this early game. They didn't take those early deaths. In fact, they're actually doing very well here in the early game, which is allowing them some wiggle room, allowing the confidence that you're seeing from this Granger as well. Zhao in a little bit of trouble. And they don't find the angle that they wanted with that diversion.
Yeah, I mean, that was a double divergent, I believe, paired up with the Dark Knight Falls. Nobody knows where nobody is at that point here. And I think Papara requires that Hellcurt to go online because that's the only physical damage that they have. Right? This is like a 3 magic Papara mid lane where if the physical falls, they just have to build Athenas.
Ooh, and they do kind of set down that glorious pathway. Apex in a little bit of trouble. Rosa backing him up with some damage. Alien on the side too as well. The rest of the 3 members, Papara Supermassive, go in. Blotzfett comes in
That's
to
not
the
bad.
front row. We do have a Wrath of Dryad onto the entirety of the team. Quad shadows are out as they're trying to seal their escape as well. And Blotzfett in trouble. Auto attack takes him down. Rosa with the kill there, bringing him to a 3-1. Wasau on the offensive, sandwiched in between 2 Incendial Supremacy members, gets taken down. That is a double kill for Rosa.
Yeah, double kill, 2 revitalize, crucial revitalize popped, and they get the objectives and a free lane on the top side. Sunshine even able to kind of push Zhao away, from that gank here. I think Incendio Supremacy is in a good position here.
Yeah, and I do like the early game here. The one thing though is I'm kind of waiting to see how will this diversion line up with the Dark Knight Falls. Are we going to be able to kind of get that diversion, get the jump on them, and then the damage that can come out from Zhao, that one-hitter quitter that can kind of come out, is it going to be enough? Because right now, I feel like Papara Supermassive, they're having a lot of trouble in the early game, even reaching that point in the game where they're going to be able to kind of test out that theory.
Yeah, I think the composition that Papara has set up this time around just isn't as great as something like the Phobius.
And as we see, Blotzfet in trouble. Diversion is out onto the top lane. Ooh, doesn't find the angle that they want against it. And meanwhile, Zhao doing a good job on the other side of the map. Going to go ahead, find himself a tower to answer with. Now, big damage coming out. Quad shadows from the side. After Dark gets taken out. Wasao on the side, trying to go up against 3 members of Incendio Supremacy. In comes Zhao, finds the kill onto Sunshine. Alien answers back with the kill onto Wasao. And Mohi taken down by Apex 47. Now, Blotzfet alone with Zhao to try to defend this tower. 3 were down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Incendio Supremacy having a much better game of it. Dark Knight Falls is out, but Zhao deciding against his, I want to say, aggression against Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to get to a point where we really see the limitations of Papara Supermassive's composition, right? The Hulker, yes, he's able to get a kill onto Sunshine. However, that was it. It was one burst and there's no continuous damage. It's the same weakness that I felt like they had in game number 4. However, the Phobius just worked out great. The Vexana's damage just worked out good. This time around, they have a Hilda which has not done what the XP lanes that they want to do. The last game, I believe Wasa was like 5-1 on the Phobius. This time he's down 0-2. He's not having the time of his life at all. And Incendio, now they have the lead, 4K gold lead, looking for more.
Ooh, a big Avatar of the Guardian falls into the mid lane as they are chasing down Zhao. Up at the top, Wasao gets taken out by Sunshine. After Dark trying to connect some damage onto them. Oh, does find a kill onto Sunshine. Apex 47 inadvertently walks towards him, connects the yin and yang, and takes down his gold laner. Dark Knight Falls is out, looking for an angle. Comes in, finds some damage, is not able to find the kill just yet. They've locked onto Apex 47, tanking the damage. Zhao finds the finishing touch as Alien returns the favor, able to take down Zhao.
Yeah, the tree for the cockroach, I think the side of Incendio is very happy squashing that bug there. 10-4 is the overall. Take a look at the damage leaderboard. It's actually Rosa leading the team, 2-0-7. Definitely the MVP candidate. After Dark not doing bad themselves either, but Rosa is definitely having a good time in this match.
Mohi just narrowly gets away, tried to lock on to Sunshine. The rest of Incendio Supremacy came in for aid, and Papara Supermassive just narrowly able to enable that escape. Ooh, actually a little bit of trouble here. Alien dives in with the Avatar of the Guardian. Rosa into the back line is enabling Incendio Supremacy to get that tower, and now they're diving onto them. Rosa in trouble, even with the Wrath of Dryad. It's not going to be enough. Wasau comes in for a kill as Sunshine finds himself. I believe that's going to be a double. After Dark finds, gets taken out as well. Was looking for that diversion to get him out of harm's way. All the while this is going on, Zhao at the top trying to push and create some momentum, create some pressure at that top lane. And I'm wondering if this might be a little bit of a mistake, because now you have one member that is never in your team fights, constantly trying to push while your team is losing these engagements.
Well, I think that's the strategy of the Hulker, especially when you come down to a losing matchup, right? You can still use the Dark Knight Falls across the map to try to add some pressure and then just go for some of the 1-versus-1 opportunities. Maybe they could get a pick off onto Rosa or even Sunshine or even Tianzi. However, in a team fight, Hulker, especially in this case, just hasn't found a lot of success besides just getting that one and done touch, right? And however, Apex 47, I think, has shined quite well. He can just stun up the 2 frontline targets, both Mohi, Wasa, and even Blotzfet, and just keep them stuck in their position.
Ooh, nice. Avatar of the Guardian does force out a flicker from After Dark. Now continuing the damage on Zhao on the back line, trying to help out. Down goes the mid-high ground tower. Blotzfet in trouble, getting puts the pieces down. Glorious Pathway is out. Sunshine finds the final touch there. Is it going to be enough? Zhao not able to find the damage this time. The Hell Curtain not playing ball. Minions at the core right now. In comes the quad shadows onto Wasau, who has to return to base to get topped up. Minions now at the core as Wasau trying to defend it with After Dark, who gets taken out. Zhao finds a kill onto Tianzi. Sunshine returns the favor, and Rosa and Apex are down. Mohi turns it around, but Sunshine, ooh, he tried, and Zhao gets taken out. A triple kill for Sunshine. Avatar the Guardian is down. Blotsfet trying to take down Sunshine as much as he can. It's just one tank alone to defend against the marksman and tank of Incendio Supremacy, and it looks like barely Papara Supermassive live to fight another day. One high ground tower left at their base.
Yeah, they do get the defend, but the damage has already been dealt. It's an 11 minute and 30 seconds defend that, you know, to the inner towers is gone. We're not even talking about the Luminous Lord yet. So I think Incendio Supremacy is in a great position. And again, the limitations of this Hellcurt is just showing. All right, the weakness of just not having consistent damage, and especially that physical damage that I think Papara is lacking so significant. Now, if the Hellcurt is able to get the pick off, potentially it could be good. It could be trouble, and see Hellcurt is going onto the top side, but he has to sneakily be able to find the right target, or else it might just be trouble.
Yeah, he does have a Hayabusa hot on his tail. He's not going to go ahead and teleport from there. Right now, Avatar the Guardian slams into the back line. Alien trying to create space for his team to be able to take down this last high ground tower. It is not enough for them to be able to put the damage on, and they disengage from the base.
Yeah, and Incendio does a great job having Tianzi just clearing that top side, forcing Papara to just defend against that lane. They're waiting for that Lord to come down in a good position where they could get like a 5 versus 4 convincing fight, right? They don't have to take this that fast, and I think Incendio is going to be quite smart on that. They're going to try to bait Papara to use some of their spells, especially that Dark Knight Falls, disengage and re-engage for a second and better fight.
Ooh, yeah, look like they almost locked on to Zhao. Glorious Pathway is out onto the top, trying to lock on to Rosa, who's being pushed out from the back. Glorious Pathway of her own. Avatar the Guardian falls down. Zhao finds a kill onto Apex 47. Zhao finds the Lord as Sunshine shuts him down along with Mohi. A double for a triple for Sunshine, continuing his killing ways here. Finds himself a maniac, and not, I believe, his Savage was, oh, actually, no, his Savage is sitting right there at the core. If he can get it, does he have the opportunity to get in there? No, Rosa steals it away with this victory, going to Incendio Supremacy, or at least should be.
It should, yeah, no, it is. Coming down here, 14-minute match. Unfortunately, the strat, the cheese, only worked once here. Game number 5, side of Incendio Supremacy able to win out this full and exciting series 3-2. And you know, the game's not over for Papara. They still have more games to be played. They've already qualified for the next level of tournaments, and here we go with a great performance in the series.
I mean, hats off to Papara Supermassive for trying to create a standard. Unfortunately, Incendio Supremacy, I feel like their new and updated game plan held it well underlined. You can only surprise them once, and they were able to adjust it. And a very dominating game here too, as well. You could tell right from the beginning this was a completely different game, and that the Hellcurt most likely was not going to be as successful. MVP here, Sunshine, with 14 kills, 4 huge kills on that Maniac to close out the game.
And this really shows how close Papara is towards Incendios, right? They could throw Incendios off their balance with a pick like Helker and actually be able to find success in one of the games. Yes, it's not both games. They didn't close it out, and it just didn't work out at all in game number 2. However, I mean game number 5. However, they're able to find a little bit of a soft spot that Incendio may not have predicted here, but great early game coming out from Incendio this time around, quite convincingly throughout the whole entire game. The Wombo combination of that Belric into that Gato Kacha, and they're just able to play this game out so well.
Yeah, I mean, a great game played by them, and I mean, a much firmer early game. They were well organized. The synergy was there as well. And then even with some of these fights that they were taking, they just are very meticulously able to kind of push forward, get the lead, get to a point where they weren't afraid. And I feel like that was the biggest problem was that early deficit, which means to me that the game before this probably could have gone either way if it weren't for those super early kills that they were able to find in the last game, which really allowed Zhao the time he needed on the Hellcurt to become that force of fear in the side of Incendio Supremacy. Add that to the to having the chip on their side that wasn't there this time. And you had something that just, you had some pieces, but you were missing some integral pieces that really made it work.
I mean, we're definitely going to have a lot more time to watch this team grow. I think Papara Supermassive has come a long way since their regional, kind of like the MPL, right? They didn't go top 2, but they were good enough where they were holding on to like a plus 50% type of statistic. And this time around, they're actually showing up and representing their region quite well. Incendio Supremacy Sunshine here with the MVP, 14-2 and 2, 70% kill participation. Definitely the bright ray that Incendio Supremacy has set up that, really showed and shined through their whole entire team.
Yeah, it's crazy. Looking at that build there, he didn't even have a BOD on the Granger there. Just kind of chilling with the Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer. Really kind of it just kind of shows how quickly he was kind of coming online, able to kind of do that damage as well. Hats off to Sunshine, another great MVP for him on Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, hats off to the Maniac. That's all she wrote. To the end of the series, congratulations to Incendio Supremacy. Now, I have a question for Pride. Are you going to use Hellcurt in your games now?
Oh, no, ma'am. My problem was I didn't understand what made it so successful in that first time. So it's like, okay, it's one of those things that's kind of a question mark. Can it go anywhere within this gold lane with any type of draft? But we saw from that last game that it's not. It was a very specific draft. It was a very specific surprise from Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, and with that, Yue, take us into the bracket and see where we are right now.
No, I'm taking it in. Incendio moving on from that last series into the grand finals, which will be played in a best of 7 series tomorrow. And Papara Supermassive fell a little bit short. However, we'll get another second chance here. I think it's going to be our first series tomorrow. So, Papara fans out there, make sure to tune in here. Now, we're left with one more series. It's going to be Birthright between Team Falcon. I know, Liz, you've been watching both of these matches. What do you think about this series coming up?
I mean, Team Falcons is definitely a strong team. Incendio Supremacy almost lost a game, or almost lost a series to them in the challenge season. And judging by their performance up against Papaya Supermassive, we can kind of see that if Birthright continues that momentum in the first series of how a 25-minute game might end up making them lose their confidence and lose that diligence that they showed throughout the entire challenge season, then it's going to be a hard fight for them. But if they're able to pull through, and if they're able to continue playing how they played in the challenge season, I think it's a fair fight, because I have faith in Birthright. They've been demonstrating their strength and their ability throughout the season, and now is their last shot if they want to make it out to Jakarta, because all the teams want to make it to Jakarta. I know the prize pool is there, but I mean, arguably the Masters is where you want to be. So without further ado, guys, we're going to do into a short break and come back for the last series of the day.
If you step in sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ooh la la. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, faster, faster.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
And the challenge finals for Snapdragon Pro Series for EU, MENA, and Turkey is brought to you by Liz, Private, and UA.
Oh man, an exciting matches that we've had so far, keeping us eyes appealed to the screen. So many different things going on, even little things like a Hellcurt pickup there as well. Moving these teams forward, showing that they are pulling out all the stops here. But up next, finally, it's going to be the match where we say goodbye to one of these hard-fought teams.
Yeah, this is going to be Birthrights versus Team Falcon. Two different regions, Birthright from the EU side and Team Falcons from the MENA side. So this is going to be a tough series. We've had some of these before, but this one is definitely going to hurt a lot more than taking a loss earlier.
Yeah, and look at the team head-to-head. It does seem like Team Falcons has an advantage in every aspect. Average EPM is pretty much the same, but still average kills and average damage dealt is favoring Team Falcons. And now with the heroes, most picked Badon from Birthright is something that we saw a lot throughout this series. So we grew to love Badon. Hayabusa is picked a lot from the side of Birthright. And then for Team Falcons, the most picked is actually Hylos. You guys mentioned about Hylos in the first series today, right?
Yeah, Hylos has been a big factor for a lot of these engagements. We've seen it try to be countered out by the Cho. It's the Cho for me has been like kind of 50-50 when it comes to kind of countering out the Hylos as well. It comes along with a lot of player style, needs to be able to kind of have that skill level to take it, and then it kind of comes on with the enemy hero composition too as well. Hylos still remains one of those just sure pickups when it comes to the roam. It's nice to be able to kind of blind that one in as we take a look at Falcons' most picked bans.
Yeah, this is interesting because Team Falcons actually opts to get the Badang being banned out against them the most. And you also have Birthright, who is extremely good at the Badang. So a high priority pick coming out from both these teams. Expect things like the Hylos, the Granger that has done so well, even the Soyu to kind of show up early on in the draft. And it seems like, the Lu Yi, the Zushin, it's quite standard. No team's really letting those things go.
Yeah, and it does seem like Team Falcons ban out the Hayabusa a lot, and that's one of the prio picked heroes for Team Birthright. So we'll have to see how it plays out on the battlefield. Now, predictions. I'm curious to see what our casters predicted. The road to MOBA Masters. Well, Birthright, you see happy faces for me and Private there. And for Team Falcons, we have UA and Weezy. I can't get over how Weezy sticker look. But yeah, once again, me and Private supporting Birthright. I mean, I think they got what it takes to see if they can pull through. What about Private?
Yeah, I definitely. My big thing has been on to Birthright. I like kind of going with those teams that have a lot of room that they can grow with, and I'm hoping that they can bounce back from that loss, especially against a team. It's nothing to scoff at facing a team like Incendio Supremacy, which has such history here on the international stage. But are you gonna be able to take that bounce back, especially against a team like Team Falcons?
For me, Team Falcons definitely have shown that they are considered one of the top dogs in this league. And even with a loss against Papara Supermassive, it's going to set them back a little bit. And I think this is where they're going to tighten up, make sure the screws are not loose, and just, continue and try to prevail in this matchup. Team Falcon does start with the XP. Alpha, Kenji in the jungle, Smiles in the mid lane, Super in the roam, and Koba in the gold lane.
Yeah, we do get to see. I love how you mentioned screw in the screws. Make sure no screw is loose. I like it. I hope that is indeed the case for the next series. Both of these teams are representing their respective regions, and today one of these teams will have to go home. And casters, take us into the game to find out who that team will be.
It is the end of the night and the end of the road for one of these teams. It's been a lot of ups and downs for these teams, and they have put everything they have to get to this point. But one more hurdle awaits. The winner gonna get themselves a seat at the Mobile Masters.
Yeah, this is a journey coming out from both these teams. It's a very big international tournament, and both teams, definitely want to be able to go through. Birthrights, unfortunately, yes, fell short. Incendio was able to sweep them 3 to 0. And, you know, at some point, some of the drafts, it felt like they had some things going for them. It just never really worked out in their favor. And unfortunately, we did not get to see Team Falcon's match. But just judging off of how Papara did, all of these teams are really just dead even. This match, I believe Birthright should be able to stand up against Team Falcon, where Team Falcon was kind of the team that I was looking out for personally. I thought Team Falcon was just going to sweep through. They did such a good job in the group stages in the last SPS, and I thought the momentum was going to follow forward. Falling a little bit short, I do want to see how Team Falcon picks themselves back up to get the momentum that they're potentially looking for.
For me, for Birthright to be successful, there's a shopping, I don't want to say a shopping list, but there's a small list of things that need to go right. One of them needs to be those lane matchups need to be won. We can't just give away things willy-nilly. We have to respect what these guys are good on and what we can do into those lanes. Second thing is we need to be able to kind of control the early game. I cannot say it enough, this plan of just kind of starting at the mid game, starting at the late game. We're too far into the series. These teams are too good to depend on mistakes. You have to enforce your will from the beginning of the game, control the matchup, and not depend on being able to turn it away or steal it from the opposing team.
Yeah, and Birthrights definitely have to tidy up with the drafts here. Standards across the board, though. Matilda, Phoveus, Zushin, and Fanny. Both teams not letting either one of these heroes go across. They've definitely been watching the previous matches, so they kind of know what's going on through some of these drafts so far. However, this alpha ban, it might just be maybe Kenji's preferred hero because we don't really see it getting taken out so often. Yeah, it definitely does mean that the Soyu Prio is going to be available. Now, I think it's going to be something like a Granger Joy trade. And then the Hylos is going to be that cherry on top, right? One team gets the Joy or one team gets the Granger. And then Hylos paired up with that. And no, the priority actually has shifted. Birthrights decided to go for a very, I want to say, neutral pick. It's kind of like I'm showing my cards. I'm okay with you choosing whatever Joy and I don't even get any of those two picks correct. It's a Badang versus a Hilda pick here.
I feel like both of these teams are trying to read each other, and they're not trying to be the first one that put their cards on the table. They're trying to get these neutral picks out there, these things that might kind of counter, which kind of like, I don't want to say you're wrong. I'm just saying that they're kind of trying to feel each other out before they put that type of logic out on the table. Hayabusa out there as well. We're kind of leaving open this gold lane, which is really, gold lane is open right now.
Joy Granger.
Yeah.
Hylos is still there.
Harith, it's very interesting. I would rather see Birthright kind of like take control here. All right, you see the Hilda and the Haya out there. What are we going to try to do about this early game that they're going to have?
I think taking the Harith away would be a possible answer, because if you give a magic, gold, and a physical jungle, it's hard to deal with, right? That's mixed damage. And now you're giving the opportunity for Team Falcon to be able to pick up that Harith. However, Birthrights, they don't even go for the Joy. It seems like with 3 jungle bans and the 4th one being taken off the board, that they're not really scared of not having a Joy. The Gatakaja gets picked up early here. We saw Alien do so well with setting up some of the great AOGs that, you know, turn things around for the side of Incendio. I wonder this time around if it's going to be my lobby onto it or if Mark is going to be the one that holds onto the AOG.
Still waiting on that last pick from Team Falcons. And that kind of throws us out. We're going to go with the Irithel. Now, while Irithel, the term soft counter is used a lot because it's not exactly like super duper winning lane. It's just something that can kind of hold Granger at bay so that he's not just kind of steamrolling his way through that. I feel like you still need a front line. You still need something that be able to kind of keep the enemy at bay while you're launching off these these heavy crossbow shots into their vicinity. So, and that is something that we don't exactly have just yet on the side of Team Falcons as we're moving into the second banning phase.
You know, I think Birthright can set up for something, especially with not much damage junglers available. Maybe they could look for like a Fredrin Sicilian, where they set up 2 cores in the mid and in the gold position, and then they got that 3 CC front lines available, right? I think that's interesting. Team Falcon, on the other hand, do lack quite heavily on that mage department, but I think both teams don't really want to take out too many mages here, just because both still are lacking quite heavily on that magic damage. But Birthright is, I want to say, kind of out of options in that jungle position. Maybe they bring that Lucas in the jungle that we've seen once in a while.
I was actually thinking about that too, since Lucas hasn't been banned out here. I was wondering if we were going to see him there. He can't close the distance on something like an Irithel. It does a great job of that onto the back line here, especially because we've already got our roam picked out, already potentially got our EXP picked out on the side of Birthright here. I'm kind of wondering if I think on the side of Team Falcons, what we're looking at, like a solid Valentin is taken off the board there, so just throws what I was gonna put out there. So the only thing that's kind of there's a few things that are kind of left. The Vexana, still Aurora as well. I think that kind of fits maybe a little bit better for the side of Team Falcons. Aurora there to kind of head off the engagement type style that we have from the side of Birthright. It really kind of comes into play because for me, it's the things I'm kind of looking at, especially for Birthright, because that's a match that we just watched and it's still kind of fresh in my mind. It's not just about the picks too, it's about that synergy and it's about playing them well within their power spikes and stuff like that. Not making these kind of lackadaisical rotations, especially against something like a Hilda and a Hayabusa, who and now a Khalid, which these are a lot of early game potential for the side of Team Falcons.
For me, Khalid is definitely a curveball. However, Team Falcon has been a team that has a lot of success with the Khalid, especially the MENA region. I think was the ones that were kind of like using the Khalid before even like the M series was happening. So it's definitely something comfortable for Team Falcons here. And I do like the Aurora being picked up by the side of Team Falcons too. I definitely agree. There's a lot of dive coming out from the Gato Kacha and the Badang, so definitely look to see if they're willing to slot that in. The Vexana that you mentioned does get picked up here, and something interesting, I did not think of this, however, I think it fits well with the current meta in the jungle.
My only problem is it suffers from the same problems that a Hayabusa would with an enemy Hilda on the team, where you're definitely going to need to be babysat because Hilda can just run in there and there's not going to be much that a Ling can do sans level 4 to be able to contend with that. Here, I do like the front line here. We do have, I feel like there's a good front line here from the side of Birthright. It's going to allow some time for Levi and Mark to be able to kind of launch off some of those abilities. The only thing, and we have back lines for both of these teams, as we see Sicilian picked up for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, Sicilian is a late game carry. As the only magic damage dealer on Team Falcon, it's a little bit of a risk. However, when you have early heroes, especially like invade heavy, like Khalid and Hilda, it really creates a lot of space that I think Sicilian needs to be able to operate quite well. However, Birthright has set themselves up with a pretty interesting draft, right? The Vexana can deal with a lot of the dive pressure coming in from the side of Team Falcon. So even though Khalid and Hilda is so good at closing the distance and getting on top of carry, they really have to be careful because the CC coming out from that Vexana can be something that they have to watch out for. But guys, this is going to be our last series tonight, a best of 5 between Team Birthright and Team Falcon here. Whoever wins this will be moving on to the next SPS, and the losers do go home.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's not just about moving on in the tournament as the winner of the lower brackets. It is also about securing yourself a seat at the Mobile Masters. Both these teams have been fighting tooth and nail for since last a year for a position here. We're going to see who has the snuff to take it. Kenji going to go ahead, clean pickup of that Lethal Wanderer there as well. And both teams pretty careful about their rotations and about how they're managing some of these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen Mark and plenty of other roamers do well on this Badang pick. Like, you know, I can't take that away. This is something that has really been popularized and has shown significant impact in the roam position. Whether it's that flicker fish crack or just having that wall to be able to stun enemies, or even finding pickoffs and just defending and dealing a good portion of damage early on. You know, the Badang has had a lot of impact. However, is this going to be a good enough pick as a first blind? We definitely have to see here. Bot side, there is Falcons gathering, looking to see if Wicked is going to buy and make a mistake, but they do end up backing off. You know, playing passive early on. I think both teams just looking to see what they could do in this in the very first objective.
Oh, and already first invade coming in. Team Falcon's going to go ahead as we go ahead and exude that Tempest of Blades already. Fistcrack is out, and the damage comes down onto Smiley. And that's going to be a first blood for Danny, allowing Levi the chance and the opportunity he needed to get the purple buff and possibly starts this next turtle. It does look like they're going to go ahead, distance themselves from that turtle. And a little bit of a turnaround as Team Falcons enter the jungle and Birthright immediately reply.
Yeah, a misposition from Smiles here. The combination of the wall paired up with the taunt from the Gato Kacha and Danny's Terrify. It was just so much CC. Smile could not even pop the flicker here. However, the Link does not have ultimate, which gives Team Falcon a potential opportunity to be able to take this objective uncontested.
Danny in trouble here, almost gets put down by Alpha. Does look like the turtle does go over to Team Falcons. A little bit of a mistime there from Birthright as they were not able to come before the turtle got taken there. And Alpha doing Hilda things here, just immediately becoming a presence for the side of Birthright that they have to deal with. They're going to try to take it down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They slow it down, trying to back up, and Alpha is taking down Levi. Birthright with 2 kills on the board right now.
Yeah, a little back and forth come out from both of these teams, just testing the waters out. Team Falcon, unfortunately, on the worst end in terms of the kill. However, with the objective being taken, they do have a little bit of a cushion. Now, Birthrights, they do have some kills on top of that Ling, and when the Ling is able to get a little bit of a snowball, he becomes an issue. My Lobby also having a great time. Both kills actually having the assist of My Lobby, so he's gonna be doing quite well in that XP position. Expect him to, you know, hold a lot of damage early on.
My only question, though, is there's a lot of pressure being exuded from a Team Falcons right now onto that gold lane. It means Detective, or it means that the Alpha on that XP lane is or not Alpha. The roam is putting so much pressure onto that XP lane or onto that gold lane that he's not joining the fight. So you've got the babysit at the gold lane, and means that all of these fights are usually about a 4v3. Once he starts joining these fights, we're going to have a little bit of trouble there as Levi comes in with the Tempest of Blades, just narrowly gets away. Avatar the Guardian is out, but caught by Alpha on the back line, reads that perfectly and finds their first kill for Team Falcons.
You know, that kill is great because it really fits well with what Team Falcon is trying to set themselves up with, right? They have these early, aggressive, damage-dealing heroes, and they have 2 of them. So that means Team Falcons, they really have to find ways to get some kills. While Birthright, if they just kind of manage to survive onto that mid and late game, they have so much CC coming out from the Badang, coming out from that Gato Kacha, that they just have a lot of late game team fight options. And ooh, Fish Crack coming in.
Yeah, Tempest of Blades is also laid out there as Alpha takes a heap of that damage. Mark in trouble. There is able to get away. Big pop-up lands onto Super and Alpha. Wicked finds the finishing blow there while Kova comes for the backup. Gets caught with a little bit of a taunt. Is that going to be enough? They do find a kill onto Kova, and just like that, Birthright at a commanding 5-1 lead over Team Falcons.
Commanding lead does get a lot of the small skirmishes in their favor, but they still cannot find a way to pull away in terms of that gold lead. Team Falcon still holding on to dear life. A little bit of a shift in terms of the gold lead, but again, it's still even across the board. Birthright is able to find some wins in some skirmishes, and I think this is going to be a big issue for Team Falcon. When you bring in something like a Hilda or like a Khalid, you're expecting to win the early game, and it's already looking quite gray for the birds here.
The only issue I find right now is the side that the fact that Team Falcons 1 kill on their side, but 2 towers. So they're able to transition into better objective, better map presence, and especially if they're able to get this mid tower down too, that's going to open up the map and really kind of put the chokehold onto Birthright, because it seals off a lot of areas that they can try to run away to. Now they're going to go ahead and attack big. Avatar the Guardian lands down as the Sandstorm comes out from Super defensively to get himself out of harm's way. Still a 5-1 game, but I would love to see more objective focus, more transitions into towers or turtles for the rest of this match.
Yeah, and you know, you could really see the aggressiveness coming out from the side of Team Falcons. They are the one that's being down in kills, but they're the ones that are actually kind of like initiating some of these fights. They're putting some of their front lines in kind of a dangerous position, and the Flicker Fishcraft gets on top of Kenji. He does use a shadow kill, but does get taken off the board here. That's another kill for the side of Birthright, and this time it's a very high priority target.
Yeah, Kenji is down. That is going to allow Levi some time up at the top. But meanwhile, at the bottom, a little bit of a skirmish going on there as well. Kova is trying to get out of there as Alpha fighting off 2 members. Mark gets taken down, but My Lobby finds the finishing blow there as well. Super in trouble, not able to help Alpha. Now an 8-2 games with the pressure of the top tower that was taken by Levi in the meantime.
Yeah, this is where I would say Team Falcon is definitely looking at the game and being like, yeah, this is a little bit of a trouble, right? My Lobby 1, 0, and 7. You don't really see any XPs having 100% kill participation at 8 minutes in, but My Lobby does a great job not only rotating across the map, but being able to defend his lane quite well. Now he has a presence in, you know, essentially the whole entire team fights. Team Falcons here looking,
they put Smiles into a coma after he came out of that bush. Just CC after CC after CC. In comes the quad shadows. Kenji comes in looking for the shadow kill. Lands onto Mark, not able to finish the job. Is going to have to quad shadow his way past them. It's 2 safety. First Lord out on the bench right now. 1 tower for the side of Birthright, 2 for the side of Team Falcons. And that bottom one looking to be on its last leg.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Team Falcon forced 3 back from Birthrights, but did not even attempt on the objective. Maybe they just don't want to risk it, right? Birthright still has the upper edge in terms of the gold lead and has the upper edge in terms of small skirmishes and team fights. And then, you know, if you look at the big picture, Birthright also has the ability to create good, big 5 versus 5 team fights. They have the Badong, they have the Gato Kacha, and we saw great knockups so far from Danny. So, Team Falcons, they're kind of in a pickle situation right here where it's just not great for them to have good 5 versus 5 team fights. But in terms of pickoffs, they're not finding options there either. Yeah, and you know, it's just going to be a lot of trouble so far here. The Lord is slowly coming down, but that's how the Team Falcons do look to disengage here. Birthrights looking to engage. Mark tries to get a fish crack open, but he does have to disengage. My lobby chunked quite low underneath the tower, does get taken off the board himself. A little bit of an over aggressive move, but Team Falcon looking to close even more. The Raging Sandstorm paired up with the Flicker picks off 2 members, and the Hilda Alpha finds the shutdown on Birthright. This is exactly what Team Falcon is looking for. They need to find these kills here and there, and it should be able to translate into objective. They're putting a lot more pressure onto the Ling, but the Hilda gets taken off the board here.
Yeah, Alpha's taken down there at the purple buff, but this is going to allow the time that they need to be able to pick up this first Lord. Now you're going to have that kind of crashing down, and especially with the pressure that they were able to mount onto these towers, it's going to be a hard thing to reckon with here. It's only 5 kills for the side of Team Falcons, but they've used this time that they've had so efficiently to 3 towers right now. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 towers. Sorry, my math is awful today. 4 towers for the side of Team Falcons. So they've just been so efficient with the small kills that they have to be able to kind of create some of the progress here. And this is going to be the 5th one. Almost down to high grounds, especially with Birthright, who was having I want to say a very positive game. The problem is, as we've talked about before, it's not just about the kills, but about what you can transition some of those into. Big pop-up lands up there. Danny in trouble there. Mark finds the kill onto Kenji, and Alpha is down as well. Levi able to find a kill onto Smile. Koba in trouble. Tempest the Blades able to finish that one off as well. Super in a bad way between 3 members of Birthright, and just like that, able to turn this around. A 14 and a 15-6 game right now for Birthright. But as you take a look at the gold, only a 725 gold lead.
Hey, the gold lead doesn't always tell the full story here. Birthright able to clean and sweep here. Again, it seems like their advantages, they're able to find out winning situations in a lot of these trades, right? Like, they could find some small skirmishes, they could get onto the backside. Seems like they have a much better plan in terms of just finding and setting up a good team fight. However, Team Falcon, again, you mentioned it, it seems like their macro is on point. They're able to find trades even with losing members here and there. They're able to get some trades on the opposite side of the map. Look at the side towers, which I would argue is way much more important than the mid tower. The sides inhibitors are almost down. They're literally just hanging on to the edge of their life. Just one wave and it's going to be gone. And Team Falcons has done a great job in controlling the macro. Birthrights here, even if they're winning team fights, if they cannot take care of the macro situation, it might be kind of tough for them to defend.
Yeah, and right now what I'm looking for Birthright to do here is not to answer, not to reply, not to try to counter a fight from Team Falcons. They need to make something happen themselves. They need to be the initiator, the instigator, the person that is setting the tone for some of these, because I'm seeing them start to fall into these traps where they are waiting to answer. They're waiting to reply to Team Falcons, and you're giving them the advantage. I want to start seeing them start taking some of these lords as well. Find an opportunity that they need. Doing a good job right now. As you can see, Levi on the opposite end of the map trying to clear out, doing things that Ling is supposed to do with this clearing speed that he has and his amazing ability to use that Finch pose to get around the map.
You're correct. Ling doing Ling things, gonna be able to split across the map with no problem. Has the ability to just jump back into the team fight. But the flicker from Koba picks off the backside. That's a high priority target. That is the one you are looking for.
Yeah, and with Wicked down, I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do. This is going to be another Lord for the side of Team Falcons. My lobby over there going to try to get some information, but there's very little that he's going to be able to do. In fact, he might have put himself in harm's way here. He's going to get caught there by a super, but Danny there to enable the escape. Mark and the rest of the team trying to help out to get this purple buff for the side of, for Levi here, for the side of Birthright, but now you have another Lord from Team Falcons coming, and like we've said before, I love that they're able to turn around these fights, and Team Falcons need to be on their P's and Q's when it goes to this next push. However, how many Lords are you going to allow Team Falcons to have before you're able to take control of this game, able to get a Lord of yourself? And then at what point is Team Falcons going to actually be able to have a successful push?
I will say this though. Team Falcon is going to have to fight kind of wonky. They want to make sure a lot of CC goes on to Alpha and they get a great Flicker Raging Sandstorm. That's the key to their success. And if they're able to get like a 2-3 man Raging Sandstorm onto the backside with the Flicker, then I think they're going to win. But it's going to be a hard...
A nice little takedown there. They got the taunt onto the Hayabusa, and then we're able to take him down. We do have the Winter Crown. Tempest of Blades is going to help Levi get himself to safety. Into the Flicker into the background. Mark able to find the kill on Takoba. Is it going to be another? Trying to turn it around. Super in a bad way here is trying to make his escape, but the value that they are getting out of this Badang pickup here is can basically be counted here. Birthright now pushing their way to the core, not able to do much. They're going to go ahead and start focusing on some of these side towers.
You know, it's great that Team Falcon is, you know, so strong in terms of the macro in this match so far. But Birthright's ability to team fight is just outshining Team Falcon's macro. When it comes down to a point where, you know, Team Birthright isn't even worried about macro anymore. They're just like, we're going to group up as 5 and we're just going to siege and just fight you to death. And they're able to do so quite well. They get the pickoffs that they're looking for, and it's like somewhat transitioning into a decent map pressure. However, Team Falcons still with 2 inhibitors down from both of the sides. These are high value inhibitors. It means that Team Falcon is going to have kind of the whole map to play around. They're going to have 2 lanes that are pushing automatically in their favor. It technically should translate into a Lord. It's just that it is a Ling Levi that they have to deal with, and Ling is, you know, so good at rotating across the map, dealing with split pressure, creating split pressure on their own, and it's good in terms of getting onto the backside onto Smiles, right? So Team Falcons win condition, rely on some of the macro opportunities, maybe split Birthright across, and making sure that they could possibly find a good pickoff with the macro advantages that they have in Birthrights. They just have to be able to pick off the right targets when it comes down to a big team fight, because that's just their biggest advantage so far.
Yeah, and I want to say with something that you brought up, it seems like it is a typical micro versus macro type of game here, where Birthright really has the ability to outplay, to get those little nuances when it comes to the team fights or even the 1v1s. But when it comes to overall map pressure, Team Falcons really have the advantage for that. It's just that when it comes to some of the other games, Birthright have just really been able to bully their way ahead. Is the littlest bit of macro is needed, I want to say, for Birthright to make this huge amount of difference. My lobby in a little bit of trouble there. I'll shake off some damage. Both teams jungling around this Lord right now, vying for position.
You know, late game wise, Team Falcon does not have the front line set up, I think. However, they do have the damage dealers. Erithal, Sicilian, I think 2 reign supreme over something like a Granger and a Vexon, right? So I think there's advantages there so far, but the sets coming out from Birthright might be a little hard here.
My Lobby goes and Kenji in a little bit of trouble there. Gets a lot of damage put on him. Alpha in trouble as well. They do have Team Falcons on the run right now, pushing them away. And are they going to be able to use this? The problem here, and this is just the case in point for Birthright. They win these fights. They're able to push Team Falcons away, but never in a position to really get the authority on these objectives. And it allows Team Falcons to go back to base, get healed up, and now they're going to go ahead and lock on to this objective. One person down. Levi is down for the count, and it looks like we might be down. My Lobby gets taken out by Smiles. Pop up there from the Eternal Guardian is not enough to fend off Team Falcons as they score themselves another Lord.
Yeah, I think Team Falcons is now in a pretty good position, right? They have the Lord marching down. It's a 20-minute Lord. They have the Sicilian and Rithel backed up from it. And surprisingly enough, they're having enough damage where they could really burst down the Ling without too much CC. So Team Falcons have built a composition that does rely on their late games to go late, and it is a late game. So, you know, they're having a great time here.
Yeah, Kenji from the side all the way at the bottom comes in with the quad shadow looking for an opportunity. Wicked trying to stay wary of it. Oh, we do have the super does find a kill on to Danny. We have the Winter Crown as well out there. More damage going on to the core quad shadow, and oh, that was a lot of damage that just went onto the core. Team Falcons score the first victory in this trade against their opponents.
Macro versus micro. Team Falcon coming out ahead, trading kills for real estate here. You know, I think it's actually extremely smart, right? They lost their min inhibitor, but they did gain their side inhibitors. And those translated over split put pressure against a team that has a Ling built in, against a team that has so much CC built into the front side of Badang, into a Gatot, even with higher kills, right? This game, back and forth. It could have been anyone's game. It was a 20-minute close series. However, Team Falcon was quite convincing when it came to the whole entire map overall.
Yeah, and I just felt like the entire time Birthright was having trouble trying to enforce their will. It always felt like they were replying. It always felt like they were the ones trying to chase Falcons after Falcons made a play, got a tower, got an objective. Yeah, sure, they were able to get some of those kills, and the score, 17. It's not often that you see a kill lead by this much and still defeated in the match. And that just kind of goes to say how disciplined Falcon is when it comes to those objective files, those macro gameplays.
Yeah, and Super here was the one that actually took the MVP on a Khalid. Something we really don't see that often anymore. I believe Khalid had like a 0% win rate, 2 games played. It just was not looking good. However, Super played an extraordinary job, having great clean sets with the flicker. The impact was there. Didn't really die too much. And you know, Khalid is one of those heroes where it's like, if you don't get a lot of kills early, you typically aren't that useful. But Super definitely proving that even without some kills, you could still create the impact that the Khalid can create himself.
Yeah, I mean, at one point we were at what, 9-2 lead for Birthright, and unfortunately, just it did not translate into the pressure on the map that it was needed to. Even, I mean, all of these fights, it's kind of crazy because we keep seeing these fights and the highlights are basically all Birthright doing so well in a lot of these fights, and it just doesn't tell the story of how well that Team Falcons were able to kind of get some of these objectives, get some of these towers, and really turn it around, especially that they pretty much shut down Birthright from getting any of the Lords.
Yeah, it just feels like Team Falcon has, in terms of the macro, a good idea of what they could do to kind of abuse their knowledge. And they're able to do it quite well, splitting up the side of Birthrights, making sure that if Birthright is getting a few kills here and there, Team Falcon is able to find objectives on the opposite side. I think during the mid game, right, Team Falcon was dying maybe once or twice, and then they also had the Riddle just split pushing on the bot side. So they're able to just really take advantage of how micro heavy the side of Birthright is in that game, right? And it could be due to the draft picks, right? Late game heroes like Sicilian and Arithel do require a team to play it a lot slower, to play for that long run. When it comes down to trading, they're not really looking to fight as much. They're relying on some damage of the Hilda and the Khalid to create space, but allowing the marksmen, allowing the mages to farm up quite well. I think that's Team Falcon's strength in that last game.
If anything, for me, this kind of shows Birthright has the tools, they have the skill on the players. They just need the little adjustment of focusing on those objectives, and they can completely turn this around to a very dominating victory for themselves. Because, that's just one of the great things about the micro. I mean, you have the safety in that. I believe it's kind of like a common term when it comes to a micro versus macro. If you're talking about two even teams when it comes to micro and macro, macro's going to win 90% of the time, just because eventually you're going to be able to overwhelm the raw skill level that a player can bring if the entire map is beginning to close in around them. I feel like Birthright, they have the skill, they have what it takes. They're just going to need that little adjustment to bring this fight towards the Falcons.
Well, 1-1 private. Falcons did take the lead early on in this series so far. We are going to be jumping into game number 2 eventually. In terms of, let's say, the draft, because we already kind of established the play style. It seems like the micro versus macro, we know which team likes to lean on which. And, when it comes to Birthrights, they just kind of have to maybe open up their vision a little bit more, making sure that they're not losing these objectives over 1 or 2 kills, right? And in terms of their team fight, it seems like they have what it takes. It's just they're missing those tower pushes, those split pushes, those pressure on the opposite side of map to pull apart Team Falcon. Versus Falcon has a good idea. It's like they're willing to sacrifice a couple units early on to make sure that they have the time and space they need to create some advantage. Where does Team Birthright go from here if we're talking about their draft? All right, what can they draft that orients them more into that macro sense rather than being so focused on the micro?
Well, and that's kind of the thing. That's why I'm saying, I don't. That's why I'm saying it's a tiny adjustment. If the problem is just macro, is it a problem with the draft, or is it a problem? Yes, you were able to get successful fights. Yes, you were able to get successful kills. So then we can just use this same draft. It all depends on the timing of those kills, the placement of those kills. We don't need the kills at the opening seconds as somebody's just rotating up the top. We need the kills up at the top so that we can push onto that tower. We need the kills right before the turtle objective. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if that means that we need to actually do too big of an adjustment on the draft as much as it comes to being wary of when and how we have these fights.
So, I think for me, maybe, we're more focusing on kind of like the awareness, because both of these teams are powerhouses from their region. I'm sure they faced up against each other more often than not. And especially in that last game, yes, we did see micro versus macro, but maybe in other games, it's really not that big of a difference. Smile and Danny here, both the mid laners, the leading support or the very front line of defense. In terms of the early rotation, I like to say it belongs to the mid and the roamers. And these are two great examples of two good players going down at mid trying to clash. It depends on, sometimes it could be the heroes that they're playing. It could be the draft. It could be even their roamers position, right? But it's extremely important that both these teams look to prioritize their mid and their roam combination. If they have a winning matchup, it means earlier rotations into the gold, earlier rotations into the enemy jungle, better vision for bushes and stuff, right? And all those teams add up and lead them into a more smooth sailing early game that can lead them typically to success.
An interesting thing too with Birthright has been I feel like their early prioritization can sometimes leave me scratching my head for some of the picks that they like to go with. They have, and that's why it's like, it's almost like playing with a handicap, you know what I mean? Because like when we watch how good they do with some of the picks that I'm not really liking, but they're still mildly successful with it, I'm like, man, imagine if they had gone with a Granger, or imagine if they had gone with something or they had gotten the Lucas, or they had gotten the Hayabusa, or something that has that priority. You know what I mean? It's almost like, you know, and that's what I mean by playing with a handicap, where they're almost kind of like the draft sometimes almost kind of leave it to where like, all right, you guys are gonna have like an uphill battle here. They still do all right, but it's like those little narrow margins that they lose by.
Yeah, I mean, I think you pointed out something quite good in their last game. It was, for me, it was that Joy not being picked up in the first phase, getting like 3-4 junglers being banned out, and it's like, you know, yeah, we're gonna play with the Ling. It worked out. It had a lot of potential pickoffs onto the backside, but in terms of the handicap, I think you're correct. The Ling, it didn't win them the game. Maybe the Joy could have been an interesting option, right? And the Joy has been proven to be a lot of success. Now, game number 2, we have the Louis, Badang, and the Fanny being taken off the board. Matilda, Soyu, and the Zushin. So in game number 1, the Alpha was taken off potentially. Team Falcon. Birthright was the one that banned the Alpha against Kenji, I believe. So that might be a priority. There's the Granger Harith, which it seems like not many teams are really looking to pick for. That's a early Alpha. Birthright denying that pick away from Falcons.
Yeah, they obviously really feel like the Alpha is a prime pickup for the Tide of Team Falcons. I'm not gonna lie, I don't put Alpha as this high pick in my head as far as like the jungle prioritization, especially when I don't know. I almost feel like I can contradict myself sometimes here, because I'll talk about assassins and how they have trouble holding objectives when it comes to fighters here. And Alpha is one of the prime ones there that can hold an objective, whereas other assassins need to pick and choose the times and opportunities when they're going to try to come in. Here, again, we're going to go ahead and pick up the Hylos. I'm assuming we might be going on the other side, probably going to pick up a marksman here, and then looking for the banouts.
Yeah, I think a marksman could be an option. If you go for the Granger, there's the Dreadnought counter, since the Birthright has a lot of tanky units. So they do go for the Harith instead. That's, you know, a lot of dashes. And then on top of that, right, the Eve can be a solid option to kind of hold that Alpha and that Hylos in position. Yes, Alpha Charge is a dash, but most likely they're going to look to engage with that. And the Hylos Glorious Pathway does provide a lot of movement speed for Team Falcon. The Eve to kind of get clashed on top of, but Team Falcons decide they want that front line against Birthright. They're not I think Team Falcons was the ones that, you know, always wanted either the Hylos or the Gatot, so picking that up early is gonna be quite nice for them. But now their jungle and their mage are both susceptible to some bans. Jungle, you know, for example, the Hayabusa is most likely going to be taken off the board along with that Joy. Birthright, wow, that a little bit disrespectful for the Granger not being picked up anywhere in this draft.
Well, I was going to ask that. Do we ban the Joy, or do we let them stack up this magic damage that they're going to have potentially? Yeah, trap them into all this magic damage that you're going to have potentially on the side of Team Falcons. I think this kind of opens it up. We don't need the ban Joy here. We can kind of maybe goat them into taking it. Focus elsewhere. Hayabusa definitely needs to be one of those that's taken off there.
Yeah, for sure.
Suyu's already off there. Potentially, Lucas maybe taken off of there. Oh, they do ban out the Joy. I guess, well, you had it right the first time. I just feel like the Joy probably wouldn't have been as effective with so much magic damage on the team already.
Well, I mean, in theory, right, the Joy is just considered the best in that same tier as the Suyu, as the Alpha, and as the Hayabusa, right? Those are kind of like the big 4 stars. You pair up with Fanny, those are the big 5s in the jungle regardless. And now it kind of goes into a separate tier list of not really being used, not like just a lot more niche. Right, if we're looking at some of the assassins, you know, Lancelot can come into mind. We saw the Ling perform in the last game. However, Birthright, by taking off the Joy, 1, 2, 3, 4, does it leave open? I don't think it leaves open any more junglers that are on top of that tier list. Yeah, I think Team Falcons, they might, I don't know whether, Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas is still out there. But we haven't seen, I want to say we've kind of had a huge lack of the jungle Lucases so far here. And I'm not sure if it's something that EU and MENA really feel as comfortable with. I mean, he is pretty much top tier for a lot of people. Heck, I mean, you see him use the heck out of it in rank. People mostly feel more comfortable with him in that XP lane as well. Beatrix picked up. Oh, I mean, it's better than what I thought might have happened. Is they were going to go for the carry to try to counter out the Harith, so which didn't really play too well in Birthright's first series. So Beatrix, I like it a lot better. They've got a lot of clear, and especially when it comes to potentially having Birthright on the back foot, trying to defend. You've got an amazing amount of clear here with Beatrix and Cecilian.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that Beatrix has the opportunity. I'm just a little bit scared when it comes to the Beatrix Gato Kacha matchup because it feels like the Gato is just gonna walk through it. But that's the problem for Wicked. He's done a great job on a lot of different marksmen so far. Team Falcon coming out with a Nolan pick up for their physical damage. It does have the ability to clear the jungle fast, has ability to do objectives fast, but that's a lot of CC and frontline that he has to get through, right? You talk about early game, the glorious pathway, the alpha charge. It's not something you really want to meet straight up. And in terms of the late game, yes, getting on top of the Sicilian is the correct decision. However, if you don't get that 100-0 burst, the Sicilian's gonna eat you with that bat feast later on.
Well, yeah, and especially the reason for me that Nolan has kind of fallen off is he's so dependent on that early game. Not just to hold them at bay, but you have to be amazingly successful. Get that ball rolling with him so that he's ahead and he's able to get to 0 to 100 people right away. Without that, he kind of loses his purpose on the team. Like a Hilda, if you're behind, it's very hard. Once the cooldowns start coming down, once the CC is out there, he's going to have a rough time trying to find those pickoffs, especially once the laning phase is over and you've got a grouped team that you're dealing with.
You know, minus the Nolan, I think Team Falcon have set themselves up with quite a good success. We've been seeing Phoveus get banned, get played, lose game, win games. And when Phoveus is winning, like, it's tough to deal with. It's like 1 versus 3, don't care, I'm going in. When he's losing, it is still a little bit tough. Like, he could still jump around. So, you know, I think Team Falcons is going to have a pretty decent time in this matchup as we head into the Land of Dawn, game number 2 between Team Falcom and Birthrights. Falcom, the Eagles, are up 1-0 in this best of 5s, looking to potentially close out this series.
Yeah, and the one thing too here is I was kind of looking, they also have the Hylos on Birthright, which if Phoveus dives into the back line, my lobby has an opportunity to really separate Phoveus from the rest of his team. Alpha, you can throw down that glorious pathway. It makes it almost impossible for Team Falcons to be able to follow up. It's just going to come down to timing when it comes to some of these team fights, but we still need to be wary. Oh, was Kenji able to get that?
Ooh.
I'm actually not sure who got that.
He got it.
Gold crab.
Yeah, Kenji was able to pick that up. Is going to get that happy level 4 himself. Levi did use his retribution onto the cabbage, so he's still going to have a little bit more time before he finds that level 4. This is kind of the advantage of a Nolan. He's just extremely fast in the jungle, is agile, and has some impact and mobility to be able to deal with a lot. But Koba, top side here, pops the flicker early on. And I always talk about how the flickers early on, it does mean that there's going to be potential for people to just gank you. They're taking away an escape that is, you know, the get out of the jail free card. And Birthright is going to be one up in terms of that department. However, seems like all is good so far.
Yeah, so far there are a lot of rotations here, a lot of reads, and a lot of information going out. Great job by the roamers, so that since some of these ganks are pretty much read out right away. We're going to start with some pressure down at the bottom, potentially to set up this first turtle fight. As you see Smile and Alpha kind of hiding out around. Damage comes down onto Mark, keeping that information as Danny kind of hides out in the bush. Levi from the side is going to go ahead and pick up his purple buff before they start on this turtle.
I will say though, off map, it seems like Wicked is having a great time in that gold lane. I know at some point Koba is going to have the unlimited dashes, but before that, Turtle, 50%.
Ooh, nice glorious pathway to go ahead and split up the team. Kenji still able to pick up the turtle as out comes the Bats of Feast. Alpha trying to come down with that demonic force, taken very low. Danny finds the kill on his own there. First blood going over to Birthright, but the first turtle goes to Team Falcons.
I just want to say that the AOGs now, ooh, solo kill. Talk about Koba, full health solo kill, and that's the dangerous thing about the Harith. You grab that 2 items, you grab the 3, right? You get your cooldowns available. I think it's 20 to 25%, and you're just, you know, on a good one. You could just dance around, get the cha-cha in, unlimited damage, unlimited dash, and it's a headache to deal with. And that's the reason why people don't want to go up against the Harith. But the AOG nowadays, like, it's so significant. Yeah, look at Koba. It's not even fair. It gets like unlimited dashes, just free refreshes on that top side.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you don't even need a whole item. All you really need is like Azure Blade and like magic pages, and that gives you like the 20% cooldown you need to be able to spam that out right as soon as you get level 4. And really surprised the heck out of Wicked, who before that was having a pretty decent game in that lane. Now we're gonna go ahead and we do have a fracture coming out there. Kenji in trouble, gonna use that dash, cornered by the glorious pathway, but securing an escape for their teammates. Smiles drops down the Eternal Guardian to fend off the rest of Birthright.
You know, I always look at the impact of a Beleric, and he's that type of hero where it's like it's an anti-engage, but he needs people to run up at him just like this. But this time around, I think he's going to be taken off the board. No, he gets away.
Yeah, is able to get away. Meanwhile, off camera, Kenji does find a kill onto Levi. A very important kill there for trading a jungler there for naught.
Yeah, and this time around, Team Falcom is finding a lot more success in getting some pickoffs here and there, right? Kenji already up 1 kill, and gets away here. Yeah, so a lot of utilities are being wasted from the side of Birthrights, and an advantage for the Team Falcon. They have had a lot of success with their macro gameplay in the last series, but this time it feels like both macro and micro is something that Birthright needs to be scared of.
Yeah, and we do have that ultimate coming out from a Wicked. Ooh, nice little Terrify there. Lands onto Mark, who might be in a little bit of trouble getting popped up, looking for that Demonic Force. Has the Wrath of Dryad out there. Koba takes a heap of damage, but able to find the escape before he gets taken down there. Wicked, I mean, still in this game. He suffered 1 death, but still been kind of keeping up to play. Oh, we do have a nice little... Oh, he flickers forward. Is that going to be enough up at the top? Wicked still able to get away. Detective Super is going to find himself an escape with that Avatar, the Guardian.
So some response coming out from Birthright, looking to push away members of Team Falcon, but the stun coming out. Kenji gets shot quite low here, should look to retreat. Birthright again looking for a siege. The 4-man unit on the top side, my lobby in a great position, denying Kenji away from this tower, and the side of Birthright is able to actually come out ahead in terms of the macros here.
Yeah, and getting themselves a tower, even with, I mean, and that's the kind of the patience of Wicked. Wicked, I want to say, I mean, we've talked about some of these games and who are the real playmakers for it. When somebody like Wicked on Birthright is able to have a successful game, it's a successful game for the entire team. Or that's what it means for the entire team, is that it's going to be a successful game for them. Wicked still took 1 death, but still able to kind of come back there as we come in. Dominant Force has been landed onto the ground. Sanguine Claws out as well from the flank, looking for an opportunity. A big pop-up lands onto my lobby, who's separating the team. Alpha finds a kill onto Mark, and the Avatar, the Guardian, just wide of the rest of Birthright, who disengaged from the fight.
Yeah, a lot of spells and utilities being popped there. The Purify from Danny, Mark with the Revitalize. But the side of Team Falcon was able to kind of come out ahead there, picking off the Belric and grabbing up another objective here. Yes, in terms of the gold lead, it's still not that significant. In terms of the towers, yes, both have looked to decide to trade here. It seems like it's going to be a top and bot trade once again. But Team Falcons having the option of winning some of these micros, it allows them to be a little bit more aggressive than last one. It allows them to play more of a bully ball and dictate when they want to have these team fights and what they can get after these team fights. That is really scary, especially since in game 1 they didn't have the opportunity to do that. They were always down in terms of the gold, in terms of the small skirmishes. They just were not able to find success, but this time around they have the advantage.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, it's kind of rough right now because as the game progresses, this small lead is growing bigger and bigger for Team Falcons. Birthright is having more success when it comes to the macro. They're getting towers down. I am kind of waiting for this mid tower. Whoever gets that, I want to say, is going to have like the major advantage in my eyes for the rest of this game. Moving forward, at least, we'll see how well they can kind of keep up this pace, because right now, we're still waiting on Kenji. Can we kind of keep him at bay? He's only got 1 kill right now, so he's not exactly at that superhuman level that we usually see Nolan's at. We can see there the gold leaderboard firmly in control there for Team Falcons.
You know, I believe that if Beller can at least catch 1, whether it is the Phobius or the Nolan, it's going to give side of Birthright a very, very strong team fight. Gorgeous pathway gets wasted here, so no ultimate for the Hylos for the next objective. It's bad news. However, Birthright, they have this Sicilian, and we've seen pretty successful Sicilians today. Whether it comes down to having an impact in the early or just being that monster in the late and going for more.
Yeah, they're going to go into the back line. Wicked does find a kill onto Smiley as Alpha locking on in the back line, trying to get these demonic forces, is going to find the kill onto Danny. That's a big load of damage taken off the table for the side of Birthright, but they're going to pay back that with Alpha. Going to be, oh, he actually lands on the mark in the back line. He might get away from this.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Birthrights?
He's still he's fighting for his life here. Look at the regen that he's getting here, trying to put this damage on there. Finally, is taken, is able to return the favor, gets a kill onto my lobby, and finds himself a quick ticket home.
Yeah, unbelievable there. Interesting decision making by the side of Birthright. Yes, they get the objective, but they lose my lobby, which as a glorious pathway Hylos, like, that's a big member. The side team Falcons decides, yes, they did get the Lord, but now they just clear it completely for free. I think it's a mistake from the side of Birthrights to be able to do that. They should clean things up with Alpha, making sure that it's a 3-1 and it's a 2-1-1 Phobius at that point in time. Take care of that business and move on to the next one together.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna. I mean, the team fights, not exactly the initiation coming out from the side of Team Falcons. Birthright. This is something that I've been critiquing on them. Is I would love to see them initiate these fights. I've seen them reacting. I've seen them reply. I feel like they're more successful when they find the opportunities, and they just need to find them more here, because reacting to the fights coming from Team Falcons, they have these great initiators too. When you have Alpha able to dive into the back line, then you have the Avatar of the Guardian, and all the damage coming out from Koba and Smiley.
Yeah, the ultimate Beller coming out. Alpha actually is going to be the one that gets quite hurt here. He might get away. Another escape of death here. Alpha really has to count his luck. I'm not sure how many times he's going to be able to get away like this, but that is just what Alpha needs. He's quite happy. 3-1-1. The overall kill score quite low compared to the game number one. It's kind of a slow game, and you talked about how the mid towers, potentially who is going to have the advantage in terms of that department, and both teams holding on to it quite well here.
Oh, we do have an Eternal Guardian out there. Smile's going to use that flicker to get himself to safety. Kenji dodging and weaving from my lobby, who's trying to kind of hold this line. They're trying to get that pressure onto the mid line as well. They dive in. Alpha charges out with Wrath of Dryad. Kenji goes down. Tower is down at mid. The rest of Team Falcons running from the fight as Alpha gets taken down. Wicked with the kill on his side. Super has to use that Avatar of the Guardian defensively to find an escape. And just like that, Birthright firmly, you just mentioned it. It couldn't have been timed better when you were talking about the pressure onto the mid lane. Whoever gets that mid tower starts mounting that pressure on their side, and Team Falcons on the back foot here as Birthright really putting the boots to their opponents.
Yeah, and it really feels like there's no response for the poke coming out from Beatrix and the Sicilians so far. Right, Detective Koba has a lot of damage, but he needs time to be able to dish that out. And Birthright's just not giving them enough time as they take out Super Detective here. A front line crucial member that provides a lot of CC and sustain gets taken off the board. Lord should be marching down into the mid lane for the side of Birthrights. And this is trouble for Team Falcons. Feels like they're kind of on the back end in terms of the overall macro, the whole entire map for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and Birthright doing what they need to, found a great engagement. And I want to say it was a very interesting engagement here because they first mounted pressure onto the purple buff, which led Team Falcons to go ahead and kind of rush everybody over there. And as soon as they did, Birthright go ahead and turned their attention right to the mid tower immediately, pushing in onto the mid tower and getting the advantage. Now, Super in a little bit of trouble. He is guiding away this Lord, doing a great job of just like that, Lord goes ahead and charges into that mid lane, and that's going to be a high ground tower busted wide open for the side of Birthright. Team Falcons looking for the defense here. Avatar of the Guardian comes out just wide of Mark and Wicked, who uses the Wrath of Dryad. Wicked there putting on the damage, is not able to take down Super. Alpha on the backside there trying to keep my lobby at bay. Mark taking a heap of damage, has to use that Revitalize to keep himself topped up.
Yeah, but there was a solo off-map kill. Kenji taken out by Levi on the Alpha. I believe it was like the bot, like it was like very far in the bot lane. However, it seems like Team Falcon was able to kind of get a decent defense up. They, don't end up losing that top tower. Mid was just completely broken down. However, they still have the two important side lane towers up ahead. 6 to 8 is the overall. I feel like Team Falcon, has been in this situation before. This kind of looks like game number 1. Instead, they just don't have kind of the macro that was being pushed onto the side. Birthright's a convincing 5 versus 5 team fight, kind of like what they had in game number 1. But this time around, they're able to execute and find objectives across the map just a little bit better.
And they are on hunting mode right now. I was about to say too, like at this point in the game, when you're starting to fall behind, the only thing that a good Nolan can do is to try to start to split push. But Birthright making it known, especially with Levi able to get that solo kill onto him, letting him know that you're not even safe if you're going to do that, and you need to be extra careful. Zaman Force laid it down, but Koba not able to just find the damage he needs just yet. 2 seconds left on to this next Lord.
Yeah, no damage. Against something as tanky as a Beleric and the Hylos, you're not really getting too much off. I think the only way that Detective Koba is going to be able to get some damage is if he's able to get onto, let's say, kind of like the marksman or the mid lane. And if he's able to get onto Danny, then you're going to see tons of damage being dealt. But Danny also has an escape himself right there. He does get the Zaman Force down. Disengage should come out from the side of Birthright. They're definitely going to be fine just waiting out that spell.
Yeah, down comes the glorious pathway to try to separate the team. They're looking for maybe Mark in trouble here. Is going to have to turn away. They turn their attention to Alpha here. Is taking a heap of damage. We have the Avatar of the Guardian that does a slam down. Able to take down Alpha there. Sicilian with that kill there as well. Koba dashing back and forth. Zaman Force been laid down. Wicked finds a kill onto Kenji. That is a jungle down for Team Falcons. And just like that, the tides have turned. The air of victory in the win for Birthright as they're going to go ahead, focus on to this Lord while trying. Oh my God, the damage there. Wicked in with the flicker, finds a kill, smiles running for the hill. He has seen death and he does not like it.
I was like, damn, that is a tough team fight for Team Falcon, but it just only gets worse and worse. The Lord marching down, Birthright having a full steam ahead, a whole 5-man group. The AOG does come down looking to grab up some of the units, but Wicked is the priority target, but he's still healthy. If Wicked is alive, this is going to be game over. He does pick off that Vexana, and the tower comes down. Team Falcon able to reign supreme. No, Team Birthright able to reign supreme in this game number 2.
Yeah, Team Birthright showing that they are not going to go down quietly in the night. Made the adjustments they needed to. I've been saying it all along. They have the skill. They have the micro they need. They just needed to tilt that ticker to the macro side just a little bit, and they showed that here in this game. Such a great job done by them here. 6-13, and a very dominating victory for them.
Yeah, I think the Sicilian and the Beatrix was quite convincing on their part, but also the Hylos, worked out quite well. 0, 1, and 10, along with the Beleric. I think overall, in terms of Birthright, every member played a crucial role, and it felt like their team comp just fit well. And you talked about kind of like the handicap, right? Like Kenji, the Nolan didn't really do as well, probably did just as well as the Ling that Birthright came up with in game number 1. We cannot be allowing enemies to ban out all 4 or 5 of the jungle options and you take nothing. It's just way too greedy, right? We don't have to have the Gato Kacha up early, in my opinion. We should grab up the jungler. The Phoveus is fine. The jungler, grab up the marksman. These are high priority units. Yes, we understand. The junglers all have a deep hero pool. But you look at game number 1 and you look at game number 2 now. If you don't have any of the top 5 junglers, well, you're pretty much out of luck here.
Yeah, I mean, and especially I want to say very back and forth, very kind of slow paced. With more towers kind of, oh my god, the flicker there as Wicked flickered forward to find the kill there. He is absolutely kind of surgical on this Beatrix, and it kind of showed throughout the game, even suffering that early solo kill to Koba in the early game, able to kind of return the favor and come back so strong. But the big issue, the big turnaround for the side of Birthright is when they kind of focused. They had that play where they went in for the purple buff, immediately changed it up, went for the mid tower, and then from there on, it was push city all the way to the high grounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wicked marksman on the side of Birthright, right? You know, it's something that isn't as common in terms of the meta as before. Beatrix has always been that really strong auto-attacking hero, and especially when he gets the lead, it's just unbelievable. You could even see right there the machine gun. That's like a 2-hit on the enemy mage here. 9-1-1. Wicked able to carry his team to victory. But again, you know, the 2 front lines both went 0, 1, and 10. Right? That's convincing enough. You look at the Sicilian. Didn't really die too much and was able to provide so much range poke even early, like even in the mid game. So I feel like Birthright just played that game out quite well, and they made the adjustments that I think both of us were looking for from that game 1 into this successful game 2.
Yeah, hats off to Birthright for making those adjustments. And now the ball is in Team Falcon's court here. And kind of trying to look for some of the mistakes. It did seem, I agree with you, the Nolan pick, not my top priority, or not my biggest pick when it comes to jungle, just because he has become, he's not what he once was, which was like just... It was like the Granger of that early game in the jungle, where, I mean, it was just impossible to stop him from steamrolling. And once he got steamrolling, it was pretty much going to be all your team. Here, he has to be more careful. There's a little bit longer cooldowns on some of his abilities. He needs to get those early kills. Like I said, you can't just be even. You can't just hold the enemy team at bay. You can't just not die. You have to actively be getting those kills on Nolan, stay ahead of the curve, be getting those 0 to 100s, and stay at that level for the victory of the game. If you guys fall, if you falter at all, the Nolan starts falling behind. He's forced to start doing that split push, which Birthright answered with immediately sending the Alpha out there to get that solo kill onto them as well. So it's just, it comes down to, like you said, the early draft, some of the picks that were prioritized, not bad picks, not awful picks, but there's just that jungle probably needs to be prioritized a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think giving up the top 5 jungles for a Gato Kacha is not worth, for a Vexana is not worth, right? And we really have to make sure that we're choosing correctly what we're going to give up before that second phase ban comes, because when it does come, one of the roles is most definitely going to be taken off the board here. Team Falcons, game number 3, private game number 3. Team Falcons here, Badang, Fanny being banned out. It's quite standard. Birthright takes out the Zushin. We've seen a lot of Granger and Harith come out to play. I'm still expecting the Granger to be taken off Harith. It seems like they're willing to play around it quite often. There's still kind of like the Hylos opportunity, the Eves, the Louis. But it does seem like both of these teams do need to make sure that they're prioritizing picking up at least a jungle pick during the first phase.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point too. Is they allowed the Harith pick out there, and then they didn't even take the Granger. They just went ahead, got with the Beatrix out there. Wicked did such a great. And what was amazing to me too is that Wicked was still doing. But we saw in the early game he was able to hold Harith at bay until he got that level 4 and was able to surprise him. And then that surprise, he shook off the dust from that and came back and got the kill again and was able to dominate his lane. And I feel like that was a big part of the success too, as well as is that they were able to turn around what Team Falcons thought was a winning lane on their side too. And suddenly you have to start putting all of this pressure up there. You've got something else that you need to worry about as well. Here, Lu Yi taking off the table there, Su Yu as well. And I'm wondering, I am kind of curious too, what adjustments are needed for Team Falcons, so if they're going to go ahead and get that prio on to the jungle as well. I mean, I think the only thing that was really left that was good because of some of those picks, well, because of the Gatakacha out there, we were kind of questioning if Joy would have actually done as well, just because you had a decent amount of magic damage on the play as well. Here, 17 seconds left. Prioritization here. Last time, I believe it was... Oh, and it's going to be the Granger. With Harith out there, it's a very interesting play.
Hear me out here. I wanted an alpha opening for Team Falcon. Give away the Granger and the Hylos. Now I think Birthright should be able to take out both of those heroes. The Alpha, the Hylos, and then they get that Harith in that third slot. I think that would be a great opening. If any of these heroes are not being taken, I definitely would suggest Falcon. They're probably looking to go for something like a Joy Hylos, right? I think that would work out quite in their favor here, but the opening is going to be the Granger. The Alpha gets picked up, the Hylos gets picked up. Nice counter pick to pair it up with the Granger. It's going to be the Joy. If they want to go, they have to go for the jungler. They have to go for the Joy. Maybe they could go for the Mage. Maybe the Eve could be something, the Joy Eve. That's a magic burst in the jungle and a support anti-heal poke for the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even. You kind of nailed it down. These guys into a square. There's some things that they have to go, really. And then having the Granger, what we've seen before with the Joy, and the combination of the Joy and the Granger there has been super strong for them. On the side of Birthright, the big thing for me has always been like, can we counter the Joy? Are we going to be able to have something that will be able to kind of pin it down, or at least get like stop it from getting to our back lines? Right now, I like that we don't really have anything that is susceptible to the Joy just yet. I mean, we've got some pretty tanky dealers here with the Alpha and the Hylos. So I'm kind of wondering where this next pick goes. Do we go possibly with a Belleric or something else that's going to have more of a stun? Yeah, the Harith onto the Granger. That'd be on to Wicked of what he wants to go here. The one thing, though, that I have kind of noticed is that Wicked is usually pretty confident on his lane, to the point that they don't usually prioritize it. To the point, like, they're not afraid of him being banned out. If he doesn't get the Harith here, I think they're fine with that. Is that a mistake? I don't know. Like I said, it's that handicap thing. Would this have been an easier game with Harith? Possibly, but I feel like it offers them some wiggle room.
Yeah, I agree. Just because we've seen Wicked succeed on a lot of other picks. We've even seen things like a Moskov blind pick in the first phase, which did not go so well. But, if he's confident, like, hey, more for him. Team Falcons, I definitely feel like they need to take out the Harith. I would have opted to take out the Beatrix, but going for the Rithel could be something that they just want to protect the Granger pick. Right, Birthright do have 2 magic. They're looking to add another one into their mid position. So that's probably why Team Falcom's looking to push onto taking away some of the physical damage dealers. However, I feel like, okay, Harith gone. We're looking at something like the Beatrix, the Moskov, that's for sure. Wicked's done a great job on that Beatrix. They could also pick up the Sicilian, which they did so well in game number 2. And Falcom's response here, it's a Hylos XP. Hilda, we've seen Hilda do good. We've also seen Lucas do quite good. And my CC of 2 patches in a row finally gets put onto the show here.
Yeah, and you've kind of really spoken highly about, especially about her ability to take on some of the tankier heroes that are, and this is a huge front line for the side of right now. Oh, we were talking about this. The Novaria, who I was talking about, had fallen off a bit lately, had the less pick rate. You see there, 0, 0, and 0 up there, just because the amount of damage and the effect that she has had, it takes too long for her to come online and become that threat of that poking threat that you sometimes need. But here, Team Falcon's banking on their ability to kind of hold that early game until she gets to a point where she's going to be able to have that suppressive power.
Okay, interesting thing is that Team Falcons have kind of like a double poke, double dive comp where they have Kenji Alpha, 2 mixed damage, going and single targeting out. It could be their fronts, it could be their backs, whatever. They're putting their face forward, right? And they got Smile and Koba, 2 range mixed damage dealers, and they both synergize quite well, right? The Novaria ult allows the Grange to just hit from even further away, but Birthrights, they decided to draft up their winning solution from last match. And it was both on their second picks, after their second bans. And what's interesting to me is that Team Falcon did not choose to ban these 2 picks out. They feels like it's almost like they're welcoming Birthrights to play the Sicilian and play the Beatrix, and they should have a response to be able to deal with it, or else they wouldn't let it open like this.
Yeah, and that was kind of my read too, is that it kind of felt like I was kind of wondering, are we going to give them the Sicilian and the Beatrix? At the very least, we know that Beatrix is something that is super strong, especially for Wicked as he gets into that mid and late game. But maybe they're really banking on the strength of their Granger. And this is going to be the big read for me. If Wicked starts winning his lane against a Granger, I'm going to tell you right now, Team Falcons are going to have a hard-fought game here right away off the boots. As we're kind of coming in here, you can already see Smiles doing a good job starting to already starts with the pickoffs with that astral orb.
We should have a clear priority over Birthrights in the beginning of the match. Although Novaria is going to clear just as well. But top side here, Joy picked off the map. The damage coming out from Birthright, just a little bit too much to handle in the early game.
I want to say that was such a great bait because Mark came in, threw down the little taunt, and Kenji didn't mind and ran up there. As soon as she did, the rest of the team, Birthright, was right behind, running in to get to that. They hit that bush right at the perfect time to be able to just really lay on the damage there. Alpha had a little bit of trouble here. I like the double team up here, really kind of overwhelming Alpha at the top lane.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they do have an interesting composition that I feel like If it came down to a super late game, if they're able to get Koba and Smiles to poke out Birthright before the team fight even starts, it could be trouble. Versus Birthright, they're kind of more looking to get an all-in, right? Making sure the Glorious Pathway does connect onto something and they get a lot of damage onto Falcons.
Ooh, now this Kenji's able to steal away the first turtle from Birthright. I mean, not like this huge game setting tone here, but I mean, it gives them a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of room, especially after taking that very early first blood from the side of Birthright.
Yeah, the cushion that we desperately need. The side of Team Falcons able to pick that up for themselves. And it's good news, right? Birthright is a team that wants to go late game. Any little bit of advantage that Team Falcon is able to secure is going to help them potentially progress into that mid game. Now, clears coming out from both sides. You can see Birthright 100% advantage in terms of grabbing either the top or the bottom eye bush. It feels like they just have the ability to, open the map up quite easily. However, Smiles, he's just going to be able to clear the mid lane himself. He doesn't need Super Detective, and the Super Detective can just hang out next to Koba here, just making sure Koba is having a great time in his lane.
Ooh, they do bait out Kenji to kind of dive forward there with the electrifying beats, but not able to kind of kite him far enough for Birthright to be able to kind of find a kill right now. Very respectable of the damage here. Some great pressure up at top for Team Falcons, but it is leaving a little bit to be desired by the gold lane as Team Falcons have really begun to kind of focus down on that. They don't want Wicked to kind of get into the same spot he was in the last game where he was just absolutely crushing after the Guardian used defensively, but the rest of the team is there in tow looking for the kill. Mark takes a heap of damage in the form of the Rhapsody from Koba, but no kills just yet. Just one kill for the side of Birthright.
Yeah, it's a good solid rotation coming out from Birthright. Just, trying to see if they can have some pressure onto the gold lane before the objective does come through. Now, Birthright's definitely going to put a lot more pressure into the objectives now that they understand that there's not much to get from in that gold lane. 4 minutes in, Turtle, 50% here.
Ooh, yeah, we do execute and have out that Bats Feast. Super into the back lines as well. Zaman Force has been, or not Zaman Force, Kenji able to steal another turtle from Birthright. And the gold just narrowly over 1K for the side of Team Falcons. Not too worse for wear, like we've talked about, a little bit of cushion, but here, I mean, gotta make sure Birthright, I think they, as long as they stay like connected or stay disciplined, it shouldn't really be affecting them too much until the end of the laning phase.
Yeah, well, this is interesting because, again, Team Falcons have a composition that's much more different than Birthrights, right? The side of Falcons, they have the dive that's available to get onto anyone, especially Wicked or even My Lobby and Mark. And yet they have these range damage dealers that can cast spells from far away. If they're able to kind of just put, let's say, the Gato Kacha in the front for some vision and they get some pokes off, they're going to find a lot of success in some of these team fights. However, Birthrights, they could all in just like this and find a potential pick off here.
Oh, I can't believe Mark is going to be able to get away with just a hair of health left on there. Another fight. Oh, Wicked! Get down, Mr. President! Able to block the shot there from Smiles, looking for the one-hitter quitter. And just like that, Kenji able to find a kill onto Danny. On the backside, too, My Lobby in trouble here. Koba trying to put on the damage. And this is kind of the problem when you have, when you're dealing with the Granger in lane. He's starting that steamroll again. Levi does find himself the alpha charge as Alpha the player able to disengage from that top tower.
Yeah, well, Team Falcon's able to find a little bit of momentum. It came with Kenji being able to pick off Danny here. And Danny, we've seen the flicker being popped kind of over and over by this Joy. And I think that's just how strong the Joy is. He's able to kind of just move forward onto Danny and pop that flicker. And if he doesn't have flicker, well, he's probably gonna go back to base with a death here. Team Falcom 3-4-3 in the natural objectives, looking to push even more in terms of that advantage. Some pressure coming out from the top side. Should be able to grab up that tower with no problem.
Yeah, a second tower for the side of Team Falcons, and we've seen this before. The overwhelming macro ability from Team Falcons really started to overwhelm the side of Birthright. Mark in trouble there, is able to find a kill onto Smiles with the suppressive fire on the background from Danny, laying down that damage on that Sicilian. But just yet, they're just not able to find any fights in their favor just yet. Given this still is the laning phase, so we haven't really seen a good team fight from them. We probably will see one for this first Lord. They do have Kenji surrounded. Are they going to be able to kind of find the damage on there? Oh, they do get a little bit of... they do find it as they get the taunt onto Kenji. And from the backside, Koba able to find the damage onto Mark. Meanwhile, Levi trying his best to kind of fend off this attack. Koba putting the damage onto Danny. Bat's Feast is out. Levi finds the kill onto Super, but not able to find an escape as Smiles finds his kill onto Levi. 3 and 4, just narrowly in the favor of Birthright.
Yeah, some trades come out from both these teams. I believe was a 2 for 2, and a front line for a front line, a jungle for a jungle. Quite even, but Falcom still hold on to that 3k lead, which, you know, is not going to mean too much as the game goes on. But right now, it's still like half an item for some of the carries here. Here's the thing. Smiles can farm from far away. Kenji looking to trade some spells. Does get my lobby to pop that Revitalize, so something of a smart utility not being there. And Smiles here, I feel like he is slowly slipping away from Danny in terms of that gold lead. He's able to farm from far away, and you know, Smiles, he's gonna be able to get those clears quite good.
And they know that Alpha is up at top too, so they're going to be able to get this Lord very easily. Levi was busy trying to take down the CC. My lobby gets taken down by Koba, and things not looking good for Birthright here right now. 4 and 4, and that Lord goes over to Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's a big mistake. Levi was not in a good position. Birthright just was not set up and equipped to be able to deal with that Lord burst. And especially with the CC being placed onto that top side, CC is like kind of like that automatically win lane duo. He's just gonna try to stretch you apart, and he's able to kind of force Levi to stay up onto the top side here. They're looking for more. Alpha is gonna be the one that gets taken out, but the Lord is marching down on the bot side. So much damage being outputted from the Team Falcons here. Birthright, 3 members down for just an Alpha here.
Yeah, and just like that, Team Falcons find their advantage. Wicked able to take down escaping Kenji there. So able to kind of answer back. But man, right now you have no towers on the side of Birthright, and a Lord making its way to the core. Only high grounds left for their side. Wicked struggling, doing the best he can to try to clear out these lanes. And Birthright have yet to be able to find a successful fight in their favor, and now they're starting to lose ground. They're starting to lose all of these objectives, and I don't really know what they can do just yet. 29-34, about a 4k gold lead for the side of Team Falcons, so they're not completely outclassed just yet.
You know, yeah, they're able to find a trade here and there for the side of Birthrights. Yes, it's not convincing, but you know, the side of Falcom has made a few mistakes here and there. Some spells being traded across the board, but you could start to see kind of the story that Team Falcom has decided to draft up with this Novaria pick, right? It's a little bit annoying that they have to deal with the Novaria poke, and now they have to deal with Novaria and Koba. It just makes it together. It just makes it so hard for them to be able to find the right targets, especially the range that Team Falcom has, on top of the pokes and the damage. Birthright, they have to get the Glorious Pathway onto the Novaria, and then you're looking at a flicker, right? They get onto Koba, you're looking at a flicker. The Belleric is not going to reach anyone onto the backside. And even if Danny and even if Wicked is able to take Super Detective or is able to kill Kenji, there's still so much range, so much poke that they have to figure out.
Ooh, Danny in trouble here. Does have to execute that fast feast, but still gets taken down by Kenji with the electrifying beats. I'm kind of curious as to why he face-checked that bush by himself. With somebody sitting in there, they even got the taunt onto him too with paired up with the Astral Orb. He was down to about 10% health before he even realized what was going on. Smiles with the kill there on to the Lord, and it's going to be another one. I feel the frustration is starting to show from Birthright right now as some of their rotations are starting to get a little sloppier, and this game is starting to slip more and more out of their hands. And you're absolutely right. They can try with the glorious pathways, but they've already tried with Koba on the Granger to try to like engage him, and he's still able to outpace him. And this is the problem that you get with these mobility heroes like a Granger, like a Joy, who can disengage, who can kite you back. Every single time you try to engage, they're going to be so quick to get back there. And then Super is going to be able to charge forward, get the taunt on your team while the rest of Team Falcons is just laying down damage on you.
Well, I think Birthright is seriously just betting on their 2 win conditions from the game number 2, and Glorious Path. I mean, AOG does come down, pushes Birthright back, and they're looking suddenly at extremely hard defense. Both inhibitors down from the side. Team Falcons potentially defending this Lord, trying to get maybe just one more on that mid side.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the pressure that they laid on to that gold lane meant that Wicked is not anywhere near where he needs to be kind of laying on the damage and to be the threat that he was in that last game. And Glorious Pathway has been laid out. Super Wicked is actually able to find some kill onto Alpha, so that does trigger for the rest of Team Falcons to disengage from this fight. But Wicked, like, not able to get like that big head up that he was able to in the first game because there was so much pressure from Team Falcons on his lane, which is actually kind of curious to me. I guess because, I mean, you had CC at the top too, so Levi had to make a choice. Is he going to try to support his gold laner, or is he going to try to support his XP laner? And he chose to kind of stay up there to support his XP laner so that CC wasn't absolutely rolling over that lane. However, it allowed Koba to be able to really shine, sitting here at 4-0-1 right now.
And I think not only that, but just the range and the rotation speed. That was kind of different, right? Smiles, top side here, pops the flicker. Bark getting chunked quite low here. Alpha charge being wasted. Is just shooting blanks. Kind of what is that called? Practice shots coming out from both of these sides, just flexing their muscles, not really biting. 14, 15 minutes in here. But again, I feel like the range difference is quite significant when you pair the Granger up with something like a Navaria. You just give, the side of Team Falcons just a lot more map available, and especially when you have dive heavy heroes like Joy and the CC. One sniper from Smiles, and that is kill pressure for that Joy, and when you get that kill pressure, it's hard to defend.
AOG is out, does land on 2 people. Kenji able to find a kill onto Wicked, and my lobby. That's going to be a double kill. That's really going to cost Birthright as Koba finds himself a kill of his own. Danny in trouble, and that is a complete team wipe for Team Falcons, and a game 3 going over to Team Falcons.
Game number 3, Team Falcons 13-7 overall scoreboard, 15-minute game. I would say it was pretty convincing. It was pretty mellow, pretty slow watching this match. It felt like Team Falcon just kind of had the slight upper edge. I was a little bit questioning how much impact the Navaria was going to have, but he did quite well. 1, 1, and 9. Super also did well with the 11 assists. I believe he might be that MVP. So shout outs to Super being that front line that Team Falcon really relied on to open up the whole entire map for Koba and Smiles to deal the range damage that was necessary here.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, a great game played by Falcons, but I'm wondering if possibly really leaning on Wicked on this Beatrix was the right choice. I understand he's great, and he actually didn't do bad on Beatrix. It's just it didn't have the effect that it needed to. Would Harith have been better pickup there? Would maybe just not giving up the Granger for that lane. I mean, I understand Wicked is skilled and Wicked has some great marksmen, but I mean, in all honesty, Granger's just broken. So it's like, it's very hard to play against.
Yeah, there was a possibility of taking the Rithel if they wanted to. Also, if they didn't want the Harith, but Rithel was taken off the board along with Harith here. But again, they tried to rely on their win condition from game number 2, which I think was a good strategy, right? To give them props, Wicked and Danny was exceptional, was excellent, was so good in game number 2. They were such a big backbone that it really pushed Team Falcons off their track. However, Team Falcon is a team, they aren't scared of that. They just decided, you're gonna go with that strategy, we are just going to overcome and adjust to it. And they were able to do so. Wicked, just like you're saying, didn't really find that fire that they had in game number 2. And Danny, we saw him being picked off over and over. A lot of the flickers being traded early on. We didn't even see much of a gold lead coming out from them. So I think, you know, the side of Team Falcons, they found the adjustments. They've 7, 0, and 2. Koba here coming out with the gold lane. 70% kill participation. We've seen success coming out from Granger over and over. I don't know why we're allowing this pick to walk so often. And if we do, why are we not making sure we get something even in return, like the Rithel and the Harith right away?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. That's what the point I was going to bring up is there needs to be some type of respect paid to some of these prime gold laners out there. I understand the Harith didn't do so great in the last game. I think maybe that might have given them the confidence boost. Since he was able to take down Harith as the Beatrix, he's like, all right, I'm ready for Granger. Send him on. Let's go. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And honestly, it wasn't even just that Granger overwhelmed. It was that they supported that lane as well to make sure that Wicked was constantly by his tower, constantly getting shut down from the gold and everything over there. And then you had the threat of Gatakacha on the backside as well. So, I mean, he was doing... they did everything that they needed to help make that successful. And that's something that you kind of have to consider. Even if you are the greatest player in that lane, if the other team, it doesn't mean that that your team can just leave you alone while the enemy is like just absolutely flooding your lane. So it's something that's going to need to kind of come into play for Birthright as well. And like we were talking about, like I've been talking about is like the handicaps that they kind of give themselves. Harith was wide open there. I feel like that would have been a great pick. However, they would have missed the Bellaric as well. But I didn't really feel like Bellaric had the effect that it should have if you were looking at him to be a counter for Joy. We're taking a look here at the stats for Wicked.
Beatrix, Bruno, Harith. In the beginning of SPS for this region, Bruno was huge before they decided to nerf that Malefic gun and also nerfs Bruno range. And Beatrix is a hero that we don't really see a lot of teams pick it head on, especially as much as Wicked does, right? They still want to rely on kind of like the newer heroes, the Arithel, and maybe, you know, something like the Carry and the Moskoff. So Beatrix being brought up into light, Wicked is definitely good, just like you're saying with it. Just fell a little bit short. The Bruno, 2 bans, 8 picks, 40%. Maybe production is telling us that Bruno is an option that is quite excellent and potentially good enough to overpower the Granger and the Harris. So maybe we considered that, maybe not. I think it was just a really well done by most of the members of Falcons. You know, they got the pickoffs that they were looking for, and you know, that Joy getting the retribution, that was like what, 3 for 3, and 2 of them were highly contested.
Yeah, this is an example of, I want to say, Birthright. I felt like right from the beginning was starting to get outplayed by stuff, whether, like we were talking about, the retributions, the rotations for those side lanes where they needed it. We put a lot of, we drafted 2 losing lanes without the ability to cover it. Without the ability to kind of cover that, which was very interesting to me. It's like, all right, you've got I think they were really expecting it to be a 1v1 between Wicked and the Granger, I guess. But I guess we'll see what kind of adjustments, because I'm actually kind of curious what type of adjustments we need to make. I'm not absolutely sold on the Harith. That the Harith would have won them the game, you know what I mean? Just because, like I said, there was pressure down on that lane, and that's part of the reason that they were able to win and dominate that lane, to get Granger fed so hard. And especially picking up the Joy. If you would have gone Harith, you would have missed the only kind of counter you had to Joy, which they tried with the Belleric, which didn't have as much of an effect as they wanted in the first place.
Well, I think the big issue was Team Falcons just decided to set up these 2 snipers while Birthright showed their card in the roam position early. You pick up the Belleric and then you add 2 ranges that Belleric is never reaching, right? That's tough when you don't have a frontline set to be able to stop something like the Novaria and the Granger coming out from backside. Grangers already are extremely hard to deal with, and you're adding onto it a little bit more. That's I feel like that's a small draft issue. But I think Birthright understands that after playing it. This is going to be game number 4. And it does look like both of these teams have the potential to be able to take this next game, potentially game number 4 or even a game number 5. But we'll slow down and just, you know, continue the draft here. Team Falcon, Fanny, Badang, and Louis is going to be taken off the board. Birthright, Matilda, and Zushin. I don't know. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary here.
Do we ban out the Granger here, allow them to pick up the Harith, which we had success with if we were Birthright? Or do we allow that Granger out there again? Because if you allow that Granger, there needs to be a plan. There needs to be a plan. Maybe even we pick up the... Suyu's not banned as well. So, a few things open right now. Kind of contest out there. 7 seconds left.
if it's standard, right? Falcons picks up the Granger. Birthright again has to opt for the Alpha and the Hylos. That's kind of the game plan, and I would suggest them picking up the Harith again. Once again, right? And if Team Falcons was going off with that game plan, should be quite standard. Enemy takes the Hylos, we take the Gato Kacha. If enemy takes the Gato Kacha, we deny the other pick away from them. Either slot in that mage or potentially that jungler, kind of like that Joy that Team Falcon was able to win. So Yeah. The only difference that I think Birthrights could go for is deny the joy away. So take the joy up themselves, give the alpha, and they still have to choose between the Hylos and the Gato Kacha. Only get one.
I was about to say, yeah, they maybe take away the joy. Because if you pick up the alpha and the Harith and the Hylos, what do we have to counter the eventual joy pick? Because Belleric's going to be banned out. Gatakacha is going to be picked up by Team Falcons. And you just can't allow a joy to kind of run amok without some type of CC or taunt to be able to kind of knock them down. I mean,
well,
I was going to say, oh,
that's cool. I forgot about the big man Phoveus. Definitely a strong second pick coming out from Birthrights. This does set Falcom up with a clear direction in whether or not they want to go for the junglers, which they have two great options. They go for the roams, which they have first pick prio over if they want the Gato or the Hylos, and they decide to not go for it. I want to say it's a mistake, Private. This is too early. This is just like game number 3. It's not that good for you to pick it up in the first phase. My opinion.
Well, I guess we're going to find out because I think they're kind of leaving it open. You're going to have a decent amount of mobility on the side. And they pick up the Belleric to counter the joy, the obvious joy pickup here from Birthright that's being left open, which is going to be very interesting to see if it actually performs that way. Because, I mean, in the last game, it really kind of came down into the early game, how well, because we didn't see Belleric actually countering the joy as often. It's just because they were so late to some of these objectives. Oh, we're actually going to allow joy to be banned.
I think the Belleric is actually quite good against the Phoveus. Phoveus is a type of hero that has to jump onto you, and that allows a Belleric to get that free ultimate paired up with that first skill. And then you talk about the Xamarin Force coming out from the Harith, right? If the Harith pops that skill and, jumps onto you, the Belleric also has a pretty good, the ultimate. And Harith is a very short range hero. So it kind of forces Harith to kind of play a little bit more defensively when that Belleric holds on to the ultimate. Whether or not the joy comes out, I think it's another thing. But I think Team Falcons, Hayabusa, joy should be both taken off. Pushing Birthrights pretty much to have no choice. I think leaving one or the other open is going to be a pretty big mistake here. The Sicilian, little bit of an early pickup. We're looking at the Eve still being available, and Birthrights having the Harith already gives them enough magic damage. If they even consider the joy, that's even more magic damage. Now Birthrights, I think they are stuck with a physical only jungler, and without the Hayabusa, which also gets taken off the board and is just so late game heavy, so damage focused, that Birthright, they can't afford to have 3 cores like the Hayabusa, Sicilian, and Harith. That's just too much gold that each one of those heroes are so hungry for.
I mean, the jungles, I'm kind of trying to figure out what was the problem with Ling in the first game. Was Ling an actual problem? Because, I mean, he actually didn't do terrible. It was just the entirety. It was just the entirety of the focus of the team seemed to be on kills rather than actually getting the objectives down. And, I mean, Ling doesn't do bad. I mean, you can get the Tempest of Blades during the turtle fight. You get the Tempest of Blades out there. You match that up with a Retribution. So he's got some room in there. I don't know where we go for a jungler here on the side of Birthrights. That isn't going to end up like we saw with the Nolan pickup from Team Falcons or what we saw earlier from Birthright.
I think it's a joy. Potentially, I think the Fredrin could be an option. Again, Birthright has set themselves up in a pickle where they're so heavy on magic damage, right? Sicilian is that late game carry. Harith is also that late game carry. And both of these heroes require a lot of gold. If they add one more person that is either fragile or requires heavy gold, it's a lot of trouble. That's why I recommend something like a Fredrin or something tanky, right? The Akai could possibly be an option. Maybe even like a Barat, right? Add some physical damage, which they're lacking, and add some frontline sustainability. They just have to watch out for that Belric. The Cho gets picked up here. It's interesting. I think the Cho is able to lock down the Granger a little bit more, but I've played the Cho against the Granger matchup, and it's not that fun. The Granger is just so fast, and without the flicker, it's a hard catch. It's a hard job for the set of Birthrights here.
Oh man, and what's is going well for Team Falcons here is the fact that we have so much CC, and because I'm sitting here before I was like, if I'm Wicked on this Harith, I'm waiting for the Wrath of the Dryad to come out, then I'm free to go. Now I have to contend with Avatar of the Guardian. Now I also have to wait and be very careful of the Frigid Glacier that's going to come out if I'm going to lay down the Zaman Forest. There's so many answers that if I lay it down, I'm guaranteed to get CC'd by one of these guys, one of 3 of these ultimates to come out, if it's not going to be Alpha's charge.
You know, I was looking at Team Falcon's comp and I'm like, 2 heavy physical damage dealers and a magic tank. What could be great? And they pretty much, for me, filled their draft up perfectly with 2 more magic damage dealers. And you mentioned it. What went wrong with the Ling? Ling comes out to play. I don't know if that is the correct option. Again, in terms of the meta in the jungle, yes, damage focus seems to work well in this region. But when you got so many people that is so hungry for gold, it's a little bit tough for me to be convinced here.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to find out, especially because, well, I mean, the Ling has the potential to bait out abilities, comes in off of that Finch pose, puts some damage on, and then maybe baits out Frigid Glacier, maybe baits out some of these abilities that he can pretty much use his Tempest of Blade to get out of. But that's really relying, because Ling, especially in the early game, he's not going to be... He doesn't have that ability to really one-shot people. He's waiting for his team to whittle them down. Then he's going to come in. He's going to get those kill steals. He's going to be able to clean up afterward. And right now, I don't know what we have, especially in the early game, that's really going to be able to whittle them down to a point that Ling's going to be able to kind of come in and clean up. So it's a hard pressed match, and this is. I mean, this isn't impossible. For Birthright, I've talked about this before. They have these drafts that I'm not usually that I wouldn't have chosen for myself, but they show that they have such an immense amount of skill to be able to make it work that it's one of those things that it's very hard to judge. You can't just really go off of what you have on paper when it comes to some of their drafts.
You know, you think about Falcon's draft and you're like, if the mage falls off, they got some magic damage, right? They got the Gato Kacha, they got the Beleric, does some magic damage. If the jungler or the marksman, each one of them falls off, God forbid both, they still have the physical damage, right? It's either the Alpha or the Granger, right? There's going to be that mixed damage. But when you take a look at Birthright's comp, I kind of started to chuckle, because it's kind of the same story being played on. It's this, like, they get stuck in their draft where only physical damage was the Phoveus before the Ling came in. They had 2 heavy magic damage dealers. It could be that Falcom was pushing the draft into those 2 picks very smartly, right? It could just be that this is the type of draft that Birthright is comfortable with. We've seen success on the Sicilian, so we know that they could do it well. However, let's say if the Ling falls off, the Phoveus is not going to be able to deal that much physical damage for them to be able to get that mixed damage in, and the potential of Ling falling off is there, right? And if the mages fall off, if one of them don't have gold, well, Sicilian ain't gonna be doing damage, and the Harith ain't gonna be doing the burst that they're looking for. But it seems like we are taking a small detour back into the draft. The Sicilian is gonna be picked up in the very first phase. I wonder what's gonna be different here.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where. I mean, that sometimes happens with with tournament lobbies. That sometimes it doesn't allow you to pick what you're trying to, so it has to be reset. So, but I'm very curious as to where the draft went awry for either of these teams. To what they were looking for to pick up here, especially because, like we said, that last jungle pickup for the side of Birthright, and especially because they went with the Joy was still open, right? And they went with the Ling anyway. So maybe it's just that they don't feel comfortable with the Joy. I do know that I want to say before a couple months ago, there wasn't an overabundance of Joy users on this in EU. Just because I want to say it really hadn't flowed well for them. Hilda picked up for the side of Team Falcons. So it seems like at the beginning of the second round of picks is where we kind of went awry. So we're kind of reorganizing those picks here now.
Yeah, so instead of the Chow, Mark is gonna be picking up this Ling, and now they go for the Hilda. They went for the Gato Kacha before, so it was kind of like a 3 damage, 2 physical comp. Now they add this Hilda, which is gonna be rotating faster than Phoveus, that's for sure. In terms of the team fight potential, Phoveus is going to be much better. In terms of defending the jungle, Hilda is going to have some advantage. So some strengths, some weaknesses. Now this adds something unique. It's a physical damage dealer, roamer, that does have an impact early on. However, it's a counterintuitive hero when paired up with Sicilian, because you really don't want to clear that lane with the first skill. You want to let Sicilian be able to stack up. So I do want to see how Mark is going to be playing this. One thing is for certain is that the Grok should be able to give the Ling enough space early on to, safely do his rotations a few times.
Yeah, I was about to say that I think the big thing here is that Grok is going to try to protect Ling from the offense that we're going to have from the Hilda trying to invade his jungle, or some of the prio that happens from that mid lane, because you definitely don't want Grok clearing out the lane for Sicilian, who wants to get as many stacks as possible. That was the first thing that kind of went. It's like, I'm happy to see Grok. I'm a little odd about how quickly he clears out mid, while Sicilian's going to be standing there like, what was that, bro? Especially when he wants to get all of those stacks that he needs.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 between Team Falcons and Birthrights here. This has been a brutal and tough series for us as casters, and definitely I know it's been tight for you guys as viewers out here. Birthrights trying to find a way to be able to dive back into this match, but Team Falcom with a little bit of wind behind their back, looking to press forward and close out this series.
Oh my God! And Alpha just runs right through my lobby to get to the orange buff there. Get some vision on there. Levi's gonna be able to clean that up there, while Super is at the bottom here contesting with a Mark over that jungle creep as well. So I mean, already starting to see the invade coming out from Team Falcons, but not effective just yet.
Well, If we take a look at the draft, right, I want to say Harith and Granger quite on the same tier. Okay. Ooh, get the blade.
Oh my goodness!
He does get the damage out, but I think if you're able to pop that Tempest of Blade before the very first objective even spawns, as an assassin user, you have already lost the objective. It's gone. You don't have a chance to be able to go with it. Look at it. Yeah, Alphas should be able to take this with no problem. Ling is not going to look to contest it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. That Revitalize that came out was the only thing that kept them up, because that was so close for them to be taken down there. I mean, maybe a little bit of a misread from the side of Birthright there about how much damage exactly he could do out there. That Revitalize saving lives, and it ends up kind of costing them twofold there, because they do lose the objective too.
I will also comment that I don't think the Ling is good in any way against a Beleric. I just don't think the mechanic is good, right? Like, you're jumping on top of the Beleric. Beleric can ult into, you know, a lot of taunt and CC, and once you're caught out, you're done. You've done goofed. So it's hard for me to find what Birthright is going to be good at. But the one thing that is more interesting is that if the Grok was able to soak up a good amount of spells in CC, which is his job, right? Let's say he gets the Alpha Charge. Let's say he gets the Aurora to push some spells out. Then I think Birthrights may be able to find some success. But so far, if an assassin is not able to get some kills on the opposite side of map, if he's not able to secure the objective, which against a fighter, he shouldn't be able to. So the only job he has is to get some kills on the opposite side of map, and it's not happening so far.
Ooh, just like Alpha's coming in from the backside, looking for the flank on to Levi, locks onto him, looking for the damage as the Tempest of Blades comes out, and Levi's gonna have to dash himself to the bush. I believe they stole his purple from him?
Potentially. But I mean, this is still kind of that situation where, you know, you bring up quite often where you have the Hilda against the assassin, and it's just not a fun time for that assassin user.
Yeah, especially now my lobby's coming in with the Demonic Force, putting it on to, we do have the Revitalize out. It's not going to be enough to save Super. A first blood coming for the side of Birthright. Is this going to be enough? Oh, Alpha Charge comes out there as Wicked dashing to the side. My lobby finds a kill onto Koba in the back lane. Wicked dashes away, and another kill onto Kenji. 3 kills unanswered for the side of Birthright.
This is like outplay versus outplay. Wicked almost died right there, but the over initiation coming out from Falcons, they thought they were gonna be up ahead in that, but Birthright's gonna be the one that takes care of business. 3-0 is on the board. Team Falcon still ahead in terms of the gold, but this is pretty much what Birthright really needs to be able to get back into these games. A few kills here to snowball them into more of an even match. Able to pick up the objective, able to get 3 kills. If they can get just a few more kills, that might just set them up.
Ooh, the Wrath of Dryad comes out there as the Demonic Force comes in, trying to lock down on Smiles. And then there is Kenji there with the Alpha Charge to be able to kind of force back and get the kill onto Birthright, putting them on the board with 1 kill.
You know, that Beleric against the Phobias was like a 5-second CC chain. And that was kind of exactly what I thought was going to happen when the Beleric was being slotted in, when he saw instantly that the Herod and the Phobius was in there. Now, Team Falcons with the macro plays again. Hilda onto the top side. Ling cannot deal with himself, and it doesn't seem like the Phobius wants to deal with the Hilda. So, Alpha, I feel like it's the presence of this Hilda is just giving Birthright a big headache so far.
Yeah, and they've lost two things here too, because you've lost that top tower because you didn't want to deal with the Hilda. Now you have a Ling who's going to be suffering because Hilda's going to be running all over his jungle on that side. So that's pretty much no orange buff for the side for Levi here during these engagements, as we kind of put some pressure in there at mid. There's going to need to be something special happening. As I say that, down at the bottom, they're trying to put some pressure on to this bottom gold lane. My lobby taking some hits there from Koba as they're readjusting their alpha, looking for an opportunity just yet. It doesn't have its super taken down to about 10%. Oh, they do find a kill onto my lobby. Kenji there, as Danny's gonna have to use that flicker. Oh, just narrowly misses a Death Sonata Smile from the side, looking for an angle. They're gonna lock onto Mark, who uses his wild charge to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Team Falcons winning on all fronts. It is a 2K gold lead, but you can look at the map pressure, right? Each one of Team Falcons is just able to grab whatever vision that they want, and it's just due to the composition that Falcom has set themselves up with, right? The Hilda, it was such a good pick, especially against the Ling. And against the Phoveus, he also does well in lane. Phoveus doesn't even want to go home there, and he's getting chunked quite low.
Yeah, very low into the fact that he's not going to be able to join this fight. Wrath of Dryad is out, and there goes the Frigid Glacier. It's going to take down Wicked. Koba with the finishing touches there. Meanwhile, I mean, you have Levi trying to do his best to kind of split push, get some type of farm onto his side. You can see the rest super here trying to put the pressure onto this purple buff, as the rest of the Team Falcons putting the pressure on to mid lane. Levi able to pick up his purple, and right now it's starting to get eke out of their control. Koba with just some auto attacks able to take down the tier 2 tower at bottom.
Yeah, Koba is super happy with the situation right now. He has about like a 1.2, 1.3k gold lead, and it's just going to get more and more, right? This mid tower is potentially going to be the next one that falls. Team Falcons pretty much with full control over the map.
Oh, what a flicker into a Frigid Glacier. Catches 3 members of a Team Falcons. Levi finds a kill onto Smiley in the back, and Wicked's going to have to dash his way to safety. They do find a Frigid Glacier. They do find a kill. It lands on the 3 members. Danny goes down, but they are able to find Levi, able to kind of get to the back line, able to take down Smile as well. So they're able to answer back. However, they are losing towers here, and from what we've seen in the first game, how important it is. Oh, they have Kenji trapped out 4-on-1. This is an old-fashioned mugging here, and down goes Kenji. Rest of the team comes in for the answer. This might have been the opportunity that they're looking for, as Alpha goes down. Now trying to put the damage onto Koba, who is able to kite back while taking down Mark on his way out.
Okay, Birthright's able to keep the gold lead not too much apart, right? 3K, 9 minutes in. It's I would say it's good news for the side of Birthrights, especially since there's so many members that are so gold hungry inside of Birthrights. The longer the game goes, the more money that Wicked, Levi, and Danny has, the better the Birthright is going to be. And that is the strength of Birthright's comp. If they get into that super late game, each one of their members is going to be a headache to deal with. My lobby on this Phoveus, you do not want a full item Phoveus jumping on top of you, and that's not even counting the 3 carries. However, Team Falcons, they have the lead. They potentially have the map pressure to be able to, you know, decide if they want to do these objectives or not, or if they just want to find a split push and waste their time. I think Team Falcons, that's their strength. They have control over this mid game where Birthrights really don't want to fight that much.
Yeah, and speaking of the split push, I mean, doing a great job is Alpha, able to kind of counter the Ling split push. As we have a fight here, Alpha coming in from the back line, locking onto Danny. Koba finds a kill onto Mark, still laying out the suppressive fire with that Death Sonata. Alpha running for the hills. Levi comes in, finds the kill, is able to take him down. down, has the Tempest Blades on. The Kenji is going to dash up to the side. Rest of the team comes in for the escape. One down for the side of Team Falcons, one down for the side of Birthright, as the rest of Team Falcons turning their attention to this Lord. That means, and especially now that Levi is not in a position, he's going to still try to put some pressure up at the top lane, take himself a tower, at least answer this with something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but a Ling without ultimate typically means a team without the objective. And Kenji recognizes that, just bursts down the Lord with no questions asked. You know, Team Falcons up now. They did trade a kill, but Ling pops the Tempest of Blade once again. A big ultimate now. Not having that for the defense and not even having the option to get a blue buff. Birthright is not in a good situation right here.
He's got the potential on the Ling. He's doing so well when it comes to kind of getting in, weaving his way in, getting those dashes and finding the kills. But I mean, they're just being overwhelmed on all fronts here too. Now top tower is going to be going down. It's not much for Mark to be able to do here, as Koba just stands there, auto attacks it down. Lord at the bottom lane, keeping Wicked busy as the rest of Team Falcons force their way through the mid tower.
Big towers coming out from the side of Team Falcons, able to kind of take care of the outer side. But here, woohoo!
Comes in with the Tempest of Blades, is able to take down Koba, and then leaves. This is what I was talking about. The skill is there. Levi has it. It's just that they're so overwhelmed right now that he's able to find these little tiny mistakes that come out. You saw Koba got caught by the Sanguine Claws. As soon as Levi finds it, he springs in the action, is able to get the kill, and then dive himself out of harm's way. It's just that we need to find these opportunities during the team fights as well, and not depend on Team Falcons making that mistake.
Well, Team Falcons, they, again, for me, it just feels like they have this mid-game in control. They get to decide if they want to fight or not. Birthright is kind of more or less looking for the mistakes, waiting for Danny to farm up, waiting Levi to get to full items, waiting for Wicked to also get some gold. So Team Falcons with the lead.
Oh, and Danny is in trouble. Frigid Glacier is out there as well. Mark, it might be down for the count. He's gonna have to use that wild charge defensively to get away. Wicked trying to put some damage on to slow them down. Alpha on the backside, looking to put the damage on, is not able to find it just yet. Wicked comes in, but the rest of Team Falcons secure the escape.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what's going on, right? Team Falcons, they want to fight, they find the pickoff, and they do get it, and it's a priority target onto Danny. They barely unable to get Mark, and right here, my lobby flickering out. That's 3 flickers that are being popped from Birthrights on this objective. But Ling on the backside, Levi getting a lot of tower damage onto the bot side, has to disengage here. But is the damage already done? Is it too late?
Oh, he gets frozen. He was looking for a way to try to come in there, but they read it so well. Smile knows exactly the pathing that he was going to take. Comes in as soon as he touches down onto that Finch pose, onto that ledge. He was right there to find the freeze onto him, knocks him off the wall, and the Lord goes to Team Falcons again.
Now, tipping point for me, Private, we saw in the last siege that Team Falcons actually ended up getting picked off. This time around, it's a little bit later, which means Sicilian, Harith, and also Levi has a lot more gold. And with a 3 carry team, the later the game goes, the more damage they're going to be dealing. And if Team Falcons is unable to convincingly get some advantages on this objective, I think it might be a little bit of an issue that Team Falcons really have to play quite careful. They get the topside tower. Can they get a little bit more, or is this it?
Yeah, and that's the thing is we're starting to scale into the late game where I want to say Birthright have put a whole ton of their Sanguine Claws come out there. Frigid Glacier is out to Malphon to kill onto Danny. Tempest the Blades comes out as well. Koba finds the kill onto My Lobby. That is 2 down for the side of Birthright. Wicked trying the best he can to put the damage on to Kenji and does find the kill eventually up there. Wicked gets taken down by Alpha. Mark down. Has to go back to recharge at the base. 4 members of Team Falcons trying to put the pressure on here. Are they going to be able to find this defense? Birthright fighting for their survival in this tournament. Koba finds a kill. Levi is down and Team Falcons will be moving on through their victory over Birthright.
Congratulations to Team Falcons, able to take this game number 4, a 3-1. A great series played out from both of these teams, but it definitely felt like Team Falcon came into this match just a little bit more level-headed. Right? They're able to find drafts that forces Birthrights to kind of play in a weird situation where it's either they have too much magic or too much physical, and they force these drafts upon Birthrights. Game number 4 is kind of a similar story as the few games that they won before. It was a clean victory from start to finish. They had leads, and they were just the better team in this series.
Yeah, big hats off to how well. I mean, I understand why Levi picked up the Ling because he's actually very good on it. It's just like I said, the overwhelming macro and team fighting ability from Falcons was too much. You can't survive on the pickoffs alone. You need to be able to kind of enforce the will and get some of these objectives, get these turtles. And the Granger, a big problem for the side of Birthright as well. But Falcons here, an amazing job, especially the pick for the Hilda. A great pick up there as well. Put a ton of pressure onto the jungler, onto the top lane, to the point that it didn't even. My Lobby didn't want any part of that up at top, which allowed Alpha to really push up at top. And I mean, that was a huge, gaping wound for the side of Birthright.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a job well done by the side of Team Falcon, but I also feel like Birthrights did put up a pretty decent fight. This series really tested how deep the hero pools that Team Birthright had in their pocket. It just didn't end up working out in their favor. However, there was so much to be learned here, and especially in their marksmans, right? Wicked here performing quite well on the Beatrix was a very big surprise. He's also done quite well in plenty of other heroes. We saw the Moskov in the very first series, and this time around he was looking to have the same success here, just fell a little bit short. Team Falcons definitely the better team in this series. The draft looked nice, the micro was good, and the macro was most definitely their strongest point.
Yeah, and that kind of comes out, and this is one of the things I've been harping on when it comes to teams like Birthright. They have such an amazing skill when it comes to the micro, when it comes to the skill level that is needed for the 1v1s, for those awesome highlight plays, but it needs to be put together like Team Falcons have been able to when it comes to the macro, when it comes to deciding whether you're going to take these fights that focus on winning the Lord fight and then a fight after that to kind of push up some towers there. Koba from Team Falcons here, the gold laner with the MVP. It's no surprise, especially on a Granger. 83% kill participation, 5, 2, and 5.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. The Granger impact was quite good. He played cleanly all game. He was able to set his team up with success without dying too much, dealing, I do believe, the highest damage on that team. So, great game coming out from Team Falcon. A great series and close by the Eagles. Talk about closing. Beautiful host Liz coming back onto the desk.
Yeah, unfortunately, Birthright, this is the last of them. We saw them continue to prove themselves throughout the challenge season, but all the teams here at the Challenge Finals are the strongest of their regions, and they've shown today exactly why they're here. And we wish the best luck for every single team, and they will move forward as we will have Snapdragon Pro Series Season 7 for the other teams, and for the 3 teams that will be making it to the Mobile Masters. Today, we saw Birthright versus Incendio, where Incendio moved to the upper bracket finals, and then Papaya Supermassive in a match that's unstreamed actually took down Falcons, and they face up against Incendio Supremacy, and Incendio Supremacy right now is in the grand finals upper bracket, and Falcons versus Papaya Supermassive will be the match that we start off tomorrow.
Yeah, a little bit of a possible redemption for Team Falcons. Whatever mistakes were made in that first game, they're sure to try to close up those holes, those little cracks in their armor as they take on the rematch against Papara Supermassive.
What is this?
Oh man, these stickers from production, it's quite beautiful.
The wall of shame, guys.
You know, you can't say it's a wall of shame because Papara definitely came out with a bang and blew a lot of expectations off of us. We even got to see some Hellcurt actions, right? So Papara Supermassive, definitely a team to watch out for. I'm excited to see how they perform up when they're going to be going up against the other different region. We've seen Fireflux do well. We've seen Falcons go far. Now is the Owls going to get their Supermassive buffs here?
They will have their Supermassive debut on the world stage in Jakarta, Indonesia for the Mobile Masters. And more importantly, tomorrow we actually get to see them fight up against Falcons again and get to see exactly what happened there against Falcons and why they were able to dominate throughout the series. But nonetheless, the prize pools will still be $20,000 for the first team, $10,000 for the second place, $6,000 for third place, and $3,000 for fourth place. Now, that does mean that Birthright right now is leaving the tournament with $3,000 in their pocket. Not too bad. They're the fourth place of this tournament, but the rest of the 3 teams, we're still yet to see how they do and how much money they take home. Now, for schedules, tomorrow we will have versus Team Falcons in the lower bracket finals, and whoever wins that will move on to face up against Incendio Supremacy in the champion of this challenge final.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing set of games tomorrow. Today already was filled with teams that, and like you brought up, none of us guessed for Papara Supermassive, but that just shows how much they defied expectations to rise above the rest and really give us a shocker. A shock almost as powerful as that Hellcurt in the gold lane that we also saw today. I'm looking forward. I had a blast here casting with these matches, but I'm looking forward to even more surprises and excellence tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely going to have a lot of replay moments, I think, for Papara, and even Falcon's going to have a headache just watching those matches and be like, what actually went on? How should we do this? Regardless, the excitement for today is pretty much coming to an end, but tomorrow, that's where kind of the real fun starts. We get to see these teams match up against each other. You know, I can't wait, Liz.
Yeah, we get to see our 3 representatives for EU, MENA, and Turkey. Well, now it's MENA and Turkey move their way to Mobile Masters, and we get to see them clash against one another tomorrow for the challenge finals. Now, make sure you guys follow us on our social medias and follow us at ESL Mobile on X, Instagram, and Facebook, and Snapdragon Pro Series on Discord. Now, I feel like our casters already said their last words. It's been a hell of a run today. It's been exciting for everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed watching the show. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move. Wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ooh la la. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster,
me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm in the strip clubs, how you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first I'm in the strip clubs, how you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first I can tell a lot about a girl on the